All right, let's watch Frankie Boy himself, sitting right in front of the camera like a weirdo. We're gonna watch his live stream. We're gonna review it together, live and in person, through a camera. Live stream. Review it together. Why can we not hear this?
Later on,
There we
my
go.
job is to introduce Dr. Frank Turek. He and I friendship goes all the way back to about 2 hours ago. I can vouch for him. He's an honest man. So he's the founder of crossexamine.org. And if you have not heard him, he is awesome. So without further ado, Dr. Turek.
Frank Turek is indeed not awesome. That is a fact.
Well, good evening, Bulldogs. Let's go back to September 29th.
He's so quiet.
That's when Petty Officer Michael Mansour is a United States Navy SEAL operating in Ramadi, Iraq. Mansour is standing on a roof in Ramadi, and he's standing in front of a doorway to this roof. He has two Navy SEAL teammates lying in the sniper-prone position at his feet. They've already taken AK-47 fire and a rocket-propelled grenade, but they're not exactly sure where the enemy is. There's a bit of a lull in the fighting. Insurgents have blocked off the streets in Ramadi, and there's someone on the loudspeaker in the town mosque yelling, "Kill the Americans!" As Mansour and his team are looking for the next attack, an insurgent from an unknown location throws a grenade up on the roof. It hits Mansour in the chest, and it falls to his feet. Due to the length of the throw, there's no opportunity to pick it up and throw it back. He has only a split second to make a decision. He can leap through the doorway behind him and save himself, but if he does, his two teammates lying at his feet will surely die. Mansour yells, "Grenade!" But instead of jumping backward to save himself, he jumps forward, chest first, onto the grenade. It detonates. 30 minutes later, 25-year-old Michael Mansour is dead. His two teammates lying at his feet receive only minor injuries because Mansour's body muffled the blast. One of the survivors said at Mansour's funeral, "Mikey looked death in the face that day and said, 'You will not take my friends, I will go in their stead.'" I've never seen a United States president cry until April of 2008. That's when President George W. Bush invited Mansour's parents into the East Room of the White House to give them their son's Medal of Honor posthumously. The president couldn't even get through the citation without breaking down. Since then, Mansour's High School in Garden Grove, California, built a new stadium. They named it Michael A. Mansour Memorial Stadium. The golden trident insignia that the SEALs wear
Hey, B.S. Lewis
dominates the 50-yard line. January 2019.
Yeah, I mean, this is that's a courageous, it's a courageous story, right? What does this have to do with anything right now?
In the fleet, Zumwalt class. This is Mansour's mother, Sally, being escorted onto the ship, named in honor of her fallen son. Now, why did they do this? Because Michael Mansour literally sacrificed himself to save his friends. There's no greater love than to sacrifice yourself to save your friends.
He's just like Jesus
of Nazareth before he went to the cross. Michael Mansour sacrificed himself to save his friends. The question is
really, which one was an actual sacrifice, Michael Mansour or Jesus?
Would anyone sacrifice himself to save you? And the answer is someone already has.
Oh, Jesus
His
Christ.
His name is Jesus of Nazareth. But in today's culture, a lot of people don't think the story's true.
You know that when Frank probably didn't write this, but when his team was writing this and Frank read it, or maybe Frank wrote it, he just thought he was dropping bombs right now. What a terrible analogy. Right off the bat, you can see where the analogy fails because Michael Mansour didn't get to be God forever after he made his sacrifice. It's pretty important.
True. They think it's invented. After all, it was written down by religious people. We know religious people tend to embellish things, and it's got miracles in it, like a resurrection. Who here in this room, or who even out there in internet land, has seen someone rise from the dead after you knew they were dead for at least 36 hours?
Nobody in the history of
Yeah, none of
mankind.
us. Why? Because it doesn't happen.
Why?
Yet if you're a Christian,
Why is he so aggressive with his audience? I mean, there's not that many people in his live event here, but he's like yelling at them. Like, take it easy, Frank.
you have to believe something none of us have ever seen. How rational is that? Well, I actually think it's quite easy to show that Christianity is true. You only need to answer 4 questions. In other words, if you investigate
no. You need to answer a lot more than 4 questions to see if all of Christianity is true. 4 questions. Come on, man.
4 questions, I think you'll realize that the answer to these 4 questions is yes. And if the answer to these 4 questions is yes, then Christianity is true. What are the 4 questions? Here are the 4 questions.
Oh, yeah. All right, he has a super cool intro. Very cool music. Very engaging. Sorry, I'm not 100% prepared for this. Give me just a minute. All right, the room is open. The link is posted. Anybody is welcome to join in. Let's get into Frank's 4 questions that somehow just through 4 questions you're going to prove that all of Christianity is true. It's not possible, but we'll see. Hey, Stephanie, I see FF a lot. What does that mean? FF, Frank. I'm out of the loop.
Now that is some pretty groovy music. Yeah, that's actually from our TV show, which is on every Wednesday nights on DirecTV channel 378. If you don't have DirecTV, it's on Roku. Just look for NRB TV on Roku. If you don't have DirecTV and you don't have Roku, it's on this new technology sweeping Fresno right now. It's called the internet. Have you guys heard of this? Yeah, it's on our website at that time. Of course, here it'd be 6 p.m. on the West Coast. We're on radio every Saturday morning at 10 a.m. That would be 7 a.m. I guess crossexamine.org. And we cross-examine ideas against it.
I'm going to stay just a little bit behind in his stream because for 2 reasons. A, to give commentary, and B, when he does shill for his books, which he's inevitably going to do, which he already has, and when he shills for all of the things that Frank Turek always shills for, we can skip ahead a little bit.
That's why our website's called crossexamine.org. Now, why are these the 4 questions? Truth, God, miracles, and the New Testament. And by the way, this is going to...
Okay. So the first 3 are pretty irrelevant because if truth exists does not mean Christianity is true. If God exists does not mean Christianity is true. And if miracles are possible does not mean Christianity is true. Now, the 4th one is another way of saying, is Christianity true? So number 4 can just be reworded as, is Christianity true? So really, what he's saying is, if Christianity is true, then Christianity is true. Come on, Frank.
Going to serve as our outline here tonight, and then we're going to have time for Q&A. Actually, tonight, I don't think we'll do Q&A. I think we'll do all Q, no A. All right? So that gives everybody a chance to ask a question.
He's
takes
so
all the
funny.
pressure off me. All right. Now, we'll do Q&A later. All right? Why are these the 4 questions? First question, does truth exist? Why is that important? Well, you hear people saying there's no truth. You got your truth. I got my truth. All truth is relative. Well, if there is no truth, quite obviously, Christianity can't be true.
Nobody says this. Nobody says, I haven't seen, like, obviously this is a live stream, so I haven't seen it before, but I've seen Frank make the argument that it's a widely held belief that truth is relative. Nobody says this. No, this is not an argument that anybody makes. That's what Christians like to do. Well, I mean, not just Christians. A lot of people do this, but that's what apologists like to do, is set up this like fake dilemma, this straw man that nobody believes, and then knock it down because, like I just did with my microphone, because it's easy. Like, we'll get into it.
True. Of course, if there is no truth, atheism can't be true either, right? Now, of course, there's truth, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, if there was no truth, would you ever pay a whole lot of money to come to school? I mean, what are you here to learn, right?
So do virgins get pregnant without sex? I mean, I suppose they could, right? In the modern day, do dead people jump up and jive? Weekend at Bernie's. Yeah, I've seen that. Are three entities ever one being outside of a cycle? Does bread turn into flesh and wine to blood when you mumble? Yeah, that's pretty good. Oh, okay. Fuck face. All right. I mean, I mean, that makes sense. I've always seen it specifically with Frank Turek, FF Turek, or FF Frank. So I was wondering
if there
if
was
it meant
no
something.
truth, would you ever read a book?
Face
if there
Frank.
was no truth, could you ever catch someone in a lie? I mean, lies presuppose.
Frank, nobody says that there's no such thing as truth. Who's he trying to convince? Who's he arguing against? He's shadowboxing right now. Nobody says this. This is such a stupid point. And I feel like we're going to be on it for a while.
Truth, right? Of course, there's truth. We're going to deal with that first. Second question, does God exist? Tonight, we're going to look at 3 arguments for the existence of God. These arguments...
I mean, like I said, you could grant the first 3. Yes, truth exists. Yes, God exists. Yes, miracles are possible. That does not mean Christianity is true. And if you say that the 4th one is true, again, the 4th one may as well just say, is Christianity true? And if you answer that, then yeah. So how are people in his audience not seeing this? I mean, okay.
Arguments are in the Bible, but you don't need the Bible to know them. In fact, you can show that God exists without any reference to any religious work. Before there was a Bible, people knew there was a God. Third question, are miracles possible? Obviously.
Just not your God. Oh, yeah, that's true, Stephanie. You're absolutely right. He's shilling for the book. But man, what a terrible sales pitch.
We just said, well, who's seen a resurrection? Well, nobody has. And a lot of people don't think miracles are possible in today's day and age. Well, I hope to show you tonight that not only are miracles possible, but the greatest miracle in the Bible, atheists are admitting.
Well, they don't like the Old Testament too much, B.S. Lewis. You know this.
The evidence for. We'll see that tonight. Then we're going to get to the key question: is the New Testament true? Particularly,
that's the only question that's even remotely relevant. And even if I guess if the New Testament was true, then I guess Christianity would be true, because if you're saying that it's true, then Jesus did get sacrificed on the cross. He did resurrect. He did die for your sins. He did all the things. So 4 is all I care about, and it's all that's even remotely relevant to this.
One event from the ancient world. If this event happened, Christianity's true. If it didn't happen, it's false. What's the event?
No. Just because that event happened does not mean Christianity is true, but that's not what number 4 says either. Number 4 says, is the New Testament true in its entirety? Just because Jesus died and resurrected does not mean Christianity is true. That could have a number of explanations. It would need all the rest of the New Testament to go along with it.
The resurrection. Look, if Jesus rose from the dead, game over, Christianity's true. Of course,
if
Jesus didn't
absolutely not. You could prove objectively. You could have whatever scientific evidence that would be needed to prove that he rose from the dead, and it still would not mean that Christianity is true. Maybe he just had like a heart failure or something, and bam, he kicked back into business. I don't know.
Rise from the dead, game over. It's false. You might as well sleep in on Sunday and do what you want the rest of the.
Well, to be fair, he's leaving out the Old Testament. They don't want to deal with all that.
Week, because if Jesus hasn't risen from the dead, if you're a Christian, your faith is in vain, as the Apostle Paul himself said in his first letter to the church at Corinth. chapter 15. He said, if Jesus hasn't risen from the dead, your faith's in vain. You realize that Christianity is a religious worldview that you can investigate and discover whether or not it's true by looking at evidence. It's not just someone's philosophy. It's based on historical evidence, and it can be falsified. Now, we're going to try and go through these points. We're going to probably spend most of our time on point 2, but we're going to start right here at point 1. Does truth exist?
Why would you spend most of your time on point 2? Does God exist? Which God? Which God are you talking about? The point. I don't want to keep repeating myself, but we all get the point here. The only one that matters is number 4, because the first 3 have nothing to do with Christianity.
Exist. Are you guys ready to go? All right. Now, whenever you start talking about truth, you always have to start with Jack Nicholson. Right?
You can't handle the truth.
Because Tom Cruise had him on the witness stand, and he said to him, Colonel, I want the truth. And Nicholson said, you can't handle the truth.
I like how all the people over like 40 all answered that. And all of the younger people, they're just like, I have no idea what Frank Tureks talking about.
Bulldogs. That was weak. If he said it that way, the movie would have gone nowhere. You can't handle. That's not how he said it.
Hey, welcome, Nitty. Thanks for stopping in.
Yo,
are you ready for this?
On.
Yeah, you ready for this roller coaster?
I love me a full platter of Frank Turkey.
All right, yeah. Let's. Did you catch the first part of this? Did you see his 4 points that he's going to be covering?
Roll it back a little bit.
Yeah. What are we at? Okay. So he says if he can show that these 4 points are true, then Christianity is true. And my take on it was the first 3 are completely irrelevant because none of those have anything to do with Christianity. And number 4 is just a different way to say, is Christianity true? So if he can show that Christianity is true, then Christianity is true.
Yes.
And he said he's going to spend most of his time on number 2, but I don't.
Oh boy, I spend most of my time on number 2.
Yeah, well, I mean, let's just say that God does exist. It's completely separate from whether or not Christianity is true.
Right.
How would you even answer number 1 if truth didn't exist?
Well,
yeah, I don't know, B.S. Lewis. He's, like I said, he's kind of setting up this argument that nobody makes. Like, who says truth doesn't exist or truth is relative? He's shadowboxing. Well, yeah, I'm not saying that there's nobody out there. Of course, you can find anybody that would.
No, there's a lot of philosophers that don't like capital T truth.
Capital T truth, yeah, that's true.
Because, and what do I mean by that? What I mean is that what we call truth is just a descriptor for things that we perceive in reality. So they're in a philosophical sense, right? Mm-hmm. Chairs don't like the thing chair doesn't ontologically exist apart from us saying it is chair.
Sure.
But even like linguistic anti-realists don't say like the stuff of chair doesn't exist, right?
Yeah, it's just I think. Yeah, I don't. I think you are taking it way deeper than Frank Turek is going to.
Well, that's the problem. But that's
do.
the problem for his audience, because he's able to just fleece them with the conflation of those 2 things.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, whoa, chair exists. Well, I mean, duh, I'm sitting in one. When really it's more complicated than that. And it just drives me crazy. Like, yes, like there's truth relative to the labels we want to put on things. Sure, everyone can concede that. We'll all get a beer and it'll be great.
Bulldogs. That was weak. If he said it that way, the movie would have gone nowhere. You can't handle. That's not how he said it. Here's how he said it.
I want the truth. You can't handle the truth.
All right, let's try it again. I want the truth. You can't handle the truth. Now that felt better, didn't it? Didn't you always want to do that here at the university? You can't handle the truth. Well, there's a lot of people that can't
No.
handle the truth. They're saying, you got your truth, I got my
no.
truth. All truth is relative. Well, if you don't get anything outside of
He
what we're
tries
talking
cracking
about here
jokes. They're
tonight,
not
what we're
funny.
about to talk about is the most important thinking skill I've ever learned. And to show you what a dimwit I was 33 years old, already had a master's degree, and I didn't know what I'm about to tell you now. Why? Because I never had a course in logic. How many people in here have had a real course in logic? All right, you see these people with their hands up? Here are the homeschoolers right here, okay? Homeschoolers, they take classes in logic. We ought to teach logic in public school. We don't.
No. Show me the place in Kent Hovind or Ken Ham curriculum where they make a big deal on philosophy without collegiate study. Bull
I don't.
Shit.
Right. Yeah. It just,
Not a
again, I
chance.
think he's not going to take it. He's not going to take it. You said it perfectly earlier. He's speaking to his audience. He's not going to go on this deep dive about logic and but he did. I made a post recently, and it was about he actually teaches it, so he's probably going to try to sell this at some point. He has a
of course
whatever course that cross examine sells, but they teach logic, and it was interesting. It was definitely interesting. And they even have logic for kids.
Instead of teaching kids how to think, we're teaching them what to feel. That's dangerous. Why? Yes, emotions make life fun, but logic makes life safe.
That's my homeboy Jesus.
And if you start believing stuff that's false, but is emotionally satisfying, one day you're going to smack up against reality and it's going to hurt.
Is it?
Yeah, this is actually his anti-trans argument. I don't know if he'll get into it in this. I think he's just going with, is Christianity true in this? But this is what he says about the about pronouns and and transgender. This is his argument. Is it might be nice, but it's not true.
Go ahead and 1.25 him so we catch up.
Can you do that on a live?
Yeah.
So what we're going to talk about is a fundamental law of logic called the law of non-contradiction.
Yeah, no.
And by using this law effectively, you're going to amaze your.
It works.
Yeah, it's a live stream. I don't think I can speed them up. I got quality subtitles. Oh, playback. Okay. No. I just see it. I missed it.
Friends,
if you're behind,
you
can
do this
that.
law, and you can be very kind doing it because all you're going to do is ask questions.
We're way behind.
And the law of non-contradiction says opposite ideas cannot both be true at the same time and in the same sense, right? We can't both be at Fresno State and not at Fresno State at the same time and in the same sense, right? We're either here or we're not.
Yeah, I noticed literally everybody's streaming, and I was debating not doing it, but it's a live stream, so I just went with it because everybody's
But doesn't
live.
that mean God is everywhere and God is in heaven are breaking that law of logic? God is with
he's
you,
also
God is not with you.
Yeah, he's inside of time, he's outside of time. It's whatever's convenient for the moment. It really is.
Dance
it doesn't
around.
have to make sense.
Either God exists or he doesn't exist. He can't be both. It's one or the other. So let's apply the law of non-contradiction. Suppose someone were to say, this is the typical relativistic, postmodernistic claim, there is no truth. If someone were to say that, you just need to ask that person one question. What's the question? Is that true? Thank you, homeschoolers. Yes. If someone says there's no truth, you want to say, is that true? Is it true that there's no truth? Because if it's true that there's no truth, the claim there is no truth can't be true, but it claims to be true. Did I say that right? Did everybody see this is a logical contradiction? That this is a self-defeating statement? It would be like me saying I can't speak a word in English. If I were to say I can't speak a word in English, what would you say? Man, you're using English to say it. It would be like me saying my parents had no kids that lived. Right? Or my brother is an only child. Right? These are self-defeating statements. And how do you identify self-defeating statements? You turn the claim on itself. See if the statement meets its own standard. And if you do that, you're going to save yourself from a lot of pain and suffering because you're going to be able to identify what is false. And there are more statements in our society that are false.
But a lot of the non-believers that actually make content to counter Christian claims, they don't say this.
Yeah.
Keep going.
False than are true. And you've got to be able to identify them. Let's do a few more. Suppose someone were to say there's no such thing as absolute truth.
Is that absolutely
true? You turn the claim
true?
on itself. What question are you going to ask? Yeah, is that an absolute truth? Or you might want to
Because
say, are
you
you absolutely
conflate
sure?
two different
And everyone's
philosophical definitions of truth. That's barf.
Yeah, I hope he moves off this. I hope he moves off this
Oh,
pretty
he's
quickly.
got a truth boner. It's just he strokes this every
Yeah,
time he gets in front of anybody.
yeah.
everyone see this as an absolute truth claim, claiming there are no such thing as absolute truths. It's like saying I can't speak a word in English. Now, actually, in our culture, it's probably said more like this: there isn't the truth, only my truth. You know, you have your
No
truth, I have
content
my
creators
truth.
say
You live
that.
your truth, I'll live my truth. We'll all get along.
Yeah, I mean, kind of like you were saying, outside of like philosophical circles and like academia, this isn't like just a commonly held. Like Steve down the street is not saying this. I don't know who he's arguing against right now.
The
I just
amazing straw man child.
yeah, exactly. Like who is he trying to
Sorry.
convince? Like all right, we get it.
Very young adult.
Young adult. Is child, is that not allowed? Or we're not, we can't say that? Or
No, I'm just trying to be more charitable to like 18-year-olds.
Yeah. And I don't know who Frank Turek's target audience is. I really don't. I think it's people in his age group that want to feel like they know what the hell they're talking about. Hey, YouTube.
It's them. It's Campus Crusade for Christ people who have to live every day around people who don't believe like they do, and they have to find a way to justify what they believe to everyone else who seems to be doing fine without their beliefs.
Yeah.
It sounds so right, doesn't it? It sounds like we all ought to believe this. It sounds so Oprah, doesn't it? Everybody should believe this. There's just one logical problem with it.
Who
If
the
you
fuck
turn the claim
watches
on itself,
Oprah?
you should ask,
I'm telling you, I don't think he knows who his target audience is. I guess I didn't really see the demographic of his crowd here, but kind of looked mixed. That's why
Yeah.
when he said he did the Jack Nicholson thing, only like 10% of the room knew what to say.
Right.
Because most of those people haven't seen the movie.
is that just your truth or the truth? In other words, is this statement up here just your truth? Because if it's just your truth, it's just your opinion, okay, but why should I believe it? But if you're saying this statement up here is the truth, can everybody see the first part of the statement says there are no the truths? Can everybody see that this is a the truth statement claiming there are no such thing as the truth statements? It defeats itself. Now, I know it's unpopular in our culture today, but I'm going to say it anyway. There's no such thing as your truth. There's no such thing as my.
It's not. That's not an unpopular thing to say. Nobody said no. Who's he talking to?
My truth. There's just the truth. I mean, if you want to say you have your own truth, you might as well say I have my own math. I mean, imagine if Jeff asked me, "Hey Frank, can you hang around Fresno here another day tomorrow? If you do, I got some work. I'll pay you $10 an hour. Just tell me how many hours you work, and I'll pay you at the end of the day." Now, actually, Jeff would never do this. He doesn't pay that much. Anyway, well, let's suppose I did that, and I hung around for 15 hours, and I worked those 15 hours. And he said, "What do I owe you?" And I said, "Look, 15 hours times $10 an hour. You owe me $150,000." And he goes, "What? I don't owe you $150,000. I owe $150,000." And I go, "Oh no, you don't understand. I have my own math." What's he going to say? You're crazy.
I'm streaming it
There's
to
not
my
my
channel
math
too.
or your math. There's just math. Now, I know some parents in here, you might have your kids
Yeah, stream away, man.
other math home, and you go, "This isn't my math." That's not what I'm talking about, all right? But there's not my math or your math. There's just math. There's not my truth or your truth. There's just truth. Sometimes people will say it this way, though. It's true for you, but not for me. Oh, Christianity may be true for you, but Buddhism's true for me. What do you say to that? This is also self-defeating. It's just a little bit more subtle. If somebody says it's true for you, but not for me, you might want to say, is that true for everybody? Is true for you, but not for me, true for everybody? Because it's true for you, but not for me, it's true for everybody. Then true for you, but not for me can't be true because it's true for everybody.
Okay.
Can you imagine somebody taking this seriously, and they go to their atheist friend or whoever, and then they have this big huge speech prepared, and he goes, "Oh yeah, well you can't show that truth exists or that truth is relative," and you're just like, "All right," and then just move on with the conversation. Like what?
Right.
What is he getting at?
Okay. So he switched categories of truth right in the middle of that. So go back about like 30 seconds. Yeah, good.
Sometimes people will say it this way, though. It's true for you, but not for me. Oh, Christianity may be true for you, but Buddhism's true for me. What do you say to that?
Pause.
This is also.
So the category of truth he's now introduced is religious commitment, faith, the inner witness of the Holy Spirit, whatever category the person the person believes comports to reality for their religion, that is true for them. There's no getting around that. And that's the truth of their religious narrative. And that is true for them. It is completely ill-spirited. I wish like I said on Maya's channel, I wish there was a word for spiritual racist, because it just paints everyone who doesn't believe like you as an obstinate other because you believe you have it right. When the person across from you is looking at you thinking, well, they're thinking the same thing. Those religious claims are true for you because you've made them internally consistent with your religious narrative, and you've come up with apologetics to match that, your form, religio supremacy. Yes. Anyway, but I'm over here and I have the same thing. So let's put those in their own box for their own discussion, because that's a different battleground than what you're going to suck them over into your truth vacuum conversation. So that pisses me off. Sorry.
Also self-defeating.
I think he's
is just a little bit more subtle. If somebody says it's true for,
I think he goes into two different things here. He says it's true for you, but it is not true for me. And then I think he goes on to say that he agrees when he goes into the Christian and Buddhist thing that it is true for you and this is true for me. Unless I misheard him.
Yeah, keep
It's
going.
true for you, but not for me. And then
true for you, but not for me. You might want to say, is that true for everybody? Is true for you, but not for me, true for everybody? Because it's true for you, but not for me, it's true for everybody. Then true for you, but not for me can't be true because it's true for everybody. Did I say that right? I know that can give you intellectual constipation.
No,
if you
he's
think
not
about it long enough.
He's not granting
But
it
it's
at all.
false.
well, he hasn't gotten into the Christian and Buddhist,
okay.
or unless we missed, unless it happened before. But
okay.
Actually, there's a more fun way of dealing with this.
Yeah, maybe I misheard him.
Not for me. Try that the next time you're pulled over. Suppose you're going down Highway 5 out here. You're going 100 miles an hour.
I think it passed
California
already.
patrolman sees you, pulls you over, walks up to your car, knocks on the window. You put the glass down. He says, "You were going 100." It's easy to get out of a ticket. You simply say, "It's true for you, but not for me." And you just.
But that's an apples oranges.
No, if it's true, you were going 100.
Right?
Yeah,
because,
none of this.
Like I said, the religious narrative and that which the people of other beliefs believe comports to reality, that's their internally consistent narrative that they have to and will define as true. It's not the same as these other, observable, testable, evidentiary things that he's now switched over to talking to. Sorry.
Yeah. Kind of, I mean, YouTube punk. Let me see the radar. Yeah. There's an objective truth there. I don't know. I just don't know what he's getting at. I wish he'd move on from it. But we'll see.
That's true for all people at all times in all places when referring to you at that time. It's just true. By the way, it's also true that if God exists, that's true for all people at all times in all places, whether you believe it or not. Of course, if he doesn't exist, it's true that he doesn't exist, regardless of what you believe about it. How about this? You'll hear people say this: there's no truth in anything but science.
Hey, Stephanie, welcome. Oh, thanks, Nitty. I appreciate that.
Keep it rolling because this will be
Ask the
funny.
question,
Maybe.
What? If you turn the claim on itself, what are you going to ask? Yeah, is that a scientific truth? Can you go in the laboratory and prove that claim? No, that's a philosophical claim. You can't prove that in the laboratory. In fact, you can't do science without philosophy. I got some mechanical engineers in here. You're going to get PhD one.
Am I mistaken, or is this also something that nobody says? There's no truth in anything but science. Is it? Who's he arguing against?
Somebody says it, but you might as well, if you're in, if you're sitting next to a hay bale, you might as well build a straw man.
Do you want to build a straw man?
D stand for? Not phenomenally dumb. Stands for philosophy of mechanical engineering, physics, biology, history, whatever it is. It's a doctorate in that area. Every single discipline, including reading the Bible, by the way, requires philosophy. Philosophy undergirds everything we do. It's right thinking about reality. In fact, in the book, I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist, we have a chapter, or a section, I should say, within a chapter in there. Here's the title of this section. Science doesn't say anything. Scientists do. Why am I saying that? Because all data needs to be gathered and all data needs to be interpreted. And who does that? Scientists do that.
Let's agree, though.
Sure, fine.
Because the only way to express what we've discovered through the methods that we've determined are scientific is through humans. So sure, we're stuck with that until my cat's like, meow, squared, meow.
Sure, natural philosophy is a way to go. I mean, if you look at what Newton says, it's like, I'm reading, there are two forms. I don't think it was Newton. Somebody said that God's word is written both in the Bible and before our eyes. Look at the trees, in other words, if you look at the trees carefully, you can see, how did God make the trees? I mean, if that's one mode of inquiry that some religious scientists will pursue, but it doesn't have to be this gigantic battle until you get down to the earth is 6,000 years old, God did it, et cetera, and so forth. Once you start making deeper inquiries, you say, well, let's just hang on to the idea that God did it. And, but he didn't do it that way. He must have done it some other way. I mean, really? Yeah.
Pretzel time.
Pretzel time.
Oh.
But fuckface Frank over here, he doesn't want to do that. He just wants to
fuckface Frank.
He just wants to stick with it. He just wants to stick with the old howdy do, and oh, by the way, you can't get away with it. You tell the cop it's not true for you, true for me. I don't know. That's crazy, isn't it? Yeah. Well, the reason he's using that is because every single one of the motherfuckers that are sitting in this audience does drive their F-250s at 100 miles an hour down the interstate, and they've all been busted.
Scientists have good data and they interpret it properly, you'll get good advice, right? If they have good data but don't interpret it properly, you're going to get bad advice. If they got bad data, it doesn't matter how they interpret it, right? In fact, you ever wonder why you've gotten so much conflicting advice on COVID? People say, follow the science. You go, whose science?
Oh,
right?
No, you didn't.
Data in different ways.
No, you didn't.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, even if you grant him the argument, let's just, if you said, all right, yeah, fine. Who is more, where are you going to get better information about COVID from? Like, who's out there that knows more?
Virologists?
Like the pastors, the preachers. You know what I mean? Nobody, even if scientists got it wrong, who knows more outside of that field?
And that's not an appeal to authority. That's the expert. I'm sorry, it just is. What's funny is he'll be like, "Oh, what scientist?" And then he's like, "When we look at the New Testament, even the most critical of textual scholars date it to the 1st and 2nd centuries." I'm sorry, who? Oh, experts in dating pieces of paper and stratigraphy, writing.
Yeah. It's not an appeal.
Calligraphy.
Yeah, not an appeal to authority when you're appealing to the actual authority.
Right. And which he's more than fine with doing. It's like, Stephen Hawking said, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
he did?
Yeah.
Word. Scientists say things. By the way, the same thing is true in the debate over whether we were created or evolved. Everybody's looking at the same evidence. Why do they come to different conclusions? Because
Well,
because you won't change your fucking mind, and other people will. That's why.
yeah. Or the people are only looking at no, but let's not.
science doesn't say a word. Scientists say things, and sometimes their philosophical presuppositions might cause them to interpret the data a certain way, even though that's not the right way to interpret it. Oh, how about this? You're going to hear this a lot. You ought not judge. Jesus said, don't judge, you Christians. Why are you judging? You hypocrites. First of all, let's leave Jesus aside for just a second. Let's look at the problem logically with the claim. If somebody says you ought not judge, what question should you ask them? Yeah. Hey, isn't that a judgment? Or you might want to say, if we're not to judge, why are you judging me for judging?
I don't think saying you ought not judge is making a judgment. I mean, it's not important.
Everything this guy says is turtles all the way down. He just, it's all a word game. It's just garbage.
He just conflates. So what that person means you shouldn't judge is you shouldn't pronounce moral condemnation on other people if you don't understand them, if it's due to your personal religious convictions, whatever, right? Personal preference. Don't project your values onto my life when I don't share your values, right? And then make my life hell or try to legislate it into that your way of living. Stop it. But he's gonna go, oh, judgment is any statement that criticizes anything
Ever. Yeah. Yeah, I forgot.
Category error and conflation.
I imagine that the way Frank interprets that particular verse is that you do not judge because God is the ultimate judge, and the word of God is the ultimate injustice. But I'm right here as God's attorney. As God's attorney, I'm here to represent the word of God to all of you folks in the audience here. And by the way, if you want some refinements on this, I have this book over here. It's only $20.75. You can get it on Amazon right here. We'll be selling it out in the back of the room, and I'll even sign it for you.
Well, and that's a great point, Stephanie, because his own interpretation is likely to expose that conflation, because that whole thing that's God's moral judgment. It's a moral category of evaluation. It's not a decision of whether or not something is true. So
at which point you get to ask him, well, what was God thinking when, he basically said, okay, when Pharaoh goes, okay, I'll let all the Hebrews go. This is just too much for me. And Moses goes, yeah, all right, we're free. And Yahweh comes back. No, I've got one more trick up my sleeve. And he hardened Pharaoh's heart, and golly, the locusts didn't do it, the frogs didn't do it, the river of blood didn't do it, this didn't do it, that didn't do it. All you Hebrews, you go out and slay sheep, paint your doors like with the sheep's blood, and I'll send my angels out to kill all the firstborn in Egypt.
Gotta kill the babies.
I don't know as I've got any more tricks up my sleeve, but after that, I think I'll leave them alone. I mean, that's speaking of moral judgments. What kind of an asshole does that?
Yeah, especially when he would have known beforehand that the Pharaoh was not going to comply well before he did any of these things. But hey, I
mean, Pharaoh says several times, okay, I've had enough. This is it. And the Bible says, but God hardened Pharaoh's heart. Well, so God gets it every single way, because God can't be wrong, because after all, he's the moral judge of the universe, and therefore, Well, you know, Pharaoh's all good. The Hebrews all good. Who's not good with it? Yahweh. Yes. Well,
I wonder if there were always what is it? How many plagues were there? 7?
7 plagues, I do believe.
I wonder if the traditions were always 7. Because if you, let's say, like, you eliminate the ones that God hardens Pharaoh's heart to perform, would the narrative be internally consistent without them? And vice versa.
Well, yeah, I don't know. You know, according to Terry, there are 7 because there's 7 days in a week, right?
Right. And, you know,
So
it's again just a usage of a number, but I wonder if there was 3 and 4.
Sorry.
Here.
You say, wait a minute, Frank, didn't Jesus say don't judge? Nope, never said it. Sure he did. He said it in Matthew chapter 7, verse 1. It's in the middle of his Sermon on the Mount, his most famous sermon. All right. I know it's going to sound weird for just a minute, but stick with me. There are no verses in the Bible. There are no verses in the Bible. You think when Matthew was writing his biography that we call a gospel, he said, here's chapter 7, verse 1.
Man, he's going to take a really long time to say nothing. Yeah. It's, I mean, okay, there's no verses in the Bible. Like, fine, man. What is, what? I'm curious, what, so far, this far into Frank's speech here, what would somebody take away? I mean, yeah, I guess he hasn't been going that long, right? Oh, man, I guess he's probably halfway through, huh? Yeah, he is. It's only, 52 minutes. He's already done. So, yeah, all right, let's keep going.
1, no. When were the chapter and verse divisions added? About 500 years ago to help us navigate the text, which is really important. Why? It'd be hard to find your way around this big series of books that we put under one binding if you didn't have numbers. I mean, imagine.
Yeah, Frank, he says that the gospel authors are Matthew, Mark, Luke, John. Yes, he does say that. And he has terrible reasonings for it. He's done a few videos on it, and they're really dumb.
Imagine if you didn't have numbers in your Bible and your pastor didn't, and you went to church one Sunday morning and the pastor had this big Bible and he just opened it up and he said, let's go about 2/3 of the way in. Let's see if we can find the same spot. Now, you couldn't do that, right? You need numbers to find your way around. The problem is we tend to think if it's got a number in front of it, we can take it out and make it say whatever we want. You can't do that. You got to read around it. By the way, this is why you Christians in here, for those people who are Christians, this is why you should never say Jeremiah 29.
I just want to point out real quick that everything he's saying is still on point 1. Does truth exist? I don't know what this has to do with that at all, but he's still making this argument. He has not moved on to point 2 yet.
I'm not sure the truth exists for him because he's this is a completely meaningless. Suppose you didn't have the numbers, the words would still be there, and yes, of course you need to look at it in context. I wonder how he's going to get around the context. I don't have the Greek in front of me, but in the Revised Standard Version, it says, "Judge not,
Antichrist,
that you be not judged. For with the judgment you pronounced, you will be judged. And the measure you give will be the measure you get. Why do you see the speck that is in your brother's eye, but do not notice the log that is in your own eye? Or how can you say to your brother, let me take the speck out of your eye when there is a log in your own eye, you hypocrite? First take the log out of your own eye, and then you will see clearly to take the speck out of your brother's eye." So what's he going to do with that? He's going to do something with
it. I mean, you would think. Frank Turek goes off sometimes, though.
I know some of you are going to hate me now, but I don't care. I'm leaving tomorrow. All right. You know, Jeremiah 29:11. Oh, the plans I have for you, plans to prosper you, plans to give you hope in the future. This is on coffee mugs. It's on posters. It's on pillows. It's on birthday cards. It's everywhere. And it's not a promise to Christians. Who's it a promise to? It's a promise to the exiles who were forcefully taken out of Judah in 586 BC. They were taken to Babylon by Nebuchadnezzar, and God, through the prophet Jeremiah, promised them that 70 years later, after that, he was going to bring them back to the land and prosper them.
Therefore, truth exists.
It's not a promise to us. When people say, I'm claiming Jeremiah 29:11 for myself, I say, why don't you claim Jeremiah 44:11 for yourself? What's Jeremiah 44:11? Jeremiah 44:11 is what God promised to do to the people that went to Egypt during the exile. And he warned them, don't go to Egypt. You know what Jeremiah 44:11 says? It says, I will destroy you and all Judah. You don't see that stitched into a pillow. You don't see that on a coffee mug. You don't see that in a birthday card.
To be fair, there's a lot of things in the Bible that you don't see.
How about
on a coffee mug?
Isaiah 47:3. Your nakedness will be exposed and your shame uncovered. I will take vengeance. I will spare no one. And that verse is I think it's comparing Israel to like a wife or they're Yahweh's woman or whatever. He's like, I'm going to show your vagina to everybody and make sure you die. Congratulations.
Happy birthday. You know what? I would love to receive a birthday card that said that.
I didn't realize God had an OnlyFans, but there you go.
Yeah. I wonder how good a business that took Bible quotes that are atrocious and sent them as birthday cards, anniversary cards. I wonder if that would sell. You could literally make a business selling gag gifts from actual quotes from the Bible. It could do good. I don't know.
Day card, happy birthday. I will destroy you and all Judah. Oh, that is so sweet, Grandma. Thank you so much. No, we're taking stuff out of context. And the same thing is true when we read Matthew 7:1 out of context. Jesus doesn't say judge not, and he stops right there. What does he say? Judge not, lest you be judged by the same standard you judge others, you be judged by that standard. So before you try and take the speck out of your brother's eye, you hypocrite. Notice that's a judge.
Hey,
moral stuff.
Stephanie, that was prophecy.
Non sequitur.
Yeah, that was some prophecy. You had there, Stephanie. He literally said speck out of your brother's eye.
But what is he? Well, I read all of that bit up to verse 6. But what does he do with that? I mean, it seems to me that there's a lot of ways to interpret that. Which is to say, as Nitty said earlier, judge, don't be judging people before you understand where they are.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's the meaning that was taught in my faith. Don't judge other people before you understand where they are. Go ahead.
I think that's the majority interpretation. And so he's just being sophist, by saying, is that a judgment?
What is his interpretation? I hope he tells us what.
I think he is right here, but
I don't know. Either he's going to go with, because let's remember that he's still on the first point. Does truth exist? How he's wrapping that back around, I cannot see that. But he's probably going to go with the just from his previous language. He's probably going to go with by what standard are you judging somebody if you don't believe in a God who has the moral standard, who is the ultimate truth? Maybe something like that. I don't think he's going to go on with this bit too much longer.
He's going to go there. You're right.
Yeah.
Judgment. Take the log out of your own eye first, then you'll be better able to help your brother. And then he starts talking about don't cast your pearls before swine, which require more judgments. Look, is Jesus telling us not to judge? No, he's telling us to take the speck out of our brother's eye. He's simply saying, get that problem out of your life first so you can better help your brother. So this is not a command not to judge. It's actually a command on how to judge. In other words, don't judge hypocritically. If you've got that problem, fix it, then go help your brother. It would be completely ridiculous to say don't make judgments. Why? Number one, it's a judgment itself. Number two, you'd be dead already if you didn't make judgments. You made 100 judgments this afternoon just getting over here. Good choices from bad choices. Safe choices from dangerous choices. Now you're going, this was a bad judgment. This guy's crazy. What's going on here?
yeah, he doesn't conflate anything, did he? I don't know. I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean.
No, that's not.
There's no conflation going on here.
That's not it.
Wow.
Everybody makes judgments. Atheists make judgments. What judgments do they make? There's no God. Jesus didn't rise from the dead. There's no objective meaning to life. When you die, you're just going to become worm food. It's over. Have a nice day. These are all judgments. Jesus said, stop judging by mere appearances and make a right judgment. That's John 7:24. I will say this, though. Jesus did save a very stern rebuke for people who were judgmental. And who were the judgmental ones in his day? Pharisees. And who were the Pharisees? They were the religious and political leaders of Israel. They were on the Sanhedrin. The Jewish ruling.
Yeah, that's Tsunami, that's exactly what I meant. He doesn't conflate terms. He does not do that.
Council that made most of the laws for Israel.
Hey, Logan.
Rome delegated to them that responsibility. They're the politicians. And Jesus went after these people. Are you telling me Jesus got involved in politics? Yes. And he wasn't so nice doing it. In fact, if you think Jesus was a sweet guy who's never said a bad word about anyone, you have not read John chapter 2, John chapter 8, or Matthew chapter 23. What happens in John chapter 2? Jesus makes a whip and he goes and he jacks people up in the temple. Sweet and gentle. Jesus did this? Yes. And then he's having an argument with these Pharisees in John chapter 8. He's right in the middle of the argument when he says, your father is the devil. Jesus, you can't say that. That's not very Christ-like. Excuse me, I am Christ. Can you imagine you're having an argument with somebody and you stop right in the middle and you go, your father is...
So while I'm streaming, I get super self-conscious about responses, reactions, things like that. I can't, like, Frank is a master of ignoring his audience reaction because he's got nothing from some of his one-liners. I admire it, to be honest. He can just move on when one of his bits absolutely bomb.
Is the devil. Never try that with a sibling, by the way. And then in Matthew 23, he really goes after these politicians. He says, what are you scribes and Pharisees, you hypocrites? You strain out a gnat and swallow a camel. Oh, you look great on the outside. You're whitewashed tombs, but I'm... Yeah,
he's such a street performer. Yeah, he's going on and he's telling stories from the Bible, just making basic accounts of the Bible. But what does this... I'm actually confused. Where is he going with this? He's the king of filler. That's for damn sure.
But on the inside, you're full of dead men's bones. You go a mile to make a convert, and then once you make them a convert, you make them twice as much a son of hell as you are. How will you avoid being condemned to hell? What? Sweet and gentle Jesus said this? Yes, Jesus was not Barney. Can't we all get along, boys and girls? No! I came to bring a sword. It's going to divide mother and daughter, father and son. How often do you hear those passages preached? Yet most of you in here know those verses are true. Why? Because some of you are divided in your own homes over Jesus. Jesus didn't come to unify us. He came to unify the church, but not the world. He's going to separate people. Are you going to follow me? Or are you going to follow them? Jesus was tough. In fact,
therefore,
why do you think they killed
truth
Jesus?
exists.
You think he was killed for saying, love your neighbor?
No.
Does that get anyone killed? So
We're
I say, love your neighbor. What? You must die. No, that doesn't get you killed. What did he get killed for? Number one, claiming to be God. Number two, he spoke truth to power, particularly the temple authorities. When he claims to be God, that's blasphemy to the Jews and sedition to the Romans. And when you speak truth to people like Caiaphas, who was the high priest, he knows if Jesus succeeds as Messiah, he's out of a job. In fact, I think he knew Jesus was the Messiah. Right after he raises Lazarus from the dead, Caiaphas says, it's better that one innocent man die than the whole nation perish. He had Jesus killed so he could maintain his power. By the way, I've noticed one other thing about judging. You ever notice that when you compliment somebody, which is a judgment, nobody gets upset? You know, if you say to your best friend, I really love you, you're such a wonderful person, I wish I could be like you. You think your friend's going to say, well, who are you to judge? They're not going to say that. See, I've noticed that people don't have a problem with judging. They just have a problem with judgments they don't like. In fact, if you tell somebody something that's true and they get mad at you, you just help convict them. As Augustine said, we love the truth when it enlightens us. We hate the truth when it convicts us. For you military people in here, and by the way, I was in the Navy for 8 years, which stands for never again volunteer yourself. You always get more flack when you're over the target. If you tell somebody something that's true and they're shooting back at you, you're over the target. They don't want their evil deeds exposed. Men love darkness rather than light. So we have to tell the truth, and we have to make judgments.
I was kind of excited to do some like refutation here to some of the points he's bringing up, but he's just not bringing up any points. When are we going to wrap this back up? He said nothing that is worth anything. My opinion.
But we have to do it
He's
without
going
being
to
judgmental.
insist
Because
that the truth is God. God is truth, and that's that's the whole point of this. How long has he been going on? 20 minutes or so?
Oh, longer
Yeah,
than that.
he had 15 minutes of non sequitur. It was great. And
Yeah. So he started longer than 20 minutes on just this one point that he talked about for the first. I mean, it was stupid for sure, but he at least was on the topic of, does truth exist? And then he's just gone on and on and on and on, and now we're at judgment. I don't know.
We're still at judgment, and
We're still at judgment. I should
the conflation of that and assessing truth claims. Hooray!
Yeah. Well, I don't know how this gets us to that I can't remember what is the there's a title to this, and I can't think of it off the top of my head. Is I can't find it, but he's essentially saying that using the 4 points that he brought up earlier to show that Christianity is true. And he's talked about 1 point for like 4 minutes and then just went on about whatever all of this. He still has 3 more points to get into.
In this room or outside this room is going to make it to God on your own steam. We're all fallen. We all need a savior.
Mm-hmm.
This would be a great sermon. Like if he was a pastor in a church, this would all make perfect sense to his audience. It has nothing to do with the 4 points that he brought up in the beginning.
Now, we could spend a lot more time on this if we had it, but we don't. I just want to sum up this whole section this way. Can everybody see that this statement right here?
He really did do it. Therefore, there is truth.
Shoots itself.
Goodness gracious.
Everyone see that? This means that relativism and postmodernism are false. Here's the problem. Most of our universities and many of our high schools have bought into relativism and postmodernism. The truth that there is no truth. Why would you spend thousands of dollars a year to have some professor tell you the truth that there's no truth?
So you're going to a college campus to tell them to not go to college.
Yeah.
Fucking moron.
Yeah, where is he at? Fresno State? Yeah.
It's logically self-defeating. Now, by the way, later on, I may ask you a question if you get up to the microphone during the Q&A. This actually is a picture from an event we did at the University of Wisconsin at Madison, and they love the Bible there about as much as the University of California at Berkeley does. And when atheists or non-believers get up to the microphone, and I hope some of you are here tonight, thank you for coming, but it's not fair of me to ask you a question unless I tell you what the question is in advance. So I'm going to tell you what the question might be right now, if you come up to the microphone later. The question is this: if Christianity were true, would you become a Christian? I've had atheists at university campuses stand in front of hundreds of people and say, no.
No.
How is it reasonable that you wouldn't believe something if it were true? Well, it doesn't have any.
No. It can be true. That doesn't mean that you're going to become a Christian. You would just then accept the fact that the Christian God exists.
Regrettably.
Yeah. God, he's the worst.
Have anything to do with reason in those cases. It's not a head problem, it's a heart problem.
Yeah, Eric, he's shadowboxing all night long so far.
True. They don't want there to be a God. They want to be God of their own lives. And many of us Christians want that to be the case too, don't we?
No, I don't.
We want to do our own thing. So I get it. But most people are not on a truth quest, they're on a happiness quest. But if you want
I'm not.
You got to go straight through truth, and Jesus is the truth. So I'm just letting you know I may ask you that question now. All right? Or later. That's the question I may ask you. You okay?
Yeah.
All right. Let's move on to the next question. We know that truth exists. It's self-defeating to say it doesn't exist.
I mean, truth exists. There we go. I think he made a lot of good points. He brought up good arguments, and he did demonstrate with the whole judgment thing that truth does exist. I see what he was getting at.
And by the way, I didn't define truth. Truth is what corresponds to reality. All right. There are people out there denying reality now. Truth is what corresponds to reality. So know the truth exists. And the next question, is it true that God exists? And I mentioned 3 arguments we're going to look at for.
He's going to tell you. He's going to tell you what reality is, and what it's, and his vision of reality does not comport with actual factual reality. That's the problem he's got. I mean, he believes that the reality is spelled out in this thing, and this is the infallible word of God. And this is reality. This is his reality. The quantum mechanics that allows him to spread this garbage across the fucking world has nothing to do with reality as far as Frank Turek is concerned. He will use the tools, but he won't recognize the fundamental craziness of modern physics and the craziness of the universe, the silliness of the universe. He won't acknowledge that as having anything to do with reality, even though if those principles weren't followed, those discovered principles of physics weren't followed, he'd be stuck talking to the Sanhedrin and reading scrolls. I mean, this is the fundamental problem. It's like he's going to tell you what the truth is, and he's not going to acknowledge. He's not going to acknowledge what the truth actually is. In other words, his whole thing is, wouldn't it be pretty to think so?
Which is exactly the point that he's bringing up that you ought not do. I wanted to recap his point 1 here. Eric from Skeptics and Scoundrels brought up the underpants gnome thing in I can't remember whose stream it was on, but I haven't heard that reference in so long. And he literally just did the South Park underpants gnome. He does truth exist? Judge Jesus didn't say thou shalt not judge or whatever. Therefore, truth exists. I think that's a pretty fair recap of point 1.
It's what corresponds to reality. So
it might be, but he misinterprets it. He gets it to the point where the truth is what, the truth is the truth doesn't involve understanding to him. Doesn't understand. The meaning of that verse is lost entirely on him.
Yeah, I mean, but even if he got it 100% correct,
he doesn't see that the focus of that verse is compassion and empathy. He doesn't see that in those words.
Yeah, even if he had it, even if he nailed the verse on the head and he said it 100% correctly, it still has nothing to do with whether or not truth exists. It was just such a side tangent, and it took up the vast majority of his argument. I don't know.
To know the truth exists, the next question, is it true that God exists? And I mentioned 3 arguments we're going to look at for the existence of God. The first argument is the argument from the beginning of the universe, known as the cosmological argument. Now, cosmological comes from the Greek word cosmos, which means world or universe. And it says if the universe had a beginning, then it must have had a beginner. The second argument is the argument from design, known as the teleological argument. Telos is a Greek word meaning design or purpose. And it says if there's design in the universe and design in you, life, then there must be a designer. The third argument doesn't have any science behind it like these first 2 do. The third argument is more philosophical in nature, but it's the argument we've all intuitively understood since we were very small children. It's the argument from morality known as the moral argument. And it says,
oh boy,
intuition.
That one's my favorite.
One thing more wrong out there, just one. Like it's wrong to torture babies for fun, or it's wrong to murder 6 million people in a Holocaust. Then there has to be a God. Why? Because if there is no standard beyond us that we're obligated to obey, then everything's just a matter of opinion. That's your opinion against a baby.
I hate this argument so much.
Hitler's opinion. Well, we know those things aren't just a matter of opinion, so there must be an external standard of righteousness that we're obligated to obey. That standard is what we mean by God.
If there was an external standard of righteousness, it is not the God of the Bible. It just isn't. It's such a bad argument.
God's nature. We'll get to that later, but we got to start right here at the cosmological argument.
Oh, I like
gotta
that.
admit, it
That
was
was
worth
kind of
His little
cute.
pointer.
Coming here tonight just to see God do that. I know some of you have said I've never seen God.
Yeah, why did he let it happen then? And I've said it before, and I'll say it again because it really stuck with me. God is the external standard of righteousness, but all of the Jews that died in the Holocaust are currently burning in hell according to Christianity. And I think that proves the point very well that this God cannot be the external standard of righteousness.
God move? Oh, really? Check this out. Now, this is the argument that many say points back to the big. Now, I know there's some people in here going, Frank, we're Christians and we don't believe in the Big Bang. You guys don't believe in the Big Bang? I believe in the Big Bang. I just know who banged it. In fact,
that's so weird. He says this
too, I guess.
Yeah, well, he says this is a running thing of his. He's said this many times, but I just caught on that he says it in the exact same way every single time.
Yeah.
Didn't B.S. Lewis do it? Oh, was it Gurr? Yeah. But he said it in that exact same way. I just know who banged it. That's weird. Yeah, Gurr. It was a Gurr mania. That was a fun clip.
The evidence for the Big Bang is so good that even atheistic scientists are admitting it. Stephen Hawking, who was probably the most famous physicist in the world until he died about 6 years ago. Some of you may know Hawking was a medical miracle. He got ALS.
It's like, Frank, you're going to appeal to all these experts. And what did you say about the COVID? Okay. Also, I would like for anyone who watches this, who bases themselves in Frank Turkey, to read any scholarly article about the conjectures of the beginning of the universe, and then tell me the mechanics of the first moments of the universe, and then start using this argument. Could you please then do that? And even then, they're highly contentious. And also, all this beginning nonsense only points to the fact that we can't measure, we can't verify anything possible before that time-space expansion. We just can't. And we never will. And if you just go, God, then I'm going to go, how? You're going to say, he spoke it. How do words transform into objects? Give me a process. When you don't know, then that's a gap that you're filling with magic.
Well, he knows who banged it, and he knows who banged Mary. So that's good. So he's all good. He's all good.
God stuck it in the hole of space-time.
Yes.
I loved your God-shaped hole stream, Diddy.
Oh, thanks.
Like 40 or so years before he died. Normally ALS will kill you in a couple of years. He survived for many decades with it. Anyway, here's what Hawking said. Despite being an atheist, he said almost everyone now believes that the universe and time itself had a beginning at the Big Bang. Now,
yeah, and real quick, Eric, yeah, and it's fine. You have stand-up comedians who go on tour and do they'll have the exact same routine. They land the jokes the exact same way, but they land those jokes because they land, because they hit, because they got a response from the audience, which tells me that Frank Turek really thought that saying, I just know who banged it, this is what landed for him, and it's just weird. It's weird to me.
He tried to come up with another explanation other than God. He failed, but he's admitting the data that space-time and matter had a beginning out of nothing. Now, scientists have discovered this in about the past century, but philosophers have known it much longer. We're not going to look at the scientific evidence for this. Why? Number one, I don't have time. Number two, it's all in the book, chapter 3. We have some
We just don't have time to get into it here.
books back there. And number four, it's not controversial. Even atheists are admitting it. What is controversial is what caused the universe to have a beginning. We'll get into that in a minute. But here's a philosophical argument that the universe had a beginning that I think is unimpeachable. If the science changes, this isn't going to change. Let's take a look at a timeline for a second. Here's today right here. There's yesterday. There's the day before yesterday. There's last week. Let's say we don't know when the universe began, if it did at all. Here's my question. Can this timeline be infinite into the past? Yes. Why? How?
Maybe.
Final answer? Why can't it be? You would never arrive at the present if there were an infinite number of days before today. If there were an infinite number of days before today, you would never get to today. Why? Because you always have to live another day before you get today, because there's an infinite number of days before today.
No.
I always can give you intellectual constipation. But just think about it. If the past were infinite, today never would have arrived, which means time had a beginning. And if time had a beginning, would ever created...
Like I said before, there's just a limit to our knowledge and the phenomenon of space-time. And humans are terrible at comprehending infinites. And most of the time, infinites just don't make sense.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of things wrong with the argument. There's no doubt about that. And especially when they make the claim that their God is infinite and has always existed. And I know that there's counter arguments of he existed in like outside of space-time, whatever, but it's all of this is just, it's so irrelevant. It's so irrelevant to
how
is
can you
Christianity
always
true?
exist when always
In-
is a descriptor of time,
Of
but there is
time,
no
yeah.
time.
Yeah. There's so many
And he
arguments
likes
against
the
this.
law of non-contradiction, and poof, there is one.
Yeah. It reminds me of the I can't remember the name of the what do you call it? I'm having a brain fart, but you know, the arrow shoots, you know, the archer shoots the arrow, and theoretically the arrow can never reach its target. But yet we know that the arrow has in fact reached its target. It's similar to that in my opinion. What the hell is that called? I'll think of it. But so even if the universe was infinite or whatever became, or you know what I mean, if it was infinite, here we are, just as the arrow did meet the tree, we are here in today.
Are you talking about Zeno's paradox?
Paradox, thank you. That's the word I was looking for. I don't recall the name of the paradox, but
I think that is Zeno's paradox, and it's
that could be
really.
Yeah. Theoretically, or not maybe theoretically, but the arrow should never reach the target, because you can always half the distance,
Right.
infinitely,
Right.
but yet the arrow does indeed reach the target. Again, all of this is stupid because it has nothing to do with whether or not Christianity is true. You could grant the argument, his premise, or not premise two, but his point number two, does God exist? You could grant this, and it still has nothing to do with Christianity. But the people in his audience are probably just eating this up like, oh my God, he's spitting facts. It's crazy.
Be timeless. And if you're timeless, do you have a beginning? No. So this answer.
That's true, B.S. Lewis. Maybe this is Groundhog's Day, and we just don't know it.
Just the question: who made God? Nobody made God. He's outside of time. He's the uncaused first cause. Things inside of time have beginning, but not the creator of time. Now, let's just jump to the bottom line. If the universe had a beginning, the evidence leaves us with one of the following two options. Either no one created something out of nothing, which is the atheistic view, or someone created something out of nothing, which is the theistic view. Now, which view is more reasonable? What do you think? Number two.
You're on mute, Steph.
But there are atheists.
There you go.
I'm on mute.
You're good. You're good now.
Yeah. you have to overcome the if. I'm not satisfied that the if has been, if the universe had a beginning, if this universe had a beginning, that may be, but again, yes, it's possible to have an infinite regress. That's not an impossibility at all. There
Yeah,
could always
and
be
beginner.
before. Just because things end doesn't mean there's no before.
Right.
And in a universe that had very little entropy to begin with, if the beginning of this universe was very, very ordered and is becoming more disordered as time goes along, that explains the arrow of time. That explains why the laws of physics don't operate. Theoretically, they operate exactly the same way, this way and that way. But you can't put the egg back together when it breaks on the floor. The wine glass doesn't come back and repair itself. And why is that? Because disorder's increasing.
This entire screen makes makes no sense. First off, you have beginner, which implies agency, and I'm curious if it was intentional to put the capital B here. But both 1 and 2 both imply agency, even though this one starts with no one, which would be no agency. It's still created, and then someone created these. None of this makes any sense. This is such a bad dichotomy here. No one created makes no sense.
Well, the atheists could just not care about the origins of the universe. It's an answer to a God question, and it's not no one. It's processes as a probable or possible explanation, not no one.
Right. Yeah, that's what I mean. No one implies that there was a creator, which is why they put the word created in here in the first place. And yeah, like you said, this is not the atheistic view. An atheist could have nothing to say. They could say literally anything except that God did it.
And part of that process could involve some sort of supernatural being. That's possible. That's a possibility. I'm not going to give that up as a possibility, but there hasn't been any demonstration that such a being is necessary,
right,
for any of the processes that we have observed, going back to within microseconds of the process that we don't understand. Inflation's one theory, a whole bunch of theories around that that are still in flux, but nowhere in that flux is this Sky Daddy.
Well, also, like, just stating someone shows the religious supremacy right there, right? Why isn't it someone's? Why isn't it some force that's just unpersonable? Like, we can posit any kind of theism, and if it's someone, why is it 3 persons in one essence? That's not technically a someone.
Someone's is. You could spend so much time picking this apart. This little diagram here that he put up is so bad. First off, like Stephanie pointed out, the word if, then it must have had a beginner, which implies that there is a someone. Or would you even call God a? Yeah, I mean, you could go down a whole rabbit hole. There's so much here that's bad. The evidence does not leave us with these 2 options. That is not, the evidence definitely does not leave us with number 2 for sure, that someone created something out of nothing. It definitely doesn't leave us to it, but it doesn't even leave us with his atheistic view here. The evidence does not say that no one created. That is not what the evidence says. You can get rid of the rest of that sentence. Does something out of nothing. Just the first 3 words there. No one created. Like, how would no one create? It's weird.
Atheists
I
out
forgot
there
about
saying,
panpsychism too. Like just the universe, everything we observe, experience, whatever, it's conscious in and of itself. So there you
Nope.
go.
There's only these two options. These two options that which neither of them makes sense. But it is kind of interesting to see Frank Turek, or any apologist really, say that indeed something can be created out of nothing. This is the theistic view. That is interesting. Usually they make fun of that. They say how silly that is. How can you create something out of nothing? Well, there it is. The theistic view.
Right. William Lane Craig's like, from nothing comes.
Yeah.
It's a shame.
I have trouble coming when there's nothing too, so
It's a problem we all have.
Nothing leaves nothing. You got to have something if you want. Well, whatever.
one created something out of nothing. Do you realize that everyone believes in at least one miracle? Yeah, Christians and other theists believe in this miracle and several others, but you know what the miracle many atheists believe in? That no one created something out of nothing. Which view takes more faith? Yeah, number one.
What?
Because we don't see nothing creating anything. Nothing is nothing. It can't do anything. Nothing.
We also don't see some. Oh my goodness, this is so bad.
Comes from nothing.
Wow.
Didn't Julie Andrews sing that in Sound of Music or something? So that's an authoritative source right there. All right. No, if there's nothing. In fact, here's what Leibniz, the great philosopher,
I didn't think he could make this worse, but here we are.
from a couple of centuries ago posed. He said, if there is no God, why is there something rather than nothing at all? In other words, if there is no God, why does anything exist? Why do you exist? Why do I exist? Why does the universe exist? There has to be an uncaused first cause. It's either the universe
I
or
don't
something.
know, I don't care, and not your explanation.
Yeah, and well, keep in mind that he is not talking about the Christian God right now. He's just talking about a God.
Yeah,
I think he laid out his terms. Well, I mean, he was transparent with it. He just said whatever created, that's what we are calling God in this. So you can't use any Christian arguments here. So I would like to know what his answer, based on the fact that this is just a creator, not the God of the Bible. How would he answer if there is no God? Why is there something rather than nothing? If there, I'm sorry, if there is a God, why is there something rather than nothing? I would like to know, without using any Christian arguments, just this creator God, what would his answer be? If there is no God, if there is a God, none of those answers would. I'm curious what it would be. I guess I would love to go. If he ever comes to this area, I'm going to see Frank Turek.
There's something outside the universe. All the evidence indicates the universe had a beginning. If the universe had a beginning, it must have had a beginner. Now, how do we know it's God? Well, think about this, ladies and gentlemen. If space, time, and matter had a beginning out of nothing,
Oh my
what
goodness.
could have created that? Only something outside of space, time, and matter. In other words, the cause must
What created something that's outside of the space, time, and matter?
Be spaceless, timeless, immaterial,
Well, they would just say
powerful to create the
that you are doing a category error, that God can't be created by very definition. So just define the God into existence. I mean,
yeah, well, what created the spaceless, timeless existence that he exists in?
Oh, okay. Right.
Did he create that? Yeah. I mean, none of this, it's all stupid. It's all so stupid. And I wish they would show the audience just a little bit more. I get it, it's Frank Turek's stream here, but
there's some young,
I'm very
there's
curious.
A good portion of young individuals there. Maybe some of them are 13 going on 30.
And it is at a college campus.
Create the universe out of nothing. Personal in order to choose to create. Why? Why personal? Because to go from a state of nothingness to a state of creation, someone had to make a choice, and only persons can make choices. Impersonal forces don't make choices. Also, the being would have to be intelligent to have a mind to make a choice. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when you think about a spaceless, timeless, immaterial, powerful, personal, intelligent cause, who do you think of? God. You say, how do you know it's the Christian God, Frank? We don't yet. But if we go through the rest of the evidence and we realize that Jesus really did rise from the dead, then we can say that the same being that walked out of the tomb 1,990 years ago is the same being in whose divine nature created the universe out of nothing. We haven't gotten there yet. No scientific argument gets you all the way to Jesus.
Yeah.
But this scientific argument gets you 6 attributes of what could be the God of the Bible. This could be Allah, could be some other creator,
There you
but
go.
it looks
Good.
like it could be the God of the Bible. Let's go to the next argument. That's the teleological argument.
Do people realize that Allah is not a personal name? Al is the article, the. La is God. The God is the God of Abraham in Islam, and the Arabs are descended from Ishmael. It's the same dude.
Yeah.
It means Allah. It's like Eloi in the cognate in Aramaic is Eloi, 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 lama sabachthani. My God, why hast thou forsaken me? Was that Jesus praying to Allah or Eloi? It's the only Aramaic in the whole fucking Bible. I mean, I hate it when Christians sit there and say, oh, my God. Well, who was that stupid general into the Sudan who said, my God's a bigger God than your God because I worship God? Well, you're too stupid to understand that when somebody says, Alhamdulillah, it doesn't mean, it means all praise to the God, all praise to God. The Western-centric view, the Christian-centric view of the reason we call it the Abrahamic religions. It's all the same guy. Oh, Jesus Christ! All right.
Yeah.
That's my Near Eastern Judaic Studies training coming.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it makes sense, and I think you're right. I don't think, and I didn't know it until, I mean, I shouldn't say recently, probably maybe 10 years ago or so, if not a little bit longer, that the God of Islam and the God of Christianity it's the same God. I don't think a lot of Christians realize this.
Design, and there are two aspects.
Oh, the other thing that happens with talks like these is when you're a young adult sitting here and taking all this in one evening, I call it the apologetics fire hose. So you're hit with so much stuff, believer, non-believer, whatever, that it doesn't give you time to process each claim and each argument in depth and look at the criticisms of each, understand why someone sitting next to you doesn't believe this or this specific one. And once you end this presentation, you're like, holy shit, so much evidence. Yay. And you did nothing critical to refute that evidence, to critique those arguments. And you're young. You're not exposed to more sophisticated philosophy, more evidence about these scientific claims, more scrutiny to the biblical text for the moral stuff. We'll get there. I mean, yeah. And then they just, like you said, they just eat it up. And I think it's so frustrating because I remember getting these fire hoses and being like, oh, yes, it's so true. Oh,
hey, hold on. Can we? You remember how? What was that feeling like?
Yes. Oh, there's so much evidence. Oh, so true.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
It's like apologetics herbal essence is just, and that reference is.
Aspects to this. The universe appears designed and you.
Did you ever see side tangent here? I'm just curious if you ever saw the Mad TV skit about herbal essence. If you haven't seen it, you should watch it. It is
Yeah, I gotta
it is
rewatch it.
hilarious. Oh, it's so good. She has like a relationship with her bottle of shampoo, and the bottle starts. It's funny.
Life appears to be designed. Let's look at the universe first. In recent decades, the scientists have discovered that the universe is fine-tuned. That if you were to change any one of a number of factors virtually imperceptibly about our universe, either the universe wouldn't exist at all, or if it did, it couldn't support life. And even atheists admit this. Again, this is Stephen Hawking, who said this: if the expansion rate of the universe was different by 1 part in 1,000 million, a second after.
So I think we can all agree that this has been countered so many times, and it's irrelevant to Christianity.
Go watch Paula G or Vice Rhino.
I have not watched either of them, but I've heard the arguments made. I've heard the arguments made.
Vice Rhino points out that certain of these like values that they appeal to for the fine tuning or whatever can actually be in ranges. And also this does nothing to the possibility that these values could be contingent on one another. And you could alter one and alter another and still get the same result or some kind of productive result. But we don't know because we're stuck with what we have.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many. Even if you don't prove it, I mean, just think about it for a little bit. If you just put a little bit of thought into it, you can see that okay, well, it could have. There's so many other options aside from it either was this way or nothing exists. There's many other options, but the arguments have been made. It's frustrating because you know that Frank Turek has heard the arguments. I think Hitchens slapped him pretty hard in that debate. He knows the arguments. He doesn't care. He's going to keep going on his spiel. So yeah.
After the Big Bang, the universe would have collapsed back on itself or never developed galaxies. If you were to change the expansion rate, that infinitesimal amount, none of us would be here. Now, what could have caused the expansion rate to be precisely what it needed to be from the very beginning? There's no evolutionary argument you can make why. Because the expansion rate did not evolve to a particular point. It started at the right speed.
Hey, Mark. Hey, Ember. Mark Raid from Mark's stream.
From the very beginning, everybody. Seems to me the same being that created space-time and matter is the same being that made the expansion rate precise.
Oh, I apologize. Hey, Ember. Hope you haven't been waiting long. I hate when there's more than 3 people. I can't see a 4th person trying to join in, and unless I scroll down, which I never do.
Hello.
Hey, welcome.
I'm stream hopping today. It's fun. I saw Stephen Hawking on. Of course, we know exactly what's coming. Turek's gonna say, "Oh, the Hubble constant has to be a certain precisely tuned value." Never mind the fact that Stephen Hawking spends the next 5 pages after that quote describing how mathematically the constant could not be any other value than what it is.
Yeah,
but whatever.
Now that I just heard you say it in your voice, you're who I was thinking of when I was saying that it's been refuted. It's been countered. It was your stream from just a bit ago that popped in my memory there.
It comes up kind of surprisingly often. Of course, Frank keeps saying it, but Hawking himself refuted it in the same book he's quoting from. But we all know Frank doesn't read anyone else's books.
Yeah. If you just read a little bit more.
Oh my god.
Never mind that there's a fundamental problem in cosmology. Something's wrong. So we can't reconcile the expansion, the Hubble constant. We can't reconcile the rate of expansion of the universe as observed between standard candles and the data that we glean from examining the cosmic microwave background. The numbers that both of those methods come up with are quite diverse, and it's a problem. It's a problem in physics, and it's a problem in cosmology that people are still trying to work out. But nowhere in that problem lies God. Really.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
maybe God is schizophrenic and did it one way this way and one way the other way. We just don't have it. We don't, we haven't worked it out. Either the model is wrong, or we don't quite understand the model of the processes involved with the Big Bang. Because it would appear that whether looking at Cepheid variables or type A supernovae, those numbers are internally consistent. What we observe with standard candles, like those two things, is different from what we can derive from looking at the cosmic microwave background.
There are a few workarounds for that.
Paper released on that, on because from observations just made by the looking specifically at Cepheid variables by the James Webb Space Telescope.
Yes, we could get Cepheid variables much farther than we could before, and it's made this discrepancy even worse. But we have had a working hypothesis that we still have yet to demonstrate, but it does somewhat resolve the issue by positing that the rate of expansion at the time the CMB was emitted and the rate of expansion today are different. This is how we get this idea of an accelerating or decelerating universe. But we're not sure how the fuck we'd prove that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a puzzle, and I'm not an astrophysicist or cosmologist or anything, but I think it's interesting to follow. But Frank doesn't need to follow that, because Frank's a fundamentally incurious human being. He's just fundamentally incurious, and the thing that bothers me about guys like Turek and Ham and all of these apologists is that they want to convince everyone that they should be incurious about the universe. They're trying to turn all of that off and say, just read this thing. Stick with this. It's the word of God.
Yeah, why look for answers when you can pretend you already have all the answers?
Exactly.
Two quick things. Purple, if you or anybody joins Ember's member channel, you can actually hear Ember sing, and it's wonderful. He has a very nice deep voice, and it's worth it just for the singing alone.
Oh yeah, I used to be a bass when I was in chorus.
Yeah, it's a very pleasant song. Titan Uranus, if it's indeed your birthday, then happy birthday.
Really?
I got to do it twice. Yeah, Titan is elderly now. I mean, Titan being a Titan and therefore preceding the gods has kind of always been elderly, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It's Titan's birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Hooray! Birthday should be a big deal. I think so anyway. I know a lot of religious folks, not all religious folks, but some religious folks don't like that. But to me, it's your personal holiday. It's the day we get to celebrate that you fucking exist, which, if anything in this cosmos is a miracle, that is definitely worth celebrating.
Yeah, and any reason to celebrate is a good reason to celebrate.
I agree. Well, Spike.
Precisely what it needed to do. Also, the gravitation.
I was just going to say 60. All right. I remember 60. I finally remember my 60s Titan. So far, so good, but that won't last much longer. I have a birthday in 2 months. So.
Well, another couple decades and you'll be ready to run for president.
Oh, Jesus Christ. No,
gravitational force, if it were altered by more than 1 part in 10 to the 40th power, compared to the strong nuclear force, we wouldn't be here. Nuclear. Now, what's 1 part in 10 to the 40th power? That's 1 part in 1 with 40 zeros following it. You say, Frank, I can't get my head around that number. I know, neither can I. Let me give you an illustration. Take the entire North American continent from Costa Rica all the way to Greenland and stack it in dimes all the way to the moon. That's 238 miles, 238,000 miles straight up. Then do that on 1 billion other North American continents. Take all those dimes, put them into one pile, mark one dime red, blindfold a friend, throw him on the pile, ask him to pick a dime at random. The chances he would pick that one red dime is 1 chance in 10 to the 40th power. Is he going to pick that dime? No. There's 0 chance he's going to pick that dime.
Well, hold on. Did he just say that there's a 10 to the blah, 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 blah chance and then say that there's 0 chance?
Sure did.
Yeah.
Very large number equals 0.
Yeah, I guess so.
Something like that.
Infinitesimal.
Infinity.
Yeah.
So the question is, what caused this to be right where it needs to be? Chance? Ladies and gentlemen, does chance cause things? Who caused this? Chance. He was just here. No. Chance is not a cause. Chance is a word we use to describe mathematical possibilities. Chance doesn't do a thing. Either this was designed or it wasn't. What makes the most sense? It's design. And this is just one out of at least a dozen of these factors about our universe.
Ooh, just one of about a dozen.
All right.
He's just asserting his damn conclusions. I'm going to Hitchens razor this, which can be asserted without evidence, can be dismissed without evidence.
You could have done this for Frank's entire spiel here.
Well, yeah, that's fair.
Change any one of them, we're not here. And then there's probably about 100 that have to do with the solar system. In fact, let's take a look at our solar system here for a minute. Here we are, third rock from the sun. If we were just a little bit closer to or a little bit further away, we couldn't survive. A little bit closer to, we burn up. A little bit further.
And I've also heard you refute this, that there's quite a bit of space that we actually could have.
Yes,
the Earth could have existed in.
The Earth already does get millions of miles closer and farther from the sun in its normal orbit, as everybody learns in 3rd grade. When the northern hemisphere reaches the winter solstice, it's actually closest to the sun, and during the summer solstice, it's farther away. So, northern hemisphere gets the more mild seasons. We drift around a lot. Additionally, there's more space in which life would be viable under our present conditions, and that's just our present conditions, because one of my favorite things to bring up is that the Goldilocks zone is complete bullshit in the first place, because the key that they're looking for with the Goldilocks zone is liquid water. They say the liquid water is essential to life, and that's true for life as we know it, but that doesn't mean that's necessary for all life. And additionally, to get liquid water, you need 2 things. Neither of them is distance from the sun. The 2 things are temperature and pressure. Venus has a higher temperature than Earth. You're not going to get liquid water there because it's too hot. Mars is too cold. But that's not to do with their orbits. It's to do with their atmospheric compositions. We could be much closer or much further away if our atmospheric conditions were different.
I mean, we posit that there's liquid water underneath the ice on Europa. We've demonstrated that there is liquid water on Enceladus, which is going around Saturn, because of different conditions. So is there life there? We don't know, because we can't get at it, any of that stuff. I mean, we do know though that amino acids exist in outer space.
Yeah, we found whole fucking nucleobases on asteroids.
And the Goldilocks zone, we've already identified a number of planets, extra solar planets going around other stars, that are within a habitable zone where liquid water can flow freely. Yeah, if we observed it, no, but
yeah, Earth is awfully nice, but once again, it goes to atmospheric conditions. And this planet is terraformed. We don't think about that a lot, but the current atmosphere was constructed by the first bacterial life forms, the early microbes, the anaerobic buggers that ate up that Venus-like atmosphere and pooped out all this pretty oxygen that made our sky nice and blue. No intelligent design behind that, Frank, and look how just marvelously perfect it turned out.
Yeah. Well, the first great extinction was the death of the stromatolites, right? Basically, those are the little clumps of stuff that were pooping out all that oxygen.
Mhm.
They pooped out so much they made themselves extinct.
They overdid it, which is a lesson for all of us, I think.
You know,
Yeah,
I don't know
things-
if you guys know, but when you look at an eclipse,
For the way we freeze. We are what
All right, forgive me if I do this incorrectly, but we have a happy birthday song for Titan Uranus, who helps moderate so much.
Mhm.
Yes, Titan is critical to the functioning of secular YouTube. I need you to take the comment off the screen so I can hit the play button, though. Because
I said forgive me if I do it wrong. Okay,
that's all right.
opened
I
this
was
up.
doing it wrong too. I had to open up the side window. My brain is made of mush lately. Just I keep saying this, but it's true. I'm like just whatever. Anyway, because we've tried singing songs collectively before, it does not work over StreamYard. We would love to terrify your ears. Instead, Beamsy sent the perfect video, so we'll just play this instead. Once I turn the volume on. That's always a good start. Okay, here we go.
Once a year we celebrate with stupid hats and plastic plates. The fact that you were able to make another trip around the sun. And the whole clan gathers round and gifts and laughter do abound. And we let out a joyful sound and sing that stupid song. Happy birthday, now you're 1 year older. Happy birthday, your life still isn't over. Happy birthday, you did not accomplish much, but you didn't die this year, I guess that's good enough.
So let's drink to your fading health and hope you don't remind yourself your chance of finding fame and wealth decrease with every year. Does it feel like you're doing laps and eating food and taking naps and hoping that someday perhaps your life will hold some cheer? Happy birthday! What have you done that matters? Happy birthday! You're starting to get fatter. Happy birthday! It's downhill from now on. Try not to remind yourself your best years are all gone.
If cryogenics were all free, then you could live like Walt Disney and live for all eternity inside a block of ice. But instead your time is set, this is the only life you get. And though it hasn't ended yet, sometimes you wish it might. Happy birthday! You wish you had more money. Happy birthday! Your life's so sad it's funny. Happy birthday! How much more can you take? But your friends are hungry, so just cut the stupid cake. Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Happy birthday!
Bill, Stanley,
Frank
Skippy, the
Dickie,
Bob,
There's no Titan listed there.
I take no responsibility for that song. Beamsy sent it to me, so you know.
Well, well, happy birthday, Titan. Hope you enjoyed it.
so good.
Oh wow! All right.
Love you,
God,
Titan.
this is you
You the
consider this
best.
birthday present, Titan. That Frank Turek.
what scientists call the Goldilocks zone. It's not too hot, it's not too cold, it is. That's a lie. It's way too hot here in the summer. The axial tilt, 23.5 degrees. Change that slightly. We don't exist. Earth rotation, 24 hours. Change that slightly.
That's not true either. The Earth's axis shifts like every 5,000 years ish. Like back in the day when they wrote the Old Testament, the Polaris wasn't the North Star. We've been having huzzabazoos in the astrology community because the frickin' constellations aren't the same constellations anymore. There's 13 of them now, and the people are like, oh no, do we use the old zodiac or do we use the accurate zodiac? How are we to tell what the fates hold for us now? It's no, the fucking axis moves. It hasn't, nothing's really changed. Not a big deal.
Also, our
Clearly we don't
poles have
exist.
alternated.
Magnetosphere is swapped every now and again.
The size and distance of the moon from us. Change that slightly, we don't exist. If Jupiter here wasn't in its current
No.
Yeah.
He's just wrong on everything. The moon used to be closer, now it's farther, and it keeps getting farther. This is for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
In another 100 million years, the Earth will have a 25-hour day, and it will mean jack shit because evolution has more than enough time to catch up. As you go backwards through time, and the moon gets closer and closer. At one point, I think it was 250 million years ago. My brain is mush, so don't quote me on it. But the Earth had a 16-hour day. It's estimated that when the moon formed, the Earth had a 6-hour day. And life still developed, evolved. Maybe it would have taken a slightly different course under slightly different circumstances. If our diurnal cycle was longer, maybe evolution would have gone a little differently and we wouldn't be here. Maybe we'd be lizard people, who the fuck knows. But it didn't stop life from doing life things. So no. Bad Frank. Bad apologist.
Why? What is?
Yeah, he's taking the fine-tuning argument to an extreme here. Literally,
He's
down to
talking
the
about shit that
size
isn't even
of the moon.
fine-tuned. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. 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 They usually go with what is like the cosmological constants or gravity, this and that.
This completely goes with my
moon.
point. This completely goes with my point earlier, is that these people are young, uneducated on this stuff, and don't have time to go back and reinvest themselves in it. They're just back in the fire hose. Yes.
I was gonna request it.
Soak me in evidence.
Let's all pretend
What does
together.
Jupiter do for us? Its gravitational force is so strong that it attracts most of the meteors and space junk to it rather than us. It's a cosmic vacuum cleaner.
No.
You take a close-up look at
Every sentence.
I know. This is why I have a no emoji on my channel. Oh my goodness. No, Jupiter does suck up a lot of crap. We can watch crap run into Jupiter all the damn time, and most of its moons, a huge majority of its moons, are captured asteroids. But it chucks loose as much shit as it sucks in. It sent comets and asteroids and shit towards us. Look at the fucking moon. How many craters do you see? Jupiter's doing a shitty job of stopping all the incoming.
Yeah, and that's a definite case of counting the misses and ignoring the hits. In this case, I guess it would be because, I mean, Earth itself is riddled with with craters.
Mm-hmm.
Look at Jupiter. You know what these dark marks are? Those are comet fragment strikes that are bigger than the Earth. Thank God for Jupiter. Because if Jupiter wasn't there, we wouldn't be here. Saturn does the same thing for us. In fact, you want to see the planets by size? Here they are. You got Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Earth. Look at poor Pluto down here. Now, Pluto recently has...
I think Hiveside just directly insulted you, Ember. I don't know. I think I would take it personally.
No, Bree wouldn't slut shame me.
Yes, she would.
No, it's so the dark marks he's referring to, they're not permanent. They were when we observed the Shoemaker-Levy 9 break up and collide into Jupiter. We saw the scorch marks go by before they diffused into the atmosphere, like happens with any kind of smoke. And they were larger than the Earth, but part of the reason is because Jupiter's much larger than the Earth. If the same fragments hit Earth, yeah, it would be catastrophic, but we wouldn't get scorch marks larger than the Earth because they don't fit on a planet this size. And in all probability, if Jupiter wasn't there to suck up that comet, the odds of it hitting Earth, they're not zero, but they're awful tiny because space is big. Most comets smash into the sun or get completely ejected from the solar system.
Them things is God's skid marks right there.
Mm-hmm.
Has been demoted as a planet.
God.
I don't know about you, but I think it's size discrimination. And what if Pluto identifies as...
Hold on.
Oh no! Don't you do it?
Oh yes, he had to go there. He naturally had to go there. Face this guy. Jesus Christ.
I don't know about you, but I think it's size discrimination.
Yep. It literally is. Like, Pluto is not physically big enough to be counted as a non-dwarf planet, the same as all the other K-belt objects.
I was gonna say one thing, but I'll change it. How do we differentiate between Frank's testicles and a planet? Is that size discrimination, or do we have to put labels on round things?
Well, I mean, in fairness, Frank's testicles have also failed to clear orbital debris because he's constantly getting shit rained down on him.
Oh, Rebel Nazarene is a not playing around flat earther, by the way.
Oh, cool.
Yep.
Rebel Nazarene. Fun fact: the Earth is flat and space is fake. LOL. It sounds like you didn't take your own claim very seriously with the LOL. It's only gotten heaven above us. That's true.
This guy's been around for like years, since I started watching Pine Creek, at least.
Yeah. No, I believe I trust your assessment. It's just strange to state a fact and then put LOL after it. But God in heaven above us. This is true. This is a fun fact. I agree to this.
And what if Pluto identifies?
So I just wanted to get they finally showed the audience after it filled up a little bit. I just wanted to see what
I don't know about you, but I think it's size discrimination.
What his demographic look like.
And what if Pluto identifies as a planet? What then, you bigots? Take a look at this.
No. Wow. Jesus.
You motherfucker.
Yeah, Frank Turek is boy.
Just go on.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Take a look at this. You can hardly see Pluto. Take a look at this. All right, that's Arcturus. That's another star in our galaxy. Here's the sun over here. Jupiter is 1 pixel in size on this scale. Earth is invisible. Pluto, forget about it. All right, keep an eye on Arcturus. Where's Arcturus?
What are you, Fran Drescher, who I know who it is and you don't? Like, what? Oh my God.
See way over here? The sun is 1 pixel in size on this scale. Jupiter is invisible. Earth, Pluto, forget about them. In fact, if the Earth was the size of a golf ball, Betelgeuse here would be... Look, I don't name the star.
And, just thinking about it, in his other presentations, where in this tour that he's doing right now, it's weird to me. It has no relevance. It's just something that I find strange. In all of his other speeches that he's given, in all of his future ones of this specific tour, he's gonna say, forget about it. He's gonna talk like that because for some reason in his head, this is just landing with the audience. It's so weird. Forget about it. I guarantee it. I want to find another one of his. Forget about it.
We should have started a timer for when he started a non sequitur.
I know, like, why is he talking about star sizes now? Like, okay, God created the universe just for humans on Earth, and then made all these giant stars just to what? Make us feel inferior? Like, why? How's that figure into your fine-tuning and intelligent design?
This is one of the most popular multi-million-dollar Christians who believes that the Earth is a spheroid and cannot stop talking about Jesus. So continue to live in cognitive dissonance, my lovely, lovely internet friend.
Christians like this apologists who believe in the Big Bang space model are doing such a disservice to the Bible that clearly teaches a geocentric flat Earth inside of a dome.
You got to hand it to Rebel that
dedication.
They take the Bible more seriously than Frank does.
It's true. Yeah. It's true. Now, I see two definitely very different claims. We have space exists and there are other stars and the Earth goes around the sun and the Earth is a sphere, and we have the Earth is flat inside a dome. If only there were some way we could test to determine which of these was the real situation we find.
As I've stated before on many live streams related to this topic, the only way you can type that comment to us is on a heliocentric model. The only way. Because
this is true.
The infrastructure of Google's massive algorithm that sucked you into this live stream only functions because the way we understand physics in relation to the rotation of the Earth, in relation to the day-night cycle, all of that stuff is relevant to the ticking of the internal clock of your processor to type that comment.
Although, while we do have a real legitimate flat earther around, I have a serious question that I have yet to get an answer from any flat earther on. How the fuck do eclipses work? If the sun and the moon are above the flat earth, how does anything get between them to cause an eclipse? I'm dying to know.
God drops a testy in front of his great light.
All right, we'll play. If you want to respond to that, Rebel, we'll get your comment up.
For real.
Yeah, let's go.
Beetlejuice would be 5 or 6 Empire State Buildings high. The heavens are awesome. And the average distance between stars in our galaxy is 30 trillion miles, and all that distance is necessary for us to exist here on Earth. Now, 30 trillion miles, how far is that? Far. It'll take you at least 2 tanks of gas on a Toyota Prius to go 30 trillion miles. In fact, if you could go at space shuttle speed, you remember when we had a space shuttle go around the Earth?
Oh, this isn't a response.
You know when the space shuttle was in orbit, it was going 5 miles per second. 5 miles per second. You got trouble getting to school in the morning? Take the space shuttle. You'll be 5 miles a second. Think about how fast that is. Well, if you could get in the space shuttle and go 5 miles a second, how long would it take you to go from one star in our galaxy to another star an average distance away? What do you think?
Space is big, therefore Jesus. This is the entire point of this.
Anybody?
Yeah, space is stupid big. Just to leave Earth orbit, you need a velocity of 14 kilometers per second just to break orbit. I just read Beamsy's comment.
Or how long it takes to get to the point.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah. Love the soundboard.
A long time? You must be a math major. Yeah. A lifetime. Yeah. It would take us 201,450 years. That means if you got in the space shuttle at the time of Christ and started traveling from our star, the sun, to another star an average distance away inside our galaxy, you've been going 5 miles a second for 2,000 years, you would be less than 1/100th of the way there right now.
He's also
explore space.
It's a minor nitpick, but he's factually wrong. The average distance to a star in our galaxy is not 30 whatever the fuck years. The closest star is 4.3 light years away, and most of the galaxy is on the far side of the galactic core. Like, we're talking 50,000 light years away. Like, whatever number he's got, there is no average distance between stars. Like, no. It's not like all the stars are clustered around our solar system and some are a little closer and some are a little farther.
Yeah. I think I think as soon as you factor in one star from a different galaxy, it would defeat as average a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Miles away is the average. You just factor in one star from any other galaxy, and it's
Although
the
here's
average
a
is
fun
not
thing
30
to
million
wrap your
miles,
brain around.
or whatever you
If
said, 30 million layers.
if you hopped in a spaceship of any kind that we can build today and set your course for the Andromeda Galaxy, it would still be faster to sit right here and wait for the Andromeda Galaxy to get here. Because it's going to get here in 5 billion years.
Hey, Ember, so and Nitty, is this a serious response here? The solar eclipse is caused by Satan's mothership, aka Death Star, to cause signs and wonders to add to the heliocentric deception. Lunar eclipse is an inherent phenomenon.
No.
Why would... remember, eclipses were predicted by biblical prophets, right? I forget which one offhand, but at least one of them went, solar eclipse, da-da-da-da-da. Why would Satan be helping God make his prophet speak truth?
Also, then you believe in a God who just permits all this deception to a majority of Christians.
And even if you take the flat earth model and the Bible,
right,
and let's just say that it is all true. It is a flat earth and the Bible is true. You have to be pulling Satan's mothership, the Death Star, out of your ass, right? Like you can't, that's not biblically grounded.
Definitely not in the Bible.
Not at all, no.
Yeah. I don't.
Fuck's best evidence for Satan I've ever heard of.
Wow. Oh, hold on. We got a little more here. But also, who cares? Because there is no convex spherical curvature on the surface of the Earth. Oh, wait. I think we call that a redirect there, Rebel.
Yeah, that's what I got in my last debate with Flatzoid and Jim was oh well, don't worry about the facts you can observe for yourself in the sky. The sky doesn't prove the ground. Okay.
Yeah. I think the people who would care would be the people who are trying to prove that the Earth is flat. It seems like an important point.
Well, I mean, the observable facts contradict this wished-for magical thinking universe, so we have to just say, you know what? Not relevant. Let's just ignore the facts and pretend. Okay, if you want to play pretend, that's wonderful.
Yeah, we don't have time to get into it here.
Mm-hmm.
Utterly and utterly, yes. This accurately sums that up. Let's keep going.
No, we're not. We're not going anywhere in space. It took us 9 years to get to Pluto. Pluto! That's in our solar system. Keep in mind, if our solar system...
Well, you got called out. You got a challenge presented, Ember. That's not true. There is no mention of any eclipse in the Bible. L.M. Lamau.
Well, as we know, I'm not a Bible scholar. That's why I'm in Aaron Ra's show doing Bible study, because I need to learn more about the Bible. But it seems like the internets are telling me that there's a solar eclipse in Matthew.
I foresee that if you brought up something that vaguely describes a solar eclipse, the word eclipse is not used specifically in the Bible, so therefore
it's probably true.
And given that wasn't if the celestial lights were extinguished, it wouldn't have been understood as an eclipse. Might not be an eclipse in the Bible, but there are certainly eclipses in other literature of that era and earlier.
But yeah, it's much like the whole thing with were there dinosaurs on the Ark, because there's no mention of dinosaurs in the Bible. Because the word dinosaur didn't exist when the Bible was written.
Yeah.
So they make up Leviathan. Oh, well, that was a dinosaur.
Beansy makes a solid point. The Bible does definitely mention unicorns, and the New Testament, at least, probably the Old Testament too, doesn't mention fucking cats. So apparently, either cats are evil creatures of Satan that withstood the flood or were created after, or the shit's all made up. You know, one of those.
One of the two. Yeah.
System is the size of a quarter with the sun at the center and Pluto on the outer rim. You know where the next nearest star is? It's 2 football fields away. We're not going anywhere. And yet here's what the psalmist says about God's love. For as high as the heavens are above the earth, so great is his love for those who fear him. Question: how high are the heavens above the earth? If there's 30 trillion miles just between stars in our galaxy, and there are other galaxies out there, how high are the heavens above the earth?
Equivocation fallacy.
Cover that.
Super close because the earth is flat.
Yes. Yeah, what do you mean by heavens, Frank? Because sometimes when we mean heaven, we mean where God's hanging out, which apparently, according to Frank and others like him, is completely outside the fucking universe. So how close are the heavens? But if we're referring to just the stuff in the sky, where do you draw the line? Is it as close as the moon? Is it as close as Alpha Centauri? Is it as close as Andromeda? Like, what do you mean by heavens?
We need to tell Elon to bring down Starlink because he's making God's love look too short.
I don't know if you can see this. This is an image. And along the bottom here, these are mountains. Back about 20 years ago.
What? Isn't this on his screen? Why did he say, I don't know if you can see this? Is this not what's being presented on his little presentation there? That's weird.
They trained the Hubble Space Telescope on 1/26 millionth of the sky. What's 1/26 millionth of the sky? Go outside tonight, put a piece of rice on the end of your finger, hold it up. That piece of rice represents about 1/26 millionth of the sky.
Little smaller,
So
actually.
they trained Hubble on that for 11 days of exposure time. This is called Hubble Ultra Deep Field. You can Google this. It's in the public domain. I'm going to show you a very short video they put together as a result
It's cool
of this.
shit.
There's no audio. It's just video. You guys ready? Here's what they found in
Let's do
1/26
it.
millionth of the sky. By the way, when I play it, you're going to see the constellations come up, and then Hubble's going to zoom out. Here we go.
Whee! This is NASA footage, by the way. I saw this video when it first came out. So this is completely free and clear for anyone to use.
Nearly 10,000 galaxies in 1/26 millionth of the sky, each of them with billions of stars of their own.
Seems kind of wasteful to make all that so far away just for us to exist.
Yeah, I was gonna say his next point is gonna be that, and this is the only one that we have evidence that there's life on.
The number of stars there are in the entire universe are about equivalent to the number of grains of sand on all the beaches on all the Earth times 100,000.
Well,
just one star to another star.
That's, to call it an estimate would be generous. It's an extrapolation of the small part of the sky we've actually counted in. Basically, it's a made-up number. Somebody went poetic license with the count.
Yeah.
It is a lot, though. I'll give him that.
It is a lot.
In our galaxy,
space is big.
5 miles a second will take you over 200,000 years. Now you know what the Bible means when it says the heavens declare the glory of God. If this is supposed to indicate the infinity of God, it does a pretty good job, doesn't it? There's just one big problem. If God is infinite,
he literally just put a number on it.
Yeah, there is one big problem. If God is infinite, then why is his universe finite?
Yeah.
That's why it took us nearly a century to drag the theists kicking and screaming into the Big Bang Theory, because they didn't want a finite universe.
Infinitely just, which means we're all in trouble because all of us have been unjust at times, even today. So if he's infinitely just, by definition, he has to punish us. but he doesn't want to punish us because thankfully he's also infinitely loving. So what's his solution? I only showed you half the verse a minute ago. Here's the second half.
He's infinitely just and infinitely loving. So he's going to do something that doesn't serve either of those purposes.
Yeah. Yeah, and we're still on point 2. Does God exist? And we've gone into the the non sequitur.
So great is his love for those who fear him. As far as the east is from the west, so far as he removed our transgressions from us. How has he removed our transgressions from us?
Better question. How far is the east from the west? Like if we're gonna use that as our unit of measurement, we should define what the fuck it is, right?
Yeah. As far as the east is from the west, it's 11 miles. I looked it up.
Just, he has to punish us, but he doesn't want to. So what does he do? He finds an innocent substitute to take our punishment. He can't find it in any one of us because we're all fallen ourselves. We're not innocent. We're guilty. So what he does
Speak
is
for yourself, Frank.
his deity, he comes to earth.
Rebel Nazarene, you should come on and have a debate.
No.
Please no. Please no.
He lives the perfect life. He allows the very creatures who
rebelled
against him to torture and kill him so he could take our punishment upon himself. And then by us trusting in him, we're not only forgiven, we're given his righteousness. This is why Jesus is the only way, ladies and gentlemen. It's not an arbitrary claim. He's not just saying, well, it's because I'm God, I said so. No, there's no other way an infinitely just being can allow unjust creatures to go unpunished. He's got to punish somebody in our place. This is why Paul says in his great letter to the Romans,
that nothing says justice like punishing someone who isn't the guilty person.
Yeah, there's so much wrong with that. There's so much wrong with that. Goodness.
6, that God remains just because he punishes sin, and yet is the justifier of the one who has faith in Jesus. Now, when you look out at a universe with stars equivalent to sand grains on 100,000 Earths, does that make you feel insignificant? It shouldn't. Why? Because as amazing as the heavens are, they're not made in the image of God, but you are. In fact, the heavens were made for you.
Oh, cool. We're not just dominionists over the earth anymore. We're dominionists over the whole fucking cosmos. When we meet the Klingons and we go, oh, we have dominion over you because our holy book says so, they're going to fucking annihilate us.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure God will intervene at some point, though.
Sure.
You're designed. This is you in the womb at 11 weeks. Question, is this animal, mineral, vegetable, or human?
Vegetable.
In fact, let's go back even further than 11 weeks.
Mineral.
Let's go all the way back to when your mother and your father got together to conceive you.
Does that mean you're a sex act?
It means they fucked.
You are the incarnation of pleasure and juiciness? Ugly bag of mostly water?
Wait. I want to get to this point. Go.
I see a few young people in here, so I'll try and be discreet. I also see some older people in here, so I'll try and be discreet as well, just in case you've forgotten how this works.
Oh, fuck.
No, they haven't. They're doing it
when
this
your mother
weekend.
And your father got together to conceive you, your mother unconsciously perfumed her egg to attract your father, and then your father sent the entire population of the United States.
That
no,
that's the strangest description of sex I've ever heard. Your mother perfumed her egg. Good Lord, Frank.
When her muscles start relaxing up the hill comes Andrew Jackson, Lydia, oh Lydia, that encyclopedia. Lydia, the queen of them all. Jesus Christ, Frank. You know?
Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, geez Louise.
States. 300 million soldiers toward your mother's egg.
God.
And then there was a race. And you
hold on.
300 million soldiers toward your mother's egg. And then there was a race. And you won.
Well, half of you did.
Don't let anyone ever tell you you're not special.
All right.
You'll be 300
it's
million
not just
out.
a race, Frank. There's a tremendous amount of fluids that do not have an interest in keeping the little soldiers alive. In fact, they're more than happy to destroy the little swimmers. Also, it's not a race because the ones that do make it have to deal with the chemical preferences of the ova. So even when the little half mans make it, they might get selected out.
And there's also research that considers shoot, I can't remember exactly how it's phrased, but basically you can't just shoot one sperm at an egg and it automatically wins. It takes several sperms to open up an entryway for one sperm to go through. It's a collaborative effort, not a competition.
Yeah. And even then, I think the egg can just be like, nah.
Yeah. And even if conception happens, no guarantee of implantation. And even if implantation happens, no guarantee of continued development. There's a number of roadblocks along the way, at which point a fetus can just go, whoops, this blueprint's broken.
Also,
scuttle the ship. This isn't going to work at all.
But according to one pastor last week, God doesn't make junk, and autism is from Satan.
Right.
Jesus.
It must be why I joined the Satanic Temple.
Out. Now, seeing some of you limp in here earlier makes it hard for me to believe you were the fastest soldier in the gene pool. But you were. Now, your soldier was 20 to 30 times smaller than a grain of salt, yet it contained half of the 3.5 billion letter genome, your software program that makes you you. Your DNA, all letters in the right order.
Fuck's sake, Frank. Not software, you fuck nugget.
Also,
he's been told this many times.
But genetic differentiation, then who has the right order? Like, if you're going to go down to that level of precision or more, then everyone's order is actually quite different.
Yeah, and all those different sperms, all of them have a slightly different sequence. So here's an interesting quandary. If everything happens according to God's plan, and God is the one who, causes conception to happen and knits you together in your mother's womb and shit, why are there 300 million sperm in any given troop? Why do you need more than one? It's almost like everything Frank said is bullshit.
Almost.
It's about the size of a period at the end of a sentence in an average book, and it contained the other half of the 3.5 billion letters. Your genome, your software program, your DNA, all those letters in the right order. And when your soldier and your egg came together, a new 100% genetic human being was created. You have not received any more genetic information from this point till right now. Your genetic information has just duplicated itself. In fact, there were only 4 things separating you from adulthood: time, air, water, and food. Those are the same 4 things that separate a 2-year-old from adulthood.
There's a little more than that. Puberty, education, learning, growing up, and stop being a childish little bitch. Not that Frank would know about that.
Also, the lack of genetic defect.
Yeah. All the letters in the right order. What do you say to someone with Down syndrome, Frank? They're lovely people. I've met many of them. I've met a number of children. They're the sweetest kids. When I DJ'd, we'd always do a performance once a month at the local AIRC. All the people with Down syndrome, they were so fucking happy to be there. They're wonderful people. You gonna tell me that their code isn't in the right order with all the letters they need or what the fuck ever? Or if that's the case, then how did God fuck up when he put those letters in the rug? Or what do you say to them?
If you want to have absolute nightmares and you want to become a parent and you aren't yet, Google image search Harlequinism and ruin your life.
Yeah, I was gonna say that you bring up Down syndrome and different ailments. I don't know what the word to use here, but the DNA can be can be catastrophic, as I've said before.
Yes.
It can get really, really bad to the point. Well, I mean, we all get it. Like
We all know.
Mr. Nitty was alluding to, it can be horrible, absolutely horrible. And is it Mark Reed, or I think it's Mark Reed, who says that irony is just lost on. Hey,
You've summoned the Mark. Yes,
I've summoned him. Yeah,
Mark says that
irony
a lot.
is
They are
lost.
entirely no self-awareness. That's why I created the irony.
Irony is lost on Rebel Nazarene, who said globehead Christians are a walking oxymoron. I agree with Mark Reed. Strange timing, though. Coincidence.
It's on the abortion issue. Yeah, I think it does. We don't kill the 2-year-old. Why do we kill the unborn child?
Yeah.
Some people do kill 2-year-olds.
Wait, we're still on
call them
fine-tuning,
Christians.
and now we're talking about abortion.
Oh, he's just fucking scattershotting everything because he doesn't want anybody to think too closely about any single point.
He's done it.
Scattershotted more ideas than there are sperm in a load.
Yes. He is all over the place. This entire it's so bad. You missed the first part, Ember, where he he just went he completely derailed from what was his first point? Does truth exist? No, yeah, it was bad. He's been doing it this entire stream. Immune to irony. Thanks, Mark.
Fucking love it. Fucking love it.
It's the same. You say, Frank, you can't legislate morality. All right, no extra charge for this. This comes from our first book, creatively titled Legislating Morality. All laws legislate
genetic
morality.
entropy. There's some hot bullshit. If you want to learn about genetic entropy, head over to a fella named Jackson Rowe's channel. He's got a couple of videos specifically about that, because John Sanford, who posed the idea of genetic entropy, is a fucking wackaloon. But do pop off.
In schmaxines. Yeah, Mark, you said you'd be back in a bit, but it was just a little bit strange that as soon as I said your name, you popped back on. A little bit strange.
Law declares one behavior right and the opposite behavior wrong. You can't think of a law that doesn't legislate morality. The only question is whose morality? And when someone says, don't impose your morality on me, I go, why not? Would that be immoral?
I can speed limits. I don't see morality in speed limits. Maybe my brain is too small. I'm a pea-brained liberal figure, some fucking crazy shit like that. But that's just the efficiency of traffic flow. Like, what does that have to do with morality? You can't think of a law. No, this is Frank's latest hobby horse. He wrote another book about this, legislating morality. You can't not legislate morality. In fact, it's your duty as a Christian to make laws to tell everyone else how to live. He's pushing on the evangelical side. He's not quite as dangerous as these demon-loving motherfuckers in Kenneth Copeland's circle, but he's definitely trying to push into the political side of religion and make the world a demonstrably worse place for it, just so he can profit. Hooray.
He is definitely as dangerous. He's definitely as dangerous because he doesn't sound like quite the wackaloon that Copeland is.
Yeah, actually
he's really dangerous. I mean, he's sugarcoating this stuff for people who can't quite go full nutter, but are willing to go, well, come to think about it, these people really aren't human, so we'll exclude them from society.
Oh yeah, let's just exterminate them. Why not? They're just taking up valuable resources that real humans could use.
But as we've got to exclude them from society, we've got to eliminate them from any social contact anymore.
Yeah, I think the last video that I just posted today, I did a comparison with somebody who outright calls for the active extermination of a large group of people, and then I compared that language to the language that Frank Turek uses, and just as Stephanie said, it's identical, but the reason that he's so dangerous is because he doesn't outright say the things that get people kicked off of YouTube, but he says them enough. The dog whistles are are abundant with Frank Turek. Yeah, check out that video. I just posted it today, and you can see just how dangerous Frank Turek's speech it really, really is. He just doesn't outright say it, just as Stephanie said, but he says it. He says
he knows he goes right up to the line. Okay, I stand corrected on that one. And yeah, as Mark pointed out, he thinks it's like civic duty to legislate morality, but he doesn't like it when people legislate his morality. Like if if we passed a law saying that it is a crime to call trans people subhuman, if we made that a law because of morality, Frank would lose his shit. It's an attack on Christians.
Well, Frank's making Pine Creek's argument here that that morality does come. So this is an atheist, right? This is Doug, and his tip is humans create laws. Humans shape morality. If morality doesn't come from God, it comes from humans. So morality to Doug, and he said this. I can pull out a clip of Doug essentially saying that whatever the majority says, if the law is enacted, it's moral. Now that is a little scary because everything that a certain Central European country in the middle of the 20th century did was, by that definition, moral.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why it's however you achieve that, however you put that together, that's a very pernicious argument to make because it leads to horrors that we have seen over and over and over and over again throughout the entire course of human history. It can, whether it's theocratic in that kill them all, let God sort them out, as regards the Cathars, or this group of people needs to be eliminated. And it doesn't just start. It doesn't just start. It is indeed a terrible slope, a terrible cascade into incredible darkness. To say you're okay as long as this far, but beyond that line, you need to be eliminated, right? You need you can't participate here. I mean, if you cut it off somewhere, and it's something I see in some debates that is really crazy, and some of the people that are doing it don't realize they're doing it.
Yeah, I've said it many times before that language that leads to devastating results. Frank Turek, I don't want to say this is the language, but people like Frank Turek use the language. It's already started, yeah. Without going on up on a huge side tangent. This is people like Frank Turek, and he hasn't said anything too particularly disgusting in this spiel yet because he can't, right? He's up in front of a group of people. But yeah, this is the language that leads to catastrophes, we'll say.
Because you're imposing your morality on me right now. You're saying I ought not impose ought nots. Why do you get to impose ought nots, but I don't? Actually, the better answer is this. When somebody says, don't impose your morality on me, I think you ought to say, this isn't my morality. I didn't make this stuff up. I didn't make up the fact that murder's wrong, that abortion's wrong, that rape is wrong, that theft is wrong, that men were made for women and women were made for men. And the best way to perpetuate and stabilize society, which is the reason the government's involved in marriage to begin with, is to legally recognize that man-woman relationship over every other relationship. I didn't make any of this stuff up.
What was that?
He doesn't care for the homosexuals.
Yeah, no, and it's this is Frank Turek's way of saying that. So Frank is different. Well, he's not different. He's outwardly different. Most apologists and pastors, preachers will use a biblical backing as to why gay marriage shouldn't be. Frank goes a step further. He doesn't use he doesn't use the Bible to show why gay marriage should be outlawed or illegal. He takes the Bible completely out of it. He's a step more awful than most apologists. He's yeah, Frank Turek's really bad. He's really bad.
This isn't my morality.
Which is why I make so many videos about Frank Turek.
This isn't your morality. This just happens to be the morality. The one Thomas Jefferson said was self-evident. The one the Apostle Paul in Romans chapter 2 said, the Gentiles don't have the law of the law written on their hearts. Look, if you...
Hey, have a good night, Nitty, if you're heading out. Thanks for stopping in. I really appreciate it.
Yep. Hold on. I gotta figure out how to stop my channel. All right, yeah. Good night, y'all.
Yeah. Good night.
Eddie.
Yeah, he conflates bigotry with civil rights. Yeah, he's really bad. And I mean, I've covered a lot of Frank Turek, so I won't get into it now, but I've definitely pointed out in all the ways that people like him. It's not specifically Frank Turek. There's many a Frank Turek out there, but people like him who dress the way he dresses, who speaks the way he speaks, who says things in the way that he says them, that makes him particularly dangerous. Because you said Kenneth Copeland. Again, I'm still relatively new to the whole apologist sphere, so I don't know who Kenneth Copeland is, but I'm assuming he's outwardly disgusting.
He's not a he's a preacher. He's a mega pastor type guy.
Oh, is he the
yeah, he's got a whole incredible Air Force.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a prosperity gospel idiot.
Prosperity. Okay, yeah. I do know who Kenneth Copeland is, but yeah. People like Frank Turek are very dangerous, which I think is why it's important to call him out and to do these kind of streams and this and that.
The morality. You don't have a problem with me. I didn't make it up. You have a problem with the creator upon whose nature this morality is derived. All right, no extra charge for that. Let's go back to this. From this point till right now, a construction project of astonishing complexity began taking place. Cells began multiplying at a rate of 4,000 cells per second. Brain cells began multiplying at a rate of 100,000 cells per second. For most anyway. Some cells became heart cells, others lung cells, others kidney cells. How did they know how to do this? Nobody knows. Some cells went so far across you to become...
Yeah, Kenneth Copeland. The name is definitely ringing a bell now. Even Greg, Greg Locke. Okay, so Greg Locke and Pastor Vlad are disciples of Kenneth Copeland. I see.
Become what they needed to become, that would be equivalent to you today walking across the United States alone. And that construction project continues to this very moment. You just made 4 million new red blood cells. You just made another 4 million new red blood cells. You just made another, knock it off. I mean, are you thinking about this? Are you going, wait a minute, Frank, got to concentrate. New red blood cells coming up. No.
I think this argument is a strike against his God, because why would God create a being that was so complicated where you would have to create 4 million blood cells and 4 million blood cells and 4 million blood cells? Like, why would he do any of this?
This is just happening. How is it happening? Aristotle noticed something about 2,400 years ago. Of course, he didn't know anything about blood cells, but he knew that all of nature was going in a direction. In fact, if you think about this, why does an acorn, if it's properly nourished, always go in the direction of becoming an oak tree? Why doesn't it become an elm tree or a birch tree or a seahorse? Because it's programmed to become an oak tree. That's why. You say, well, who programmed it? Well, Aristotle looked and he said, if an acorn doesn't have a mind, and it doesn't.
Perfect design blood cells are fragile because of sin. Yeah, that's the only the only excuse that I've heard of why everything sucks so bad is because of the fall and sin And it's so stupid.
Doesn't, yet it reliably goes in a direction. There must be an external mind directing it toward an end. That's what he called the unmoved mover. Thomas Aquinas came along in the 1200s AD and he said, this is going to be my fifth way to argue for God, that everything's going in a direction. If it's going in a direction, there must be somebody directing it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is not the Big Bang cause way back when. This is not a history cause. This is a cause right now. Every single second the universe exists, things.
Yeah, how convenient that theists can blame all the flaws and suffering on original sin. That's all they have. It's quite literally the only argument that I've ever heard of why everything sucks, or why everything can suck so much, is because of the fall. And it just, none of it makes any sense. The entire story of the fall and Adam and Eve, it's so stupid. It's been deconstructed by many people, and it's really dumb.
Things are going in a direction. The natural laws that govern the universe are consistent and persistent. Somebody must be directing them. In fact, God is to the universe what a band is to music. If a band were up here, it'd be creating and sustaining the music. What happens to the music the second the band stops playing? Music's over. Same thing is true with the natural laws. Why are they so persistent and consistent? Why can we do science? Because this universe is orderly. It's persistent and consistent. There must be a mind behind it. This is why the Apostle Paul came along and said, in Christ we live and move and have our being. And Christ holds all things together. And the writer of Hebrews says, God sustains all things by his powerful word. Now, if we had time, I think this is one of the most powerful arguments for the existence of God, but I don't have time to completely unpack it here.
Hey, Mark, welcome to the stream. I I hope you were not waiting long. I apologize. I can't see the fourth person trying to join.
You're fine.
Good.
You're fine. I had a question, and I just thought I'd jump on. Like, who is he addressing here?
An audience at a college.
Oh, so usually the ones that I've seen him in, and this might just be, I've never really looked that much into Frank Turek before, but he's usually a lot calmer than this. He seems a little worked up, and usually he's a bit more philosophical and less preachery, I guess I would describe it as.
I do have him sped up. This was a live stream. So the live has since ended because we're doing the commentary on it, but he is sped up if that helps any.
Well, I mean, it's not so much the speed; it's just sort of the just the manner, the sort of tone, I guess, that he's setting seems a lot more, preacher than sort of philosophical kind of thing, I guess. I don't know. Maybe
judging by the consonants or by the letter up here, I think it's I don't have enough fucks to be actually accurate.
Something like that.
Yeah.
You notice how he did that rundown of Paul says this and Peter says this and the writer of Hebrews. Who's the writer of Hebrews, Frank? Who wrote Hebrews?
Yeah, I said that earlier on in the stream, Mark, that this what he's doing right now would be rather appropriate for a as a sermon. If he was up there preaching to the people at a church, it would make sense. It was like an hour ago of his live stream that I said that he's definitely more preachy. He went on his entire first argument. So he has four things that he's going for, and the first one is, does truth exist? In the entirety of demonstrating that truth does in fact exist was just reading from the Bible. It was he went on about what did he? I can't even remember what he was going on about the like thou shalt not judge or whatever that says. The judge not lest ye be judged. He just read scripture. It was very strange. Hey,
I don't mean to interrupt. It's just why are things so organized? It's like there's a whole load of chaos as well in the universe. I don't, there's a whole load of entropy going on as well. So but he'll probably say, "Hey, that's God as well," So it's kind of heads you win, tails you lose with these people, because you can point out how bodies break down over time. It's not a perfect system. It's you keep producing red blood cells until you don't, and there's all kinds of mistakes that the body can do. Where you'll stop producing red blood cells, because of certain things just stop working. Was that God's perfect design?
You get leukemia, that process becomes a little bit of a
You get a cancer, you wish it stopped providing those cells red, with nutrition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I have to point out, every single mofo who says God's perfect design made the body perfectly, yada yada, is wearing glasses when they say it.
Oh yeah, you pointed that out earlier with Ken Ham, right?
Yeah. Every single one of them. It's 100% so far. I know it doesn't have to be that way, but every time I've seen it, he's wearing glasses. Like, oh, your perfect eyeball. All the way back to one of my earliest videos, freaking Dr. Martin, the dentist, who's giving proof about how evolution is wrong. He's like, oh yeah, the human eyeball's so perfectly designed, there's no way it could evolve, and he's wearing fucking glasses. Come on now.
But it was God that gave us glasses. Don't you know?
Doc
our
and
ability to
the whole eyeball thing.
Not to mention octopus eyes are way superior to human eyes. So maybe octopi are God's chosen people.
Oh yeah, octopuses are definitely the chosen people. We're just here like preparing the Earth so that the ice caps melt, and then the globe floods, and there's more room for the octopuses. That's our purpose.
Yeah. I mean, thousands and thousands of hentai fans can't be wrong.
Yep.
You want to go further? There's a book we don't have here, but it's a book I wrote a few years back called "Stealing from God: Why Atheists Need God to Make Their Case." But we got to move on to our final argument for God.
Buy my DVDs.
Yeah. Oh, come on! It wouldn't be a presentation by a creationist without a gratuitous shill somewhere in there. Let's face it.
Well, that's Frank Turek's whole thing is shilling for books. When Nitty was on the stream, he hasn't said anything in quite some time. I don't know if they went AFK or whatever, but he was actively engaging in conversation. That's how long ago this was, when he said he's excited to get into the morality argument. And then he went into the entire morality argument, and now we're getting into the morality argument. He's already done this.
Oh,
I thought we addressed this already.
Jester, love you too, but it is octopuses. Adrian Tchaikovsky covered this in his book Children of Ruin. Octopus is a Greek root, so it gets the Greek suffix of says, not the Latin suffix of psi. So it is definitely octopuses.
I know you're tired of me correcting you, but Ian Fleming went into this as well, and it's octopussy.
Either is acceptable. Octopi or octopuses, either is perfectly acceptable in the English language.
It's just a fun thing to throw out there, like, pineapple on pizza and all that shit.
Well, what about
probably the
octopuses?
I have no idea.
So we're shifting the conversation to James Bond films, but never mind.
No. So Kata, fishes is slightly different. So fishes, so you have fish, which is plural of fish. So when you have multiple, say there is a school of fish, what fishes is it's multiple groups of fish. So if there are various fishes in the pond or something, you're talking about multiples of the plural.
So it's a plural of plural. It's a meta plural. Ooh, fancy.
Yeah, kind of.
But More important point, fish don't exist.
Yeah, that was the designation of some really famous, what are they called? Ichthyologist?
Yeah, that was David Starr Jordan, who was one of
Yes.
the original crew at Stanford. If Dr. Tapioca
Yep.
Weasel's still around, he can probably tell you a little bit more about David Starr Jordan's fun stuff. But if he's not, you can check out a cool book by Lulu Miller, book recommendation, called Fish Don't Exist, which is the story of David Starr Jordan, both the good and the bad, as well as her own journey through divorce and bisexuality and all kinds of fun things. Lulu's a cool writer.
Yeah, he just studied fish all his life and made the determination there was no such thing as fish.
It's the chair problem. There is no way to define a fish that includes all fish and excludes all things that are not fish.
Law of identity problem?
Yeah.
The easiest way to think about this argument is to think about football. How do you know that your quarterback throwing a touchdown is better than your quarterback throwing a pick six? That's when he throws it to the other team and they take it back for a touchdown. How do you know? How do you know the touchdown's better than the pick six?
How do you know?
This is the interactive portion of the program.
I guess it depends on which team you prefer, because
he's
sports ball. Whatever.
He's setting this up to kind of debunk his.
Yeah, because the rules of football aren't real. Like, we just made them up.
Right. Yeah.
About whether you get a touchdown or someone else gets to. No one cares. Like, it's nothing objective about it. It's just it only matters in the context of the rules.
Right. Yes, he's setting it up to kind of debunk his own that an absolute standard of morality, which is what he refers to all the time. He's setting it up to really knock that down. I'm curious how he's going to reconcile this.
You got to watch out for those straw men. Sometimes they punch back.
Yeah, well, Frank Turek can't even beat a straw man. Yeah, no, it doesn't surprise me really. I mean,
strange, because so far he's kind of he's kind of got morality right, that it only matters, kind of like what Mark just said. What is moral only matters when you have that goal of winning the football game in mind.
And you have an agreement on what constitutes winning, basically. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Interesting.
Program. How do you know? Not just the rules. You got to know more than that. The goal of the game. You got to know there's a purpose to the game. If you know the purpose is to score more points than the other team, then you can say the touchdown gets us closer to that purpose, while the pick six takes us further away. If there.
Oh man, stealing from secular humanism should be the title of his book. This is not.
He's just described metaethical relativism.
And he has. He's done exactly that. And what he wants to reduce all of these things to a game, and the Bible writes the rules.
Big Ben Mama.
I mean, it's just the same old garbage. It's a steaming heap of bullshit, is what it is. It's just huge amounts.
It is an aroma pleasing unto the Lord.
The Lord loves.
No, that's burnt offerings.
What is it? Burned bullshit. Yes, the Lord loves burnt bullshit.
There is no purpose. You can't differentiate between those plays. You can't say this is good and this is bad. Now, notice in football, the purpose of the game comes from outside the game.
Okay, that's how he's bringing it. Yeah,
That's how he does it. Here it comes. Here comes the bullshit.
Yeah.
Where'd I put that surgical mask? This is going to be stinky.
Teams playing in the NFL this week, when they show up on the field's already set. Refs are there. They don't set up the rules. Who sets up the rules and the purpose? The commissioner and the owners. And every year they tweak the rules just a little bit. Why? Because the rules of football are arbitrary. They could be different. But the rules of life are not arbitrary. They come from outside the game. They come from the creator. He gives us a purpose. If there is no purpose, though, you can't say this is the right way to live and this is the wrong.
So he just, right, yeah, exactly. He just completely
Yeah. So
Oh,
here's the
boy.
thing.
Yeah.
You don't need all of that stuff, like the owners and all of that stuff, to have a game of football. You can have it in a park just between the players, and you can change the rules to suit what the players agree on. Right? There's nothing saying you can't. You don't
Mhm.
need a referee to have a game of football. I mean, that's how they do it in the NFL, but not all of us are professional football players, you know. So you can, as long as we agree on the rules and we are mostly honest people that want the same goal, then we don't need all of your extraneous stuff. So I feel like he's making this argument as, well, we need the churches to tell us what the rules are. Yeah, but what if the rules aren't very fun? Don't,
But
or not how we want to play it.
but Mark, how can you possibly play football if you don't know who your owner is and obey his wishes?
You just agree with the other players. We can say, hey, we don't want to tackle anybody, so we're going to make it touch football, right?
Yeah,
we don't want to. Sorry.
Yeah, we'll make it tag, touch, whatever.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. It's called touch football over here, where you don't actually tackle people; you just touch them, kind of thing, and that's counted.
We have flag football, wherein somebody is tackled if you pull a handkerchief out of their pocket or something.
Yeah, sure. You know, stuff like that. We can change these things ourselves. We don't need all your owners and all your crap to do it. We can just say, hey, we're interested in having a nice thing where nobody gets hurt. Sure, you want to play by these rules that have been handed down? Fuck off somewhere else. I'm sorry, I don't know how you feel about swearing, and I'm so glad to be on here, Nara, but I do apologize. I just
no. Swear away.
Okay.
We're pro freedom of speech here.
I would have been horribly chastised earlier.
Really?
I've been calling Frank all day long.
Consider me chastised. I'm trying to break my Australian stereotype and not swear. So yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, you're on a stream with two sailors and the person who coined the phrase "fuckface Frank Turek."
And it's awesome to be on this stream now. I never get to catch you, mate. It's actually great.
It's great.
I'm really, really happy to be on.
Yeah, I'm so glad you stopped by. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what's sad about this is that nobody in the audience realizes that Frank just debunked his first analogy.
Right.
It's just the analogy. Yeah, it's just everybody's. I really wish that there was a camera that showed the audience, because I'm curious what their you can read people's faces and see what their responses are. I'm very curious how the audience is taking this. But if they paid X amount of dollars to see him, I'm sure that they already probably agree with him, so they're just eating it up. And it was just such a bad analogy.
Possibly.
It was so bad.
Possibly. But I mean, we just did a thing on Ken Ham, basically going, oh, so many people are leaving the church and stuff. It's because of things like this. Like when you actually go away and think about it, or you talk to somebody who's like, wait, that doesn't make sense. Suddenly that cognitive dissonance sets in, the sort of the idea that you're going, well, that doesn't make sense. Why do the rules have to come from outside?
Well, I mean, they cannot come from outside until we have access to that outside. They just cannot.
Well, that's true. Yeah. True, absolutely.
So until the prophets started relaying the will of the great high holy muckety muck, whichever one they preferred to think was real, humans were, immoral. Even if they were doing the right thing accidentally, if they didn't know there was a rule they were complying with, they were still in the wrong.
Well, it's like you've got a whole bunch of players holding up a whole bunch of rule books and each claiming that they come from the authority, that come from the, what is it, NHL? No, it's hockey. NFL, whatever it is over there.
Mm-hmm.
And us looking around going, wait, did you just write that book? Like, why should we listen to this? Why can't we just all agree on the rules and play how we want? This is the whole thing. And they're all disagreeing over whose rule book is the best. Sorry, Steph, go ahead.
No. I was going to say that in Olympic sports, the rules are reviewed every quadrennium. So if it's a Winter Games, it's off every quadrennium. There's a new revision of the rules because the athletes have to know they're going to be competing under those rules for the coming Olympics. So every 4 years, the racing rules of sailing get rewritten. Sometimes they get rewritten extensively, usually not. And sometimes they're just tweaked with what's working and what's not. So,
Well, I mean, there's new technologies, new things coming up.
Or problems in the game that need addressing. People don't understand the rules, particularly in sports that like sailing are self-enforcing. There aren't umpires on the water to say, like, hey, I think I was fouled, and so, no, I don't think so. The way it works in sailing is, I think you fouled me. Let's go and have a protest hearing, and we'll let a jury sort it out.
Sounds like moral relativism to me.
Yeah, it is moral relativism, and that's what's so frustrating about this standard of righteousness that Frank Turek so often appeals to. Because all it takes is for two we can even just say well-established religious denominations of Christianity. All it takes is for them to disagree on what if you have a book that is open for interpretation and you don't have the author to clarify what he meant, it's just left up to the people. How can that be an objective standard? Because it's just this church's opinion on what they think God said versus another church's opinion on what they think God said. And even if they say, well, it's not open for interpretation, it says what it says and you're supposed to take it literally, it's a literal interpretation. You can have two different versions of what you think it literally says. It all falls apart so quickly with just a moment's thought.
It doesn't preclude there being in some way a literal objective morality behind it all. But the problem is that we've got no access to it. I think is what you're pointing out. That if they all disagree on what it is.
We just had a perfect example of that earlier this evening, and going through the Sermon on the Mount and the whole the whole "judge not lest you be judged" thing.
Yeah,
I mean the Turek's interpretation of that is basically putting God at the center of that whole discourse, rather than, as Nitty first said, and I agreed. I guess perhaps our upbringings were the same in terms of exegesis of that particular verse. It was don't take the mote out of your own eye before you try to remove the speck in your brother's. And to us, the two of us, we're just sort of saying, well, that means don't be judging someone until you understand completely until your vision is clear enough to see the other person's point of view. Right? I mean, and Turek's not taking it that way at all. Turek's basically saying, no, that's when you are clear enough to see, you will see God, and God will help you take the speck out of your neighbor's eye, and you should see everything through the lens of what's written in Scripture.
Yeah, Bo does the same thing. That asshole who gets kicked out of places. He's like, no, that take the mote out the mote out of your own eye thing. That just means you have to learn the Scripture so you can see clearly, and then God commands you to righteously judge others. Assholes like that, I just go Romans 2:1, fucker. Romans 2:1 is very explicit. It says, no matter who you are, if you judge anyone, you have no excuse. Period.
Who was it? Someone in the chat. I'm real mad. I think it might have been pragmatic. I can't remember. Somebody said you're mistaking judging for being judgmental. You know, it's that's
conflating words. Frank would never do such a thing.
Right. Anyway, that's a big tangent, but still.
Yeah, and just to take my little tangent earlier just a little bit further, and to go off of what Mark had just said, even if you did have access to the God who wrote down the Bible, you still don't have any reason to just accept that God is correct on whatever the moral judgment might be. You could still disagree with him. There just isn't an objective lawgiver. It just seems to me that it can't be the case, because all you have to do is just say nuh-uh, and it's the kind of the only time that works, unless you have that goal in mind, like we just went over with the football game. But if you don't have that goal in mind, you have to just agree with whatever that God's goal is, and it's just it all, like I said, it all falls apart so quickly with a moment's thought. Just think about it a little bit.
Oh yeah. I mean, so he's got his cool book. I mean, shit, this isn't literally an elementary school argument. Like, kids in elementary school would be like, "Well, the Bible says this, and the Bible says the Bible is true, so yeah." And I'd be like, "Okay, I just scribble on a piece of paper, 'Thou shalt not be a dickhead. Everything on this paper is true. It was, whatever, all that crap." And I'm like, now I have a piece of paper that says a thing too, and it says you're wrong, so fuck off.
Yeah. And it also makes no sense, because if you present, I would like to come, I haven't put a whole lot of thought into it, but I'm sure there's some type of moral dilemma that you could come up with. And I would like to ask Frank Turek, using only the Bible, what is the objective moral choice to make in this moral dilemma, using only the scripture, because that's all you have access to, right? If you're saying that God is the moral, I mean, I guess he could go with, he'd pray on it or something stupid like that, but it just makes no sense to say that God is the objective standard of morality when you come across a moral situation, and you can't ask that God, what good does it do you, even if he were the objective standard of morality, because you can't get his objective opinion, objective statement. It's
up to interpretation.
It's also, as we've said before, it's a misuse of objective. If it's God's opinion, it's subjective. You've just shifted the subject to that subject.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's really bad. All right, let's see if we can get a little bit further in this.
Wrong way to live. And even atheists will admit this. In fact, if there is no God, the Nazis were not wrong. Well, it's just our opinion against theirs. If there is no God, love is no better than rape.
I really need a Godwin's Law graphic, like, every fucking time.
What did he do
If there
now?
is a God, the Nazis were not wrong, because the Nazis worked for God. They were largely Christian, almost all Catholic, and Hitler had his own weird occultism thing going on, but even he frequently spoke about a creator and was more than happy to weaponize their Christianity.
It was on the belt buckle.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's because Germany had such a large presence of Catholicism, and Hitler kind of was more than happy to use that Catholicism for its own ends. I don't think he was Catholic, even though he never renounced it, and he was definitely baptized a Catholic. But he was more than happy to use that for his own means.
It's definitely interesting to know that somebody like Hitler even had to bow, sort of, to Catholicism, because in the beginning, of course, that didn't work out so well in the long run. But even in the beginning, even Hitler had to kind of cater to religion at the time.
Yeah, but what's funny is that Hitler was saying he had objective morality too. It was a divine right. He thought he knew the will of God or gods, that he kind of made this sort of paganistic claim to knowledge over.
Yeah,
so
it's not me saying these things. It's the God who only talks to me. So, you know.
Got mit uns. It's
Yeah.
buckle.
Yeah, and I think that was just more to cater to, like I said, he had to. I've I've done a huge dive into Hitler, and I think that was largely just to the. I don't think the churches necessarily agreed with Hitler, and Hitler didn't agree with the church, but they knew that they had to work together, or one would probably eradicate the other. But realistically, there's nothing that Hitler did that was not explicitly done in the Bible. Well, I mean, maybe not the methodology in which Hitler carried out his practices, but his arguments.
If anything, Hitler was more humane than the shit commanded in the Bible. Hitler, Frank's epitome of horror and evil, was more humane than the God of the fucking Bible that Frank says is his source of all morality.
You know, you're probably not wrong, because he did use gases, which is probably relatively painless. Yeah, you're probably not wrong.
Yeah.
All
he
Frank's doing here is he's telling on himself.
Murdering his own brother, though Moses did.
Whoops.
Yeah. I'll end it with this. The exact same argument that is used to defend God's genocide against many cultures, but the Canaanites is a popular one, was exactly Hitler's reason for invading neighboring countries. They're identical, except one was commanded by a God and one was commanded by Hitler. That's the only difference. The reasoning behind why did God send it out?
They were a chosen people.
So saith Hitler. So saith Hitler.
No, I was talking about God. Like, come on now.
If you can't tell God and Hitler apart, that should tell you all you need to know about Frank's idea of religion. It's so fucked up. And Frank is telling on himself more than he realizes, because he's saying the only thing keeping him from thinking all these things and the other stuff he's about to list are not okay is his fear of a God who will do worse to him if he breaks these laws. Like, he wants to go out and do these things, but being afraid of an even bigger bully is the only thing keeping him in line. What a good person.
I don't believe that. I think that they tell themselves that, but I don't think that's the case.
Yeah,
I think that,
but that's... I think that's the point, though, Mark, is that he doesn't honestly believe it. He knows this argument is stupid, I think, is essentially what kind of what Ember was saying. If maybe I misunderstood that, but
I
he
honestly,
knows
I don't
this argument
know.
is dumb.
I think he used to know it, but he's been doing this so long. I suspect that he's started to buy into his own bullshit more and more. And, you know, P.T. Barnum had a rule: never believe your own bullshit, because once you do, you're just wee.
Yeah. I'm gonna. Good.
Just getting high on your own supply. That's about all.
I'm gonna steal that from you, Ember. If you can't tell Hitler and God apart, there's probably an issue there.
Yeah, that's a good one. Somebody should make a clip reel of things that I say that actually make sense.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
well,
and I didn't.
The Voltaire thing, you know, someone who believes in absurdities will commit atrocities.
Yeah, I want to go through and I want to lay out Hitler's justification for his invasions, and then I want to lay out God's justifications, and then swap all the necessary words around. Instead of Poland, it would be Canaan. Instead of Jews, it would be well, hey, I guess Jews would be relevant to both, but I want to swap them out and see if the stories still make sense, swapping out their the keywords.
Oh, make it a quiz show.
It would.
Paul Gia did something similar a little while back. He took shit from the Bible and shit that apologists said, and it was like, guess who said it? And he'd put the quote on screen, and your choices were like the Bible, Eric Hovind, Ken Ham, and you know, somebody else. And a lot of the shit was indistinguishable.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, just be like, is this from the Bible or is this from Hitler? If you can't tell them apart, maybe, you know, your religion's not as good as you think.
Yeah, I've done that. I've done that before with a few apologists. I took a speech from, oh boy, I can't recall off the top of my head. Some really bad apologist, and I took a speech directly from Hitler, and he was going with anti LGBT, and obviously Hitler was going with anti-Jew. And all I did was swap out every time he used Jew, I just plugged LGBT in there, and it was terrifying, the end result of that speech, because we all know what Hitler's speech led to. This is, you know, well before he was running for what was it, chancellor, or he got appointed chancellor. What was he running for? Whatever, it doesn't matter.
Nazi party head.
Yeah, I just well, he stole. Oh boy. Okay, I won't get.
There's a whole thing, but there's a reason that all these speeches are so similar, because all of this, all the scapegoat, whatever group you try to demonize, it all is drawing very heavily on the protocols of the Elders of Zion, which is so. There's a whole long story behind it, but TLDR, the Russians in the early 20th century took a French satire, rewrote it to make it like the Jews are fucking evil, and every major conspiracy theory, every scapegoating of every group ever since has drawn heavily from that. Sometimes they replace Jew with whatever else they're mad at, but it all there hasn't been a fucking original thought in the we need to kill these people, they're evil business in over 100 years.
Yeah, Hitler did hate LGBTQ people as well.
And the Romanis,
yeah.
and
he
there were a bunch of groups.
Yeah, remember this. Atheist. He came for the political left first. Always remember that. I think it's very relevant, really very relevant today. The left was his first target. Without getting into,
typed in my side chat, if there's no compassion within you, 1, you can be a Nazi. 2, you can mistake rape for love.
And that's
what else you got?
That's super Christian, right? Frank? That is super Christian.
Frank? Fucking asshole. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
This is enraging. What about the people that aren't Christians? What about people that don't have God? Don't have the Abrahamic God at the center of their belief system?
Oh,
what about those people?
He thinks that everybody has knowledge of God. He's one of those ones that will tell you what you think. Like, he'll say, you know, the only reason that you're a good person is because you actually do have knowledge of God, kind of thing. Because he's an asshole.
Is Frank one of those? I thought Frank did the I thought Frank Turek did the I think that's the whole focus of his book, Stealing from God. I think if you don't believe in a God, then you have to steal his God's values. But maybe I'm mistaken about that.
Really?
Maybe he's written on your heart kind of guy. Yeah,
I thought he was one of the ones who everybody knows.
You can do both, but this kind of shit that's exactly what's preached in the Bible, right? Like, if you can't tell the difference between love and rape, same thing, because there's no understanding of what love is. Like Stephanie was saying, that it's a total lack of compassion, of empathy, of understanding, being in another's shoes kind of thing. This is what the Bible talks about, because all these people are running around saying, oh, God is love, when his whole thing is obey me or burn forever. He loves you so much that if you don't love him back, he'll set you on fire. That's love.
And it's worse than that, Amber, because the Bible itself has rules about rape and ownership of women and ownership of people. And the Bible itself does not show compassion to everyone.
No,
I mean,
you're right.
It doesn't. It just, that's why. I mean, what kind of compassion is it when you drown the whole world? What kind of compassion is it when you play a trick on Abraham and said kill and say, hey, kill me your kid?
I mean, they have language from the Bible that is sort of inherently bigoted, like you call someone a Philistine, right? That isn't sort of like a term that derives sort of from how people. Philistines were a people, right? They were an actual people.
Mm-hmm. I have a Jewish friend who calls me a fucking Gentile, when it seems amusing.
Goy.
Yeah.
Goy.
What else you got, Frank?
Real quick to end off the Hitler thing. If anybody wants, I'm gonna shill for a book now. It's by I want to say Ian Crenshaw. It's called Hitler. Get the audio book because it's wonderfully narrated, and I think it takes about 48 hours or so to get through, but the book it's so good. I've listened to it about 3 times because it's narrated so well. It goes from Hitler's birth to death, and it's amazing. It's scary, but it's an amazing book if you want some Hitler lore. But we'll keep going.
Ian Kershaw, listed as one of the best biographies of all time.
Oh yeah, it's so good. I got it on a whim, and I was hooked. And yeah, I'm in my 3rd pass of it now. It's just so good.
In fact, you might like love better, obviously, but it's not better objectively. It's just your opinion. If there is no God, there are no human rights. We seem to be creating rights every 10 minutes in this country. Do you realize if there's no God, there's no right to anything? There's not only no right to abortion.
That's an interesting statement too. Hitler. Yes, that's fantastic.
If there is no compassion, you don't recognize rights.
So this is sort of an appeal to consequences. So Frank Turek's trying to say, hey, the consequences of there not being objective rights. Okay, so the consequences of there not being objective rights is everybody just does whatever they want. So not only is it sort of an appeal to consequences, because there may not be any objective morality, and we just have to deal with that. We have to deal with it as best we can. And even if what he is saying is true, that everything just breaks down, that's no reason to believe it. And number 2 is it's a slippery slope as well, because there's no reason to think that if morality is a social construct, that suddenly everything is going to go to crap. Like laws are a social construct. We know laws are a social construct. There's no laws that are just inherently, intrinsically part of the universe. It's just, laws. We made them up.
But Mark, it's not really a but. It's whether you take Hillel's formulation of the golden rule, which is slightly different from as expressed by Jesus. Essentially, do unto others as you'd have them do unto you, or whatever, that sort of thing. There's no God in that equation, and that sentiment is expressed in traditions throughout the world.
Well, sure, yeah, no, I get you, but you can't just say, even if something is less liked, if it's true, doesn't mean that it's true. Is I guess what I'm trying to point out. So I don't believe him. I grant you. But even if that were true, even if there was no morality without a God, then that doesn't make that a true statement, right? It doesn't mean that it's true. You might say, without my imaginary friend, a car ride is a lot less fun.
Well, that's true.
it just
No, I
because
agree.
just
I
because
agree.
it is a lot less fun doesn't mean that your imaginary friend actually exists.
But
And
it's and it's like a hell of a way to run a railroad. I mean, if you're so focused on I
Yeah.
must have something external to me in order to recognize the humanity in other people, then you're fucked up. You're just fucked up if you don't see the in a social species. If you don't see the value of getting along with others, if you don't see which requires some recognition of yourself in others, and that working that interplay, if that is entirely external and it's not internal to you, and you're reliant on a on a hierarchy that's provided in a book, then you really haven't you're basically saying that everybody's a shit, which is the foundation. Actually, Frank said this earlier. We're all shit. We're all sinners. We're all terrible. We need redemption.
ooh, I gotta
That's
rewind
why
and grab that.
Jesus-
I've been collecting those kind of quotes for a project. Because that's like it's a whole fucking thing. But also, what he's saying is he's defeating his own argument. It's a self-refuting position. He's complaining about how new rights are being created every 10 seconds. Okay, that kind of demonstrates that they can't come from your God, since your God isn't talking to us about these things. If God created all the rights, then we would have had all the rights in the beginning, and we wouldn't have to make new ones.
Yeah, and I love how George Carlin sort of said, well, how come some countries have lots of rights and some countries have no rights at all? No rights at all? I mean, what kind of goddamn God gives people no rights, you know?
Abortion, there's no right to life. There's not only no right to same-sex marriage, there's no right to natural marriage. There's no rights to anything unless God exists. Otherwise, it's just your opinion.
Same-sex marriage.
So you got to figure out what
opposed to
God's
natural marriage. Fuck you, asshole.
Yeah.
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 Their language is so loaded, you know, just so loaded with their dogma. You know, real marriage as opposed to quote unquote marriage. And it's like, dude, you're not giving out marriage licenses. You don't get to say what's a real marriage or not. Get out of here, dude. This position of privilege that the Christians have always been in, they think they're still in this position of privilege. I hate to break it to you, but it's just your opinion against others now, mate. You don't have any special place. You're not the special children anymore. Like, the time is over. Accept it, move on, let's figure out a way to live together.
Yeah. Deuteronomy 7:2-3. Is that you must you must destroy them completely, show them no mercy, do not intermarry with them, do not yeah. Yeah, you must utterly destroy them, or something like that. This is their standard of objective morality. You must destroy them completely. Show them no mercy.
Oh, well, in one of the slaughters in the Old Testament, like the troops came back and said, oh yeah, we killed all of the adults. And the God said, or Moses, on speaking on behalf of God, said, did you kill all the children? And was angry when they didn't kill all the children.
Yeah. I think it was the women in that particular genocide. If you didn't kill all the women. Yeah, Moses was upset. Yeah.
Nothing like Christian love.
Yeah.
God's morality is. Otherwise, it's just your own. If there
Well, that is true, huh, Andrew? If he says if God doesn't exist, we have no right to natural marriage, as fuckface Frank puts it, and we also have no right to gay marriage. it would follow that if God does exist, we do have the right to both of those marriages. Yeah.
If there is no God, murder, slavery, and racism are not wrong, but we all know those things are wrong, so there must be a standard of righteousness outside of ourselves.
And this is where it all fails. I mean, it's already failed, let's be clear. But when you have all of these things explicitly in the standard of morality commanded all of these things in number 4: murder, slavery, and racism. How do you couple that the standard of morality commanded all of these immoral acts? I don't know how you reconcile that in your own head. It's like slavery getting there.
That's where the cognitive dissonance comes in, right? Like if
Yeah.
God's giving the standard of morality, then why did morality change from the Old Testament? Why is it that it was acceptable to have and beat slaves in the Old Testament, but it's not anymore? Why is that?
And why are the Hebrews commanded to kill all the people that aren't Hebrews? That, you know, and take
and for a very specific reason too. The reason was because God promised them the land.
Right.
Let's not forget the reason why they were killing these people. It's because they were on the land that God promised them.
Lebensraum, as Hitler would put it.
Certainly you could, you know, you're an omnipotent God. You could come up with a better solution than to kill them all, right?
I would think so.
Well, actually, not kill them all. Have your chosen people kill them all.
Oh, you could come up with this, like, oh yeah, well, you know, sure, move in, make friends with all those folks, and you know, get together, have nice big families with them, and all of this other stuff. But no, kill them all because they're not you, and I don't want these people contaminating the whole.
Oh, except the virgin girls, just not the virgin girls, by the way.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean,
we don't kill those. We take those.
Yeah, everything in in these genocidal stories, it just makes no sense. In the common, I've done just a few genocide videos recently, and what I hear most is that speaking of the Canaanites, is that God warned them to stop committing their atrocities for like 400 years, and finally he had to say enough is enough. So the atrocities that the claim that they were committing is that they were killing their children. They were sacrificing them to Moloch or Bolog or whoever, and God told them to stop sacrificing their children to these gods. They wouldn't do it, so God sent them to be destroyed. So essentially, as I've said many times before, a good way to stop children from being killed in the future is to kill all the children presently. Then it assures no more children will die if you kill them all. But I mean, you have to give up so much. You have to justify the genocide, justify killing the children to stop the killing from being killed, and then openly admit that your God just could not convince. Your God did not have the proper arguments to convince these people that what they were doing was wrong, and his only option left was to slaughter them all. What kind of an all-powerful God he just couldn't make the argument. He couldn't convince these people.
Was it on your stream that there was a discussion of Moloch and the derivation of that whole thing, the MLK and the Semitic root MLK? Was that on your stream where somebody pointed out that Moloch was a form of sacrifice, or a particular form of sacrifice, and it was just,
I've heard that before,
yeah, but further along the linguistic line, Moloch, MLK, the triliteral root in Arabic, if you point at Malik, that means king or owner. And it was more like the owner of the sacrifice. So you're sacrificing to it's yet another one of these weird things that in the 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 way the Bible's written could have been misunderstood by the translators in a big way. I forget
So,
who's was there was a long discussion with someone who was familiar with um, familiar with Semitic roots and languages and stuff, and I remembered, oh, MLK, that's Malik, that's Maliki Yom Medini, the owner of the Day of Judgment in the Quran, in Surah Al Fatiha, the opening surah of the Quran.
interesting. So
It's a
there
nickname for God.
was a god named Moloch. He was the Canaanite god of fertility, and before 1935, all scholars held that sacrifices to Moloch were sacrifices to a pagan god. It's only in recent decades, if you look up Moloch as like a form of ritual or a type of rite, you'll get stuff like Got Question says the term Moloch is believed to have originated with the Phoenician MLK, which referred to a type of sacrifice or a ritual conducted. That's new stuff apologists made up in order to kind of explain away that the Israelites had other gods. They're like, no, they weren't real gods. This was just a form of ritual.
Yeah, but again, the linguistics points in a different direction. That's MLK in Aramaic, Arabic, and Hebrew carries the meaning of owner or king.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think it's yes. There was a Phoenician fertility god, Moloch.
Yep.
But again, that could have been one of the names, king. It's just like Baal. Baal means Lord.
Mm-hmm.
And
which is
Baal
an interesting thing when you look at the Bible where it says the Lord commands this, the Lord commands that.
Yeah, well, but in Hebrew, Adonai is what they use for Yahweh, and Baal it's a little bit different, but in other words, it could have been an epithet, like a name of God, the Holy One, the Owner, the King, etc. That's what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, but a lot of the gods at the time had names
Linguistically,
along those lines.
I don't think that's apologetics. I think that's that's just a kind of a different reading. Not that the Baal that Elijah went up against that was definitely another god, and I think it's usually considered to be Hadad, the thunder god.
Yeah, it's just it's not an unreasonable interpretation. It's just the fact that it was undisputed until 1935 when evangelists and apologists started trying to muddy the waters, because even though it's not unreasonable, the way it came about as a deliberate effort to muddy the waters makes me skeptical of the truth of the claim.
I'm not making a claim. I'm just telling you what the word means.
No, I don't mean you. I mean the whole. There's a lot of people secular people who buy into that. Like as I'm scrolling through Google, there's a bunch of Quora pages where people are like, "Fun fact: it's not the name of a god. It's the name of a kind of ritual," and so it could reference other gods. And instead of Moloch being a god, it could just be another title for a different god or what have you. But
it could be a play on words too, because Moloch, being the Phoenician fertility god, could have been called king, so as in King of Kings and Lord of Lords. I mean, it could be an epithet ascribed to a particular god, but it is a fact that in all those languages, that combination of consonants implies owner, king, that kind of thing. I don't want to get bogged down in it, but it's an interesting feature of the languages.
Hmm.
No, I'd have to talk to Pat. Talk to Pat.
I just want to respond real quick to Eric's comment here. Why didn't God make all those children fireproof like He did? You want to know an honest argument that I heard? Somebody in earnest made this argument to me as to why God decided to kill the children as well. And their argument was because if they killed all the parents, who would take care of all of the children? One of the better defenses of a genocide I've heard, if I must say.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Crazy.
What's the punchline?
No, that was the argument. If they had to kill the children because they simply couldn't take care of all of the kids after they murdered their parents.
Oh, that's horrible.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
awful.
That sounds like very
was-
late-term abortion. We had to kill the children because we simply couldn't provide for them.
Yeah, it was really bad. I mean, there was other arguments made in there, but yeah, that was the justification for killing the children. So God couldn't save them because who's going to feed all those mouths, right?
Yeah, it's not like, God spent 40 years just feeding people wandering through the desert. It's not like He can just materialize food whenever He wants or anything.
Yeah, but then if He did that, the Hebrews wouldn't be the special people.
That's true.
You can't have the Malachites and Amalekites. You can't have them thinking they're special. Come on, that'd be silly. That'd be silly.
Racism are not wrong, but we all know those things are wrong. So there must be a standard of righteousness outside of ourselves that we're obligated to obey.
Righteousness isn't rightness, Frank.
Yeah, and yeah, all right. Maybe we can play more than just a couple of seconds. It's so hard though because he says every second he says something that is just so stupid.
I know, he complains about new rights every 10 seconds, and he can't even finish a sentence without multiple fallacies.
Right. It's difficult.
Which is why it's the guy's a tool.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to check out your comment section, Eric, because wow, do I get some wackos. Holy smokes.
If there is no God, religious people have never done anything wrong. You're a Christian in here. What are people?
Oh, for fuck's sake. Frank, if there is a God who commands genocides and all this, then religious people have never done anything wrong. If there isn't a God who's telling them and thereby making the horrible things they do, slavery and so forth, making those things righteous, then they've never done anything wrong. Once again, Frank, it's completely fucking backwards, but that's a hilarious one.
Yeah. And well, what he's saying is that of course he's going to get into it. I've heard this argument from Frank before. He's going to say that of course religious people do things that are wrong, but Jesus and the saved and all that good stuff. But he's refuted his own argument of this whole natural law and the morality is written on your heart. Everybody has intrinsic morality. They just know what is and isn't moral. Yet even people who are devoutly religious and follow this God still commit these immoral acts. How do you reconcile that? The moral law is written on your heart. You believe in it 100%, yet you still do things that are not moral in your own system. It falls apart.
The people who are more dedicated to following God and obeying His word and living the way they're told to live based on the book, therefore, are less likely to commit moral abominations, which is no doubt why 56% of Catholic priests, 56% have at least one CSA allegation pending, and half of them have 2 or more.
Jesus.
People accuse you of being a hypocrite. You Christians are hypocrites. When somebody says that, you know what you might want to say to them? You know what? You're right. I can't live up to what Jesus told me to live up to. But you've actually given an argument for God. Why? Because you're assuming that hypocrisy is wrong. Why is hypocrisy wrong?
Jesus Christ.
There's no God. There's nothing wrong with hypocrisy. There's nothing wrong with anything. Now, how many people in here?
I mean, if there's no God, there's no logic either. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it all.
Yeah.
And they say atheism leads to nihilism. Holy crap.
Yeah.
So, but what does hypocrisy wrong mean? Right? Hypocrisy is annoying, but it doesn't necessarily make it wrong. So if I used to smoke when I was younger. If I say, hey, don't smoke, that's terrible for you. That's incredibly hypocritical because I used to do it myself. But I'm not wrong, right? I'm not incorrect that it's very bad for you. So first you've got to explain what you mean by hypocrisy being wrong. Immoral? Not necessarily. Hypocrisy is not inherently immoral. It's always bloody annoying, but it's not inherently immoral. If somebody says who's a Christian and lies all the time, says it's wrong to lie, they're not wrong about that, but it is hypocritical.
Sure.
Oh, for sure. I mean, sometimes it has its place. Like, I tell my kids don't smoke, and when they reach the age of teenage rebelliousness and they're, coming into their own as far as critical thinking, they'd be like, how dare you tell us not to smoke when you smoke? And I'm like, well, that's why I tell you. I'm like, don't take my word for it because I'm a smoker. I'm like, understand this. Having a chemical control your life is just the fucking worst. You don't want that. I promise you.
Yeah, it's awful. It's an awful place to be in. I get what you're saying. If you're interested in logic, it's called the tu quoque fallacy, which is Latin for meaning "and you also." So the fallacy is if you say, if somebody says, "Hey, you shouldn't harm people," and you go, "Oh, but you harmed somebody," that's not an argument for what you're doing.
Right.
That doesn't excuse you.
In fact, I would probably say that you as a smoker, you would have more of a place to tell somebody else not to smoke than a non-smoker would, because you could demonstrate the effects. You have the knowledge. You have the first-hand knowledge of what smoking is doing to your body.
Exactly.
As opposed to somebody who didn't smoke. Yeah. Yeah. I would take a smoker's opinion over a non-smoker's opinion.
Yeah, it's the same thing with hurting people, right? Like, a long time ago, I dated a hippie farm girl who decided that she couldn't eat meat if she didn't kill it herself. Because I guess, it just didn't seem fair to her or whatever. And I'm like, I understand where you're coming from with that, but I'm telling you, you don't want to do that. Because when you're a sensitive person full of empathy and it's gonna hurt you. You're going to damage your spirit, by killing things when you don't need to, Like, as someone who has had to hurt people, I am telling you, you don't want that weighing on your conscience.
No other people, or it might even be you. You're not happy with Christianity because Christians have wronged you. How many people know somebody like that? Yeah, of course, many of us have, right? Well, Dr. John Dixon, who he's an historian, he now teaches at Wheaton, asks you to consider this question. If you know somebody who's been hurt by the church, you might want to ask them this question. When somebody plays Beethoven poorly, who do you blame?
Beethoven.
You don't blame Beethoven. You blame the player. So when somebody plays Jesus poorly, who do you blame? You don't blame Jesus.
Is Frank Jesus? Don't hate the player, hate the game. Like, don't hate the player, hate
the game. He's going to be in Greg Clark's next rap video.
Holy shit.
Yeah, wow.
I think Frank gets Jesus wrong, actually, but that's another whole story.
Yeah, and I don't know if I'd make that argument that if you played Beethoven poorly that you should blame the player. I don't know.
Many things you could blame. The
Right?
instrument,
Yeah, you got the teachers. Yeah.
Or it might just be a crap song. You know, like, let's face it. Like,
it might also be just a piece of garbage, piece of music.
Yeah.
Yeah, just because Beethoven
Is
wrote
there
it.
a way to
I mean,
play Christianity to get like a symphony? I don't think there is. Like, maybe I yet to find it, I guess.
I mean, I suppose you could. It's like, you know
Yeah.
how they've got that whole Bible code numerology business. If you take the Hebrew letters and convert them into the numerical value, and then convert the numerical value into a note, you'd have to figure
There
out
you
what
go.
scale would work. But you could turn it into music. I wonder if that's how you get the brown noise.
Maybe.
Doesn't mean Jesus isn't true and beautiful. Just because I don't play the Savior perfectly doesn't mean he doesn't exist. In fact, if I did play him perfectly, I wouldn't need him. Do you realize that you can get to heaven by being good? Yeah, you can. You just got to be perfect your whole life. Too late for me. How about you? In fact, I had a couple of debates a number of years ago with Christopher Hitchens. Christopher Hitchens was a brilliant British atheist who sounded more brilliant than he was because he had a British accent.
No, he didn't sound more brilliant than he was.
Well, he was more brilliant than Frank anyway.
Yeah, it's strictly in regard to religion. He was pretty good at what he did, and he absolutely slapped Frank Turek in that debate so many times.
Twice.
I would be, if I was Frank Turek, like I would be embarrassed to bring that up. I would never bring that up. But to his credit, he does, and also to his credit, that debate is posted on Cross Examined. Did
we review
I don't
one
know.
I think we did.
Yep, we reviewed the first one. Actually, when we posted like a week before that we were doing the review, and then the day before, Frank reposted the original. It's almost like he knew it was coming.
Wow. Prophecy. I'm a believer now.
And you can see these debates on our YouTube channel. This is a picture from the second debate we had at the college in New Jersey. And he said, God is not great. How religion poisons everything. Notice the word poison is a fun way of saying religion's evil. But in Hitchens' worldview, nothing can be evil. Why? Because nothing can.
Well, I don't think that's what Frank Turek was saying, or Jesus, what Christopher Hitchens meant by that at all, that religion is evil. I think he did feel that way, but that's not what religion poisons. It doesn't mean that it's evil. It just adds so much complication and unnecessary. It makes you think in a way that is not I'm losing my train of thought here, but you know what I'm trying to say. If you believe in superstition and magic and all of these different things which are not demonstrably to be true, then you're likely to think of other things in a non-critical way. I think that's what he was saying by religion poisons everything.
Yeah,
maybe
I think it was also
when you disable your
kind of instigates in all facets of your life. So you know, it becomes. I sort of I would disagree. I think religion's more like a drug. It kind of just takes over your life and sort of makes you act in certain ways that you would never act if you were thinking rationally.
Yeah. You said it much better than I did. I just it makes you do things that you normally wouldn't do if you didn't have that process of thinking. But I don't think Christopher Hitchens was saying that religion is evil in that sense.
Not in the sense that Frank Turek it's taking it. You know, not in
right.
sense.
Side point, but yeah.
Thing can be good because if there is no God, everything's just a matter of opinion. So I kept asking him, what do you mean by evil? And he just said, well, religion's evil. By what standard? And by the way, religion doesn't poison everything. Everything poisons religion. I poison religion because I don't live up to the pure words of Christ. In fact, in the second debate, I said to Christopher, you're right. I'm a hypocrite. I can't live up to what Jesus told me to do. But if I could, I wouldn't need him. And when people say I can't go to church because there's too many hypocrites down there, I always say, come on down, pal. We got room for one more. The church is a hospital for sinners. It's not a country club for saints. By the way, if there is no God, tolerance is no better than intolerance. Are Christians commanded to be tolerant? No, Christians are commanded to be loving. You see, tolerance is too weak. Tolerance says hold your nose and put up with them. Love says reach out and help them. And how do you love people? Do you tolerate when they do evil?
You
How many
rebuke
parents do we
them.
have in here? All right, how many former children do we have in here? Okay, good. That's everybody. Let me ask you a question. If your parents tolerated everything you wanted to do when you were 13, would they have been loving parents? No, you need to stand in the way of evil. If you enable your child to do evil, that's not loving. You need to do what's right and direct them toward the truth. See, our culture thinks that love means approval.
Oh boy. All right. So he's definitely getting into an anti-trans argument right now, an anti-LGBTQ argument. This is where he's heading.
Yep.
This was actually a free
suspected it.
performance. He needs to sell more books. He needs more content for his channel. Although he does command huge speaking fees when he's summoned by an agent, but this was a free performance.
Well, maybe he tried to sell tickets and nobody was buying, so he just opened it up. Yeah, he's whenever he starts off with the you got to stop your children. He specifically used the age 13. He's setting up this anti-LGBTQ argument right now.
Approval. Love does not mean approval. Paul, in the famous passage everyone reads at their wedding, but nobody obeys, 1 Corinthians 13, he says, love does not rejoice in wrongdoing. Love rejoices in the truth. He says, love always protects. Love always perseveres. If you want to love somebody, you need to tell them the truth in a tactful as way as possible.
That's what we're doing right now, Frank. We're loving Frank better than he loves himself.
Really?
By telling him his religion is bullshit and he needs to accept the truth.
I don't think we're being tactful. I think we're just calling him out.
Well, yeah.
He might not get into it since he's he's in California. Good.
I don't know if it's tactful to say this, but fuckface Frank Turek can go take a giant leap into the Pacific Ocean as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, Turek's really bad. And his like I was saying, maybe since he's A in California and B he's speaking in front of an audience that is not specifically his audience, he might not get into it, but this is his setup for his anti everything argument. Maybe he won't get into it, but this is his argument against it. Yeah, you got to tell people what is true. You don't affirm them in their gender identity. You tell them what is the truth. And yeah, this is
you tell them who to be because they don't know.
Yeah.
It's just like all the rest of it. You're suppressing the truth and unrighteousness. Only a fool doesn't believe. I know who you are better than you are because it's all part of that ultimate cultural paradigm. I'm here to tell you how to live because I have the special knowledge.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true, Michael. Some people don't need intellectual. They just need something to shore up their beliefs. Yeah. Yeah. Well said.
Soul who said this, when you want to help people, you tell them the truth. When you want to help yourself, you tell them what they want to hear. Too often we tell people what they want to hear rather than what they need to hear.
Like Jesus loves you.
Finally, if there is no God, you can't
Okay.
You won't die when you die. You'll keep living forever. Stuff like that.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah. He didn't bring it up, but everything he just said was 100% word for word his anti-trans spiel that he's been going on a kick lately about. He just left off the end part there.
Welcome to the club, Frank. You
Yeah.
probably didn't even think trans people were a thing until some other idiot told you we were.
Yep, he can go have himself another gender-affirming surgery.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
How
I'm
are
putting
those tits
together
working out for you, by the way, Frank. Just
putting together a little video about that. I finally started editing. I just posted my first edited video. I didn't just sit down and ramble on. But yeah, I'm doing a little video about that right now. I mean, it's in the works.
Complain about the problem of evil. Why can't you complain about the problem of evil? Because there's no such thing as evil unless there's good, and there's no such thing as good unless there's God. In fact, C.S. Lewis, early on in his life, was an atheist because he went through World War I. It was a terrible war, and he said there can't be a good God because there's too much injustice or injustice in the world. Then one day he had an epiphany, and he ultimately wrote it in the book Mere Christianity. After he became a Christian, here's what he said. He basically said evil requires good and good requires God. He said, as an atheist, my argument against God was that the universe seems so cruel and unjust. But how would I got this idea of just and unjust? A man does not call a line crooked unless he has some idea of a straight line. What was I comparing this universe with when I called it unjust? You see, you wouldn't know what a crooked line was.
So this came up when Frank talked to Alex O'Connor. He was like, you can't tell what good is, or you can't tell what evil is without some standard for good. And Alex went, well, no, not really. Like, if you're walking through Kansas, super flat land, whatever, and you consider, good to be a higher position and bad to be a lower position, then you're walking through Kansas, super flat, and you see a hole in the ground. You don't need a hill to be able to tell that's a hole.
P.S. Lewis, I was wondering if you're still in the chat.
Yeah, like I hate people. They basically act like C.S. Lewis was this amazing thinker. He was just an author guy. Like, I mean, I don't.
He's the L. Ron Hubbard of Christianity.
I just don't see why we should listen to C.S. Lewis over anybody else. Like, I'm sorry, I just don't.
I have a feeling, and it's just a small intuition, but my intuition is that C.S. Lewis would not see eye to eye with Frank Turek's point of view.
No, I dare say not, because Frank just kind of inadvertently admitted there's a number of apologists running around saying that, well, the problem of evil is actually a problem for atheists. And Frank's like, if you don't have a God, you can't have good or evil. So it's impossible for atheists to have a problem of evil under Frank's paradigm.
It's much the problem of good and evil is much more complicated when you add in a God, in my opinion.
Well, it's not just if they back off one of the fucking omnis, even just one of them.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. When you have an omnibenevolent God, that complicate. Yeah, to clarify. Yeah, not just a God, but when you have a God that is supposed to be all good, and then he does terrible things, it definitely complicates the problem of evil. It creates the problem of evil.
I mean, I've talked about Platonius and how the apologists first got their hands on this idea that God equals good. But I wonder, that notwithstanding, where the fuck in the Bible do they get the idea that God is in any way good? Because he sure as hell doesn't say that. And even if he did say it, there's that old adage, mind what people do, not just what they say, because their deeds will betray their lies. The shit that God does is definitely not in keeping with a being who is all good.
Yeah.
You wouldn't know what injustice was unless you knew what justice was. Something can't be immoral unless something is moral. Something can't be
I'd argue with that point too. He likes to say we're all born with inherent moral blah, 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 blah. We are born with an inherent understanding of fairness. Like, if there's one cookie left and your grandmother decides your brother gets the cookie and you get no cookie, you know that's unfair. You don't need to have some standard of it. You fucking know. That one you are born with, which is not a thing that Frank poses you're born with.
Is right. You say, why? Like, can't evil exist on its own? No, evil can only exist as a lack in a good thing or a privation in a good thing. Evil is like cancer. If you take all the cancer out of a good body, you got a better body. What happens if you take all the body out of the cancer? You got nothing. Doesn't exist. Evil is like rust in a car. If you take all the rust out of a car, you got a better car. What happens if you take all the car out of the rust? You got a Pinto.
Ooh.
You
If you take all the body out of a mind, do you have an all-powerful transcendent being? I think you've got nothing. If you take all the car out of the rust, you have a pile of rust. If you take the mind out of a body, well, I'm not sure how the fuck that would work, but upload it into a computer. Okay, you've got a disembodied mind. Cool. But if you take the body out of the mind, then it's just there's nothing there.
Well, I got a good one. If you take all of the bullshit out of Frank's speeches, you've got nothing. Oh wait, does that work?
He says, "Hi, I'm Frank Turek. Buy my books," and that's it.
That's it. Yeah.
No,
you've got a sales pitch.
That works.
It would just be filler words if you took all the bullshit out. It would just be when it would there's never mind, I won't get into it. There's a cool feature I found on an editing app, but it's a whole side tangent.
I do enjoy tangents.
Yeah.
Or you could put it this way: the shadows prove the sunshine. In order to have shadows, in other words, in order to have evil, you have to have good. You got to have sunshine. Oh, you can have sunshine without shadows. You can have good without evil, but you can't have shadows without sunshine. You can't have evil without good. So if evil exists, and we all know it does.
No. So at nighttime, we're in the shadow of the earth. The sun is still on, but it's on the other side of the planet. It's all shadows. That's what nighttime. You can have shadows without light because that's the default state when you don't have a light to make there not be shadows.
Yeah. Ember, apparently your giggle is the antidote for sadness.
Well,
you should sell that.
Oh, but then I'd be no better than Frank. If I can make the world better, I should do that for free, right?
Yeah, create a laugh track for us all.
Yeah, Frank certainly is spreading all the joy and love. Holy shit, this guy's so full of it. And I don't mean joy and love, actually. It's just...
Then God exists. I know that sounds counterintuitive, but it's true. We can ask the question, why does God allow certain evils? We'll save that for the Q&A. But you can't say God doesn't exist because nothing would be evil unless there was a standard of good. And there's no objective standard of good unless God exists. You with me on this? All right.
No.
Let's sum up these three arguments. There's a lot more in the book.
Yeah, I'm there. I'm with you, Frank. Let's go. Sum it up, Frank. Put it all together.
Yeah. Well, man, he's just on. He's
summarizing now. He's gotten through them all. That's it.
No, there's still number 4. If the Old Testament is true or something like that, yeah.
Oh no!
What
we got?
Where are we at?
No, we're not. We're only on number 2. Does truth exist? Does God exist? Are miracles possible? And is the New Testament true? This was just number 2. Now we're going to get into are miracles possible?
We're on 3. He's on the moral argument.
No, this was number 3 in number 2. This is the third bullet point of his second.
The sub.
Well, it's all number 2, but
yeah, we're moving on to
it's
point 3 of miracles.
Oh, yeah, I'm not going to make this.
It's going to get stupid pretty. If his timestamps are correct. What time are we at in this thing? 1:40-ish.
Yeah.
Okay. So he's going to drone on for another 7 minutes, and at 1:47:30, he's going to switch into why is God a better ground for morality and not nature?
He's still doing the moral thing?
What does it mean by nature as being? I mean, nature isn't really the grounds for morality. It depends what you mean by that.
Yeah. Man, I thought we just did the. This is the third time.
4x8s or something like that. I mean,
At 156, he goes into how to explain that God punished Israel so harshly when they worshiped the golden calf. That could be a fun one because God wanted to fucking wipe them all out. He was so pissed off. And Moses was all like, hold up. Maybe you don't want to do that. And God was like, I'm fucking God. How dare you? And Moses was like, think of what the other gods will think. And Yahweh back, not only
laughed at.
Yeah, not only does a mortal talk Yahweh down, but he does it by saying, worry about the opinion of the other gods, which kind of verifies there's definitely other gods.
Oh,
Yeah.
So I love that part.
Logical argument, we can see that the first cause is spaceless, timeless, immaterial, powerful, personal, and intelligent. From the teleological argument, we get more information that he's intelligent, super intelligent, and he also sustains the universe. And then from the moral argument, we can see that this being is also moral. He's righteous. So from these three arguments, you get a spaceless, timeless, immaterial, powerful, personal, intelligent, moral creator who created all things and sustains all things to this very minute. This is the God of the Bible.
Nothing but
assertions.
How do you get that from the freaking moral argument?
Natural theology.
It's nothing but assertions this guy has. He didn't make a case. He just out and out said, well, God, God. He just keeps repeating it over and over and over again. Lather, rinse, repeat. It's bullshit.
He's just he gets more and more long-winded the longer he goes on. He's making a meal out of these morsels.
The Bible to know, and the Bible even teaches this. Just look at Romans chapter 1, Romans chapter 2. Paul says his invisible qualities are clearly seen so that men are without excuse, because you can see by the things that have been made what God's invisible qualities are.
Yes, you can clearly see the invisible qualities. My fucking favorite. It's cool though that he's familiar with Romans 1 and Romans 2, because that means he's read Romans 2:1, which says, do not judge, period, you fuckhead. But never mind that. That's not part of the message.
Who the true God is. I mean, this could be Allah at this point. For
It
that,
could
we got to
be.
move on to the third question. Are miracles possible?
Yeah, now we're moving on to number 3. Wow.
Miracles aren't going to get you past Allah, my guy. Arguably, Allah's got more miracles than Yahweh does. Because according to Muslim apologists, if you have a copy of the Quran and it's written on paper, that is a miracle. That counts as one of their miracles.
For some reason.
Yes.
For some reason, yeah.
Possible, and this doesn't take long.
Yeah, and I just want to reiterate here that 1, 2, and 3 are completely irrelevant to is Christianity true? The only one that matters is number 4, and number 4 is just asking. It's basically saying if Christianity is true, then Christianity is true. 1 through 3 are completely irrelevant to this, and number 4 makes no sense.
2 is a little relevant because if he did manage to prove that there's no God, then Christianity couldn't be true. If there were no gods at all, proving there is a God doesn't guarantee Christianity, but proving no God, no Christianity.
Yeah, that is true. I guess it's just Christianity. Yeah. I guess that makes sense. But if truth exists, Christianity could still be false. If God exists, Christianity could still be false. If miracles are possible, Christianity could still be false. If the New Testament is true, then Christianity is true. I guess is a summarization of that.
It's interesting how I see why he put does truth exist first, because he's not saying is the New Testament reliable, is the New Testament accurate, is the any number of things. No, is the New Testament true? Which I'm sure that truth exists thing, he's distinguishing truth from fact. Like, it doesn't matter if it matches reality. It can be true in a metaphysical sense, you know?
Yeah, and you get that a lot, like the whole idea that, hey, it's true for me because it's and sort of translates to, well, it's meaningful in my life. And that's not how we would sort of use the term true, right? I wouldn't say, hey, if something's meaningful, then it's true. But a Christian might say that, which is really weird to me. Because, what's true is whether it has some sort of correlation with reality, not whether I find it meaningful or whether I find it agreeable or whether I find it, helpful in my life or whatever. That's not my idea of what's true.
Yeah, I like Aaron Ra's shorthand. It's not 100%, but it's very damn close, and it's quick and snappy and easy to throw out there. The truth is what the facts are.
Well, I think the facts are different. I think the facts are sort of agreed upon phenomena that we sort of all acknowledge as being the case, kind of thing. I think that's slightly different than what's true.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, it's not 100% because there are things that aren't demonstrable fact but can still be true. Like, well, I'm inclined to go with is there truth, but I think that's demonstrable, so that's not a great example.
Well, I kind of see truth as sort of a propositional thing, like you sort of say, so is it true that, X equals X kind of thing, right? Or is it true that this matches up with the proposition? But so, I mean, really, I'm taking it shorthand as what we're talking about. Truth is it true that this thing is real, or is it true that this thing is part of reality? Is kind of what they're saying. So, it depends how he's using truth. And knowing Frankie here, he's probably using a very, I mean, he really does make language work.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he might do a lot of talks and stuff, but the hardest worker in Frank Tureks thing is the language that makes run up and down for him, really.
Yeah, lots of equivocations and shit. Oh my goodness, there is a lot. He crams a lot of unrelated shit into this talk. 2 hours and 15 minutes, how to interpret Jeremiah 3:14. 2 hours and 21 minutes, how to explain contradictions in the Bible. That could be a fun one. 225, so he only spends 4 minutes on that. From the egalitarian perspective, how is it that we see a woman judge in the Bible?
How could it be?
Yeah. Some of them are broad, like how do you reconcile faith and science? He spends 90 seconds on that, and then he goes directly into what is your opinion on the coexistence of different religions and the belief in being the correct one?
Oh my God, you're going to have to spend a bit more on reconciling like the Bible with science. Like seriously, 90 seconds is not going to cut it. Not unless you're going, hey, I'll address that in the question and answer section. Like that. Unless that's your answer, I don't think it's.
Some of this may be in the Q&A because I know there's a Q&A at the end, but some of them are like 2 hours and 40 minutes. Frank, would you listen to someone explain the Big Bang to you? What do you think of Calvinism? Do you think that Christian movies do not show true faith? What advice can you give me?
Up, or is this real?
This is the timestamps from Frank's stream. Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah.
But
what advice?
Questions being asked.
Yeah. What advice can you give me to evangelize my roommates?
Oh no! Don't. How about just don't? Like seriously.
Do not.
You shall not pass. Yeah, there's no clear marker on where the Q&A starts. It's just Frank's topics and then right into Q&A stuff.
Yeah, let's see. Looks like about right here is the first question. So not too much further. I don't know. Do we want to go through his miracles I just don't think he's actually ever going to address if miracles are possible or not. Let's give it a little bit.
People today think miracles are impossible, and particularly miracles in the Bible, like Noah. Ladies and gentlemen, can we just keep this among ourselves here for just a minute? For you Christians in here, can we all agree that Noah and the ark is crazy? I mean, come on. And resurrections. I already asked you how many have seen a resurrection. Nobody said yes. Why should you believe such a thing? And for some reason, the big problem miracle in the Bible is Jonah. Is that a whale of a tale or a tale of a whale? I mean, what's the deal with Jonah? Can you actually believe in Jonah and the whale or the great fish, whatever?
It's a fish story.
Miracle in the Bible.
It's literally a fish story.
Resurrection's easy compared to the greatest miracle. The greatest miracle in the Bible.
Why is this guy poking his finger into this?
Oh, it's Thomas. He's poking Jesus's holes to prove that he's there in the body.
I thought he did. I thought doubting Thomas was he needed to see the finger holes, the hand holes. I mean,
interpretations vary.
This is the Quran. It's much prettier than the Bible. See, isn't that pretty? Isn't that neat? Look at that.
It is pretty.
Craftsmanship.
Surah al-Fatiha. This is second surah. It's great stuff. Yeah, the Quran is not the Quran unless it's in Arabic and unless it is handwritten. They get around the handwritten part by doing offset printing. This is the more it's cool shit. This Quran came from Baghdad when I got it from Baghdad when I was in college. It's even got a little note here from the bookseller. The Al-Muthana Library. Qasim M. Arajab, Baghdad, Iraq. Right there. Anyway, it's prettier.
Yeah, it's from a library. Did you check out a book and never return it?
No, it's from the Al-Muhtana Library. It was a bookseller in Baghdad at the time.
Yeah, half of my books are from library sales. They have extra copies or old books that aren't getting requested as much anymore, various things. They sell them off to try to raise money because libraries aren't fucking funded. Yay, America.
Anyway. Best part is it's a green screen. You can see right through it, except for the...
The first verse, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. If that verse is true, every other verse is at least possible. And here's the interesting point. Even atheists are admitting the evidence for the first verse. They don't think it's...
He's repeating himself already.
Yeah.
He's already cycled back around to where I came in.
Right. He's already...
He's being repetitively redundant.
God, but what else could it be?
Gotta fill those 2 hours.
It's got to be a spaceless, timeless, immaterial, powerful, personal, intelligent creator.
Argument from incredulity.
So if Genesis 1:1 is true, is it possible that the rest of these verses could be true? It's possible, right? We're not saying at this point all these miracles occurred. We're simply saying it's possible because if God can create the universe out of nothing, can he raise Jesus from the dead? Can he part the Red Sea? Can he walk on water? Can he turn water into wine? He can do anything.
Didn't create it out of nothing. The water was already there.
Well, none of that fault. I mean, even if God didn't create the universe, he could still do all those things. Yeah.
These things, right? If he can create the whole show out of nothing. Now, the problem is a lot of people don't believe in miracles because they've never seen one. That's not a good reason to disbelieve in something necessarily. Why?
What? Just because there's no proof of a thing doesn't mean you shouldn't believe it.
Yeah, he added in that modifier there necessarily.
Yeah.
Right? You put it in
Clearly,
your
Frank
mind.
is a
You ever
big
seen-
fan of Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy, because just because there's no proof for it doesn't mean you shouldn't believe it. Aliens too. Maybe Frank is an alien. Maybe the old Frank Turek, before debating Hitchens, was secretly replaced by lizard people.
Yeah, I mean, well, just because we haven't seen it doesn't necessarily mean it's not true, right?
Yeah, just because there's no proof for it, you should still believe it.
Seen it? You're using it right now. You believe in the laws of logic, laws of mathematics. Have you ever seen them? No.
Oh,
You use them all the time. You believe in justice. Have you ever seen justice? Oh, you may have been treated justly or unjustly, but you've never seen justice because it's not a physical thing you see. It's an immaterial virtue grounded in the nature of God.
It
You've never-
is. I mean, like, if you see judges make a good decision, you say, behold, justice. Or if you just, look at the Supreme Court building and see the statue of justice, because it's a personification, but it's a physical artwork.
Yeah. This is he's just conflating. He's conflating. If you've never seen a car, that doesn't mean a car doesn't exist. Just as if you've never seen the laws of logic. Well, not exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
Never seen love, and everyone believes in love. You've never seen it. You may have been loved, you may have loved, but you've never seen it. In fact, in the second debate with Hitchens.
So throughout this thing, I said I've wished that I could see the audience reaction to his jokes, and so what I've noticed, and I thought I suspected this before, but I think this is enough to confirm it, is that if he drops a bomb, well, what he would consider a bomb, and nobody laughs, it stays on him. But if there's a response or laughter from the audience, it does in fact pan to the audience.
Well,
And
he's
it
not
doesn't-
talking about seen, because there's plenty of things we haven't seen, right? Like we don't see the wind, we experience it. We experience, or we can sort of, experience its effects. We've never seen a black hole. We can observe the effects of it. So he's not really talking about seen, but you can experience the effects of all of these things that he's talking about. So yeah.
Yeah, he's just
Student from the College of New Jersey asked Christopher.
When the people were writing the Bible, they hadn't seen bacteria. They hadn't seen any number of things. They hadn't seen all sorts of stuff. Now that we can see it, now we have to rationalize all of that. It's like, oh, it's not humors after all that makes you sick, or it's not a matter of the world doesn't have four elements. It has a whole periodic table. It's none of this stuff makes any sense, and he just doesn't want anything to change. He's not as bad as some that say literal 6,000-year-old young Earth creationist people, but gotta hang on to that creationist myth, and this particular creation myth, not any of the other ones, not the one that J.R.R. Tolkien wrote, which is much more fun, really.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't he a young Earth? I thought Turek was a young Earth creationist. Am I mistaken?
I don't believe so.
If he believes in the Big Bang, then he'd have to hurry it up.
He just knows who banged it.
He knows who banged it. He knows who banged it, and he knows that the Holy Spirit banged Mary, and that's how that whole thing worked.
Does Fuckface Turek script ever change? No, it does
the answer
not.
Is no, it's 100%.
He adds to it. He makes it longer.
Right.
Yeah. Puncture Pasture has a really good point. If you watch the mid-90s Atlanta Braves, you can see Justice, Dave Justice. Absolutely true. Great picture.
Nice.
For this question, Christopher, what is love? And Christopher, being a materialist, a guy that thinks everything's made of molecules, had to come up with a molecule answer. So he had
Baby, don't hurt me.
for a little bit,
Don't
and then he
hurt
said,
me.
love is a chemical. And I said to him, don't tell that to your wife. Honey, do you love me? Yeah. Why? Because I got the chemical today. Now, tomorrow I might not have it, but I got it today. No, love is not a chemical. It's an immaterial virtue grounded in the nature of God. And
Can you prove that? I mean, we can see the chemical reactions, but we can't see a God reaching into your head to make you love somebody. You can say that, but where's the evidence of it?
Yeah. Good night, Kat. Thank you so much for stopping by. Whoever's stream you're watching on. Thank you, and have a good night.
Oh, bye, Kata.
And it's a decision to seek what's best for the other person, but it's not something you see. You've never seen gravity. Oh, Frank, there it is. Nope, you're not seeing gravity. What are you seeing?
But to Mark's
You're seeing
point,
the effects
you see
of
the
gravity.
effects.
Yeah.
We really don't even know what gravity is. Did you know that? By the way, if someone were to ever ask you, how do you know that God exists? Here's what I think you ought to say. I know God by his effects. You know the arguments we just went through? They're all arguments from effects. If there's a creation, that's the effect. You're reasoning back to a cause of creation. If there's design, that's the effect. You're reasoning back to a cause of design.
Yeah.
Heavy lifting with the ifs.
Demonstrated that. If, yes, it's by, you haven't demonstrated anything.
Right. So this is what's called affirming the consequent. So it's saying, if there is a God, then we would expect to see this, this, and this. We see this, this, and this, so there is a God, right? You're basically working backwards and in reverse. It's not a good way. It's not a very rational way to get through things. As opposed to, I think it's denying the antecedent, which is like, well, if we see this, this, and this, then that means this exists. It's basically the opposite way round, which the problem is you can do that for just about anything. I can say, hey, if there's a magic unicorn that creates things, then we should see trees and flowers and all of this kind of stuff. We see trees and flowers and all of these things, therefore there must be a magic unicorn. It's a terrible way to reason. And but you know, Frank's gonna Frank. Frank be Franken.
Frank do be Franken.
A designer. If there's a moral law written on your heart, that's the effect. You're reasoning back to a cause of moral lawgiver. If you have the ability to use your mind to discover things that are true outside your skull, in other words, you have the ability to reason, that's the effect. You ought to think back to a cause, a great mind. If there's evidence that a man predicted and accomplished his own resurrection from the dead, that's the effect. You got to reason back. What could have caused that? Only someone like God. And by the way, if you have some sort of personal experience with God,
yeah, you summed that up fantastically, Mark. That's exactly what he's doing.
Yep. You're doing the same thing. You're saying the effect, the personal experience is explained by the cause, God. This is what scientists do. You reason from effect back to cause. And if someone says, why don't
no, you don't. Not in the way that you are.
Well, yeah, the problem is that he's starting with the cause and then reasoning. Yeah.
Yeah, it's got an ass backwards entirely.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's not at all what scientists do.
Why do you know that God exists? You say because
How could scientists? Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we could go on about that. How could you reason back to the cause? What he's essentially saying is that scientists. Yeah, you summed it up great, Mark. There's no reason to go on about that. Yeah. How stupid.
Effect has a cause, and you see effects all around you, including you yourself, that is best explained by a being like God. You're reasoning from effect to cause. You've never seen George Washington, but you believe he existed. Why? Because he's left effects behind that are best explained by a man who lived from 1732 to 1799. You've never seen him, but you believe he existed. So you believe in a lot of things you've never seen. And by the way, even if miracles were to occur today, and by the way, there doesn't have to be any miracles since the 1st century for Christianity to be true. I think there have been miracles since then, but they don't need to occur for Christianity to be true. For atheism to be true, every single miracle claim and spiritual experience in the history of the world has to be false.
No, is
that possible?
Yeah, absolutely not.
Yeah.
Because if one miracle supports Christianity and another miracle supports Islam and another miracle supports Hinduism, then they all kind of prove that none of those things are true and something else is going on. Miracles, we used to think a lot of things were miracles. Childbirth is a miracle. Doctors resuscitating a patient was a miracle. The first heart transplant was a miracle. Orville and Wilbur Wright was a miracle. All these things. Because there was shit we didn't understand yet. That doesn't mean it's supernatural, just that we don't understand things yet.
Yeah.
Right.
And I've heard this speech pattern before. Like I said, I haven't really paid a lot of attention to Turek, but it sounds like Cliff Neckel, the way that he asks questions and then answers them really quickly before you've got time to think about how dumb the question is. Right? He does a lot of this. He's like, oh, and so God placed this. Why? Because of it. And it's like, dude, you didn't even like, you're asking the question and then giving the answer in real rapid fire. To sort of make it sound like it's almost trying to trick people into thinking they're providing the answer, but they're not.
Exactly.
Yeah,
right.
it's one of the techniques they teach in apologist school. That's why a lot of the professional apologists do that.
Or in car salesmanship. He's a car salesman. I mean, he's basically overcoming objections. You know, it's like, all right, here's this. What do I need to do to what do I need to do to earn your business? Basically, I mean, it's just salesmanship.
It's possible. Is it reasonable to believe? I don't think so. But miracles God uses to get our attention as special acts from God. Why should people follow Moses? Because Moses can do miracles. How about Jesus and the apostles? Because they can do miracles. That's what miracles are used for. So even if miracles do occur, you ought not expect to see many of them. Why? Because miracles have to be rare to get our attention. I mean, if miracles occurred all the time, we'd go, hey, this stuff happens all the time. It's no big deal, right?
No, I don't believe so. I mean, it would add some credibility. Shows. Yeah. Well, yeah. Exactly.
I mean, imagine if resurrections occurred routinely. What would the resurrection of Christ mean? Nothing. You go to somebody, go, Jesus rose from the dead to prove he was God. And the guy goes, so what? Uncle Leroy just rose from the dead 2 weeks ago.
Well, as
I gotta give the inheritance.
Hitchens pointed out in their first debate, coming back from the dead was something of a banality at the time of Christ.
Right. There was Lazarus. There was it John the Baptist that rose from the dead?
No, he didn't make it. He got his head chopped off.
Yeah, and Osiris and Dionysus and the 500 fucking zombies that rose alongside Jesus, like everybody, nobody stayed dead. Osiris, it was a Marvel movie.
Osiris was cool as he got cut up into a gazillion pieces, and his sister/wife went around looking for him and put them all back together. That's really kind of a cool story.
Yeah,
I like that story.
They made a neat video game about that. You had to play as not Isis, the other one. But you ran around ancient Egypt visiting all the cool locations in their prime with like people still around, not ruined and shit. Bright painted hieroglyphs and everything. Very beautiful. And you had to find the pieces and put them back together. Yeah.
Was that an old like Mac game or something? Like a really old Mac game?
I never had a Mac, but I imagine they made it for both platforms.
Oh, okay. Like it was like Scrolls of Ra or something. I don't know.
Eye of Horus was the one I'm thinking of, but they may have made more than one game.
Maybe. But yeah, this is silly. This is absolutely silly.
Back. No, it's got to be a rare event if it's going to get our attention. If they happened all the time, we'd say, hey, this stuff happens all the time.
What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. No, I had something to say. Like heart surgery happens all the time. We still line up for frigging heart surgery. If like there was a miracle that could cure cancer, we wouldn't be going, oh, this happens all the time. What a banality. What a ho hum. Another person cured of cancer by the Lord. So boring.
All those amputees regrowing limbs.
Exactly what I was trying to say. What I was just about to say. We have the same thought at the same time. But I'd take it a little bit. I'd take it a little bit further. If there had been hospitals that actually modern medicine, if modern medicine had been, if there'd been the Jerusalem General Hospital, that instead of the hospital was called the Jerusalem Temple, you'd see people coming back from the dead on a daily basis. I mean, the kind of stuff that modern medicine does, people are literally, open heart surgery. What do? They stop your fucking heart and put you on a heart lung machine. You're dead, kinda. At least from in the concept of that, and you come back from the dead. I mean, what are you talking about? It's like it's the old Arthur C. Clarke thing. Any technology sufficiently advanced would appear to be magic, and that's what Frank is full of shit here. Airplanes, miracles.
The entire argument is dumb because
germ science miracle.
Yeah, it's irrelevant if they became a banality. If they were no longer impressive, they would still be miracles, regardless of how often they happened. I guess his point is it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. Whether or not they're happen all the time or happen rarely, whether or not they become mundane, they're still miracles.
Well, you can call them that, but they wouldn't be supernatural anymore.
Well, they could be though. They could be.
They could be.
Yeah, let's just say that there just is no explanation for it. It is a miracle from God. If it happened all the time, the fact that it happens all the time and people stopped being like, "Oh my God, a miracle," would not change the fact that they were still miracles. I guess I don't know what he's getting at.
It'd be more miraculous if everybody that showed up at the temple got cured of whatever disease they had. That would be more miraculous than just hearing about it from somebody else down the line.
Right. Yeah. I guess. Yeah. You're summing up my points much better than I am. I'm losing my mental capacities here, but he's yeah. So let them be boring. Let them be boring. If everybody was showing up and everybody was getting healed, let them. Then fine. Let them be boring. It'd still be a wonderful thing. But yeah.
Kind of weird that God's worried about his PR, but if I do it too often, it'll ruin the surprise. That's
the excuse for Jesus was like, here, let me turn this water into wine. Here, let me turn these fishes into a gazillion fishes, and we'll have sushi, and it'll be fun. No problem then. But today, we can't show off miracles because it'll take away your free will by proving the truth to you or something. Okay.
Right.
Are so spectacular, but we don't call them miracles because they do happen every day. How many people in this room have seen your own flesh and blood born? Every mother should raise your hand, and some of the fathers, right? Now, when you see another human being related to you come out of either you or your wife, you don't go, evolution, right?
How do you know?
What?
I mean, maybe we do. So I'm reading through the transcript, trying to find that section that you guys talked about where he says humans are evil and deserve hell and suffering and shit. At 33 minutes, he goes on a little tear about what a dimwit he was at 33 years old. He had a master's degree, and he didn't know any of the stuff he's about to present tonight. Why? Because I never had a course in logic. You can say that again, Frank. You can say that again.
Yeah.
I still don't think he
You go, this is amazing. We made Whoopi 9 months ago, and now look at this. How does this happen? There's intelligence behind this. It's designed. It happens every day. We don't call it a miracle.
I love the childbirth argument because, there's intelligence, there's design. Clearly, the mother is concentrating. Today, I'm going to form the thumbs.
Right. Right. Again, a conflation of terms. What he's describing is not a miracle in a biblical sense, in a magic sense. It's not the same thing, and he knows it. The audience
So is it
ought
a
to know it.
miracle? Is it a miracle when it's a stillbirth as well? Is that miraculous?
Right.
Why
Yeah,
is
I
that not
mean,
miraculous?
I get where he's coming from, and once again, it's an elementary school level understanding. I used to consider that to be a miracle, right? Like the fact that we have the spark of the divine within us such that we can create new life, we can cause new life to be. It's fucking impressive. But once you hit 7th
Yeah.
grade biology and you discover how conception works, you're like, oh, it's a continuation of life.
Yeah, maybe wondrous or awesome would be a descriptor, but definitely not a miracle.
Well, you could do it. You could sort of say metaphorically. If you're talking sort of, hyperbolically, sure,
Yeah.
it's a miracle. Like
Yeah.
sort of a miracle of medicine kind of thing. A miracle of
Sure.
modern medicine, a miracle of science. That kind of stuff. But
Metaphorically,
we kind of.
sure.
But when you're talking about a literal miracle, you're talking about a suspension of natural laws, and there's nothing in childbirth that is a suspension of natural laws. Nothing. Like, where does this miracle take place? Like, just because you don't understand childbirth? Like, what? Where is the suspension of natural laws?
Right. Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's conflating the two things, which he's done so much in this stream. So much.
He
But there's
presumes
design
that
behind.
he's presuming yet again, like the whole a priori here is the universe is miraculous. The fact that it exists is miraculous. Childbirth is miraculous. All of these things are miraculous. So it's ignoring all of the bits of understanding we've come to know about those natural processes that take away the mystery, I guess. I mean, he's basically trying to shoehorn more gaps in to human knowledge so that God can fit. And it's just basically saying that God is there anyway, and whatever gap there is, there's God.
Well, I mean, if you want to make a gap for a god, childbirth is not it. Like, seriously, that is not the
We already
place you
know
want to
that
go.
one. Yeah, we already know how it works.
Well, and it's funny that he goes on to say that miracles, you don't see miracles anymore, because if we saw miracles all the time, then it would stop, wouldn't get people's attention, this and that. Then goes on to list miracles that happen all the time in his terms. We don't see the miracles all the time, but here's miracles that happen all the time. Yeah.
Behind it. So miracles are possible. The only question we have now is the New Testament true?
He has in no way established that miracles are
I know.
possible.
And I have so many questions.
Well, sometimes the moon comes between the earth and the sun, and just right.
Sometimes
what is that? What is that again? I know. I think I've asked you before, but Piton. Yeah. That's right. That's right. Wow, he spent very little time on are miracles possible, and he just basically said yes, they are, because babies.
Because babies.
Yeah.
Particularly
But
with
it's
the
an
crowning
appeal to
miracle in
emotion.
the New.
He's trying to trigger people's emotion. Like, do you feel that childbirth was special, or was it just a natural occurrence that we're not really impressed by? That's essentially where he's going for. So it's an appeal to emotion to say, hey, like, if I'm not right, then childbirth is just a natural process. And you don't feel that way, do you? You don't feel like your birth of your child was an amazing and miraculous kind of thing. You can't feel that way.
Good call. Yeah. Oh, son of a bitch.
Anyone who's hung on a tree is under God's curse. His brothers don't believe in him. They don't think he's God. Now, how many people in here have a brother? All right, how many people have a brother who thinks he's God? Yeah, you don't believe in him either, do you?
Where were we?
The evidence for the first verse. They don't think it effects behind that are best explained by a man who lived from 1732 to 1799. You've never seen him, but you believe
That's
he
George
exists.
Washington.
His brothers don't believe in him. They don't think he's God. Now, how many people in here have a brother? All right, how many people have a brother who thinks he's God? Yeah, you don't believe in him either, do you? Jesus' brothers didn't believe in him. Later they did. James dies as a martyr for Jesus, but when Jesus, before he resurrected, he didn't think his brother was God. Jesus is called a madman. He's called the drunkard. He's called demon possessed. You think they made this up? He has his feet white with the hair of a prostitute.
How do you know he wasn't demon possessed? How do you know you weren't tricked by a demon, Frank?
I don't think we need to fill any more gaps. So just let him roll. He's so full of shit. No matter what he says, we don't need to get into the particulars of every single particular in which the guy's full of shit.
Yeah, I rewound all the way back, and now I don't know where the hell we were.
That's all
I don't
right. Just
remember
let him
any
go
of
on
this.
about his
Let me
brother.
count the ways.
Yeah,
miracle in the Bible is
the fun point.
That's the beginning of
things
the
that are
last
true
section.
outside your skull. Send the apostles because they can do miracles. Why?
Again, miracles.
Some of you will get that tomorrow.
Yeah, close enough.
And then
I
we
don't think
marched
we've
right
seen
down
this.
there on Sunday morning, and we saw Jesus, who congratulated us on our great faith. And then we went and comforted the trembling women. I would never say it was Mr. Sissy Pants. Why the women went down and discovered the empty tomb. No, by the way, why would you never have the women be the first witness?
So he's on part
was it
4.
the women though?
Is the New Testament true? Well, I think all the stories do say that the women discovered it. Yeah,
possibly. But which women? How many women? Was the stone rolled away before they got there? Did an angel roll it away? Were there angels in the tomb? Were the angels outside the tomb? Were there guards near the tomb? Was there one guard or two? All like every possible detail
after they found it. Yeah, and they vary of what the women did.
Was
after
the
they found
tomb? Was it even empty? In one account, that there indeed was somebody still inside the tomb. Yeah.
A young man was inside the tomb, saying
which
he's
never got explained.
No.
Witnesses in that culture. Forget about the fact it was embarrassing to men. It was, but independent of that, why would the women never be the first witnesses if this was an invented story? Yeah, because a woman's testimony was not considered on par with that of a man. So if you're making up the New Testament story, you only have the men be the first witnesses. Yet all 4 gospels.
Well, that's sort of the thing, right? Like they use the criterion of embarrassment. The stories must be true because the disciples look like bumbling idiots. They wouldn't do that if they were making it up, unless you know that by doing that, it makes it seem more authentic. Same thing here. Why would you send the women? Because you would never send the women if you were making it up. So it makes it seem more authentic.
Yeah,
But
and
by
the
that
discovery.
By that logic, everything that Trump says is true. Because if you wanted to say, hey, what's the chances that you'd make this story that this idiot would say all this dumb crap? And it's like, he was an idiot. Like he did this stuff. He did do all of this stuff because he was an idiot. Like,
Yeah, and the fact that the women simply discovered and reported, hey, there's no body in the tomb, is such a small part of that story. It's not that everything after that is just simply the women went down and said, hey, there's no body here. Everything after that is all done by the men. He's giving so much credit to simply the fact that the women went and discovered, because and when Jesus told them what to do, I can't remember off the top of my head. Everything after that was reported
leave
by
Jerusalem.
the men. Yeah,
well, let me
it's just
clarify with what I
such
said.
a small part.
Let me clarify with what I said. So you would say, okay, so did Trump claim that was the election stolen, right? And you could say, hey, it would be so embarrassing for someone to say that and claim that. It must be true, right? Because otherwise he would be an idiot. And, why would they write it and make him look like an idiot?
Yeah.
Yeah. Additionally, it goes to the believability of the story, because if everybody suspected Jesus was just plain dead and the women were going to spice the body or what the fuck ever, if you wrote it so that the disciples went there first, why the fuck would they do that when in that misogynistic society that job is women's work? So no one would fucking believe it. It had to be the women, even if you're making it up.
Yeah, it would be it wouldn't add any to the argument, but it would at least be more impressive if the women were the ones who went and then spread the word of the resurrection. But
it'd be even more impressive if a big fuck all sky beam like in a Marvel movie came down and zapped the general area of the tomb, and everyone from Jerusalem came out and went, what the fuck is going on? And then Jesus walks out in front of them all and is like, ta-da, bitches, you can't kill me.
Yeah, that would have helped the narrative a bit. But in one account, there was some type of zap that went down, wasn't there? A
One
bolt of
account, there was
lightning,
all
or
the graves of the saints opened and people ran around the city, risen from the dead.
And no one noticed. Not their families, not
noticed.
The Roman guards, not the local newspaper. No one noticed. Now that's a miracle.
Well, in one account, the guards at least did notice that the tomb was empty. It's wildly different.
Gospels say the women were the first witnesses, which is telling us what? They really were. There's no motive to make this up. I actually had a lady come up to me once and she said, Frank, I know why Jesus.
But again, it's just not impressive. They just went and saw that the tomb was empty. They did nothing else. Everything else was done by the men. Everything that mattered for Christianity was done by the men. They just went and reported that there was no body in the tomb. It's not impressive at all that they ascribed this story to women.
Disappeared to the women first. I said, why? And she said, because he wanted to get the story out. I said, that is an excellent point. I had not thought of that. Because ladies, when your man comes home from work, does he say much? There could have been a nuclear explosion down at the plant.
Nuclear.
He's not going to tell you. You'll see it on the news before you hear it from him. You'll be watching the news going, hey, hon, what happened? Oh, yeah, forgot to tell you. The nuke blew up. I've been hot for 3 days. What's for dinner? Right? He's not going to tell you.
You know what? Ordinarily, I'd say don't give up your day job. But, considering Frank's an apologist, just give up all your jobs, like, seriously. He's not very good at his day job either.
Go back to being a car salesman.
Yeah. Was he a car salesman?
I don't know. I know he did something.
I would.
He was in.
Believe you.
He was in IT. I do believe he worked at Cisco. He did. Gosh, no, I can't remember.
Oh yeah, that's right. He always whines about how he got fired from Cisco for being a fucking bigot.
Yeah, so he worked at that company, and then he wrote that book, Correct, Not Politically Correct, and basically took all of the religious arguments out of why gay people shouldn't be allowed to be married. And then Cisco caught wind of this and said, hey, that doesn't align with our values, so we're going to fire you. And then literally spent the rest of his life. That was like, I want to say in the late 90s, maybe that happened.
Yeah. So he was a motivational
after
speaker.
He got fired. Was he like a court teams? Something to that effect. And he was so mad that he got fired that he spent the rest of his life to this day saying why gay people shouldn't be allowed to be married.
Cisco make good product, by the way. There's nothing wrong with Cisco products. They're very, very good.
Yeah, and then they fired Frank Turek because he's a massive bigot. Yeah.
It was a piece of shit, and they've probably got gay people working for them, and there's no reason why you should have to put up with that shit if you're working.
No kidding.
Right.
You're not advocating to stop Frank Turek getting married. Why the fuck is he doing the same to you?
Right.
Yeah, Amber, restart your voice meter.
It is getting a bit crackly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Restart your audio engine.
Primary witnesses of the woman was a formerly demon-possessed woman. Gee, what a credible witness you got there, huh? They're not making this up. I can't even believe this next verse is in the New Testament, but it is. You know, the end of the Gospel of Matthew,
And to be fair, in one of the accounts, the women were not the ones who discovered that Jesus appeared to first. I believe they all, in every account, the women discovered the empty tomb. But in one account, Jesus appeared to the other
apostles,
people first. Yeah.
the Great Commission, where Jesus takes his disciples up on the hill there, and he says, "Go, therefore, make disciples of all nations." Notice he doesn't say make believers. There's a difference, right? Anyway, it says right in there in verse 17, while Jesus is giving them the Great Commission, it says of the disciples, some believed, but some doubted. What? He's standing resurrected right in front of them, and they're doubting. This is embarrassing. It's like they're going, hey, see that guy over there? Yeah, that guy over there is Jesus. Oh, no, it can't be Jesus. He was just killed not long ago. No, I'm telling you, it's him. Look, the Romans killed him. They whipped him. They put him on a cross after whipping him, putting nails in him, spear in his side. He's dead. I'm telling you, it's Jesus. It can't be. It is. How do you know?
Who's on first?
The problem was that no one recognized Jesus when he came back. Right? He was not recognized at all.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That was the problem. That he came back and people were like, "Who's that guy?" Like, that isn't Jesus, because they're basically looking at it and it's a different guy. Like, that's the thing.
He regenerated like Doctor Who.
Like Doctor Who, right?
Yeah. See, that adds weight to my hypothesis that there were multiple guys named Yeshua running around the area, and one of them gets crucified, and Yeshua Smith gets crucified and buried in the tomb, and then Yeshua Johansson happens to walk over the hill one day, and people are like, "Oh my God, that's Yeshua!"
You are
remember, yeah. I don't mean to cut you off. Not only is it crackly, but we're kind of just getting like we're missing every like fourth word or so. You're also dropping audio as well.
All right, let me pop out and back in.
Hey, no, you're good. That fixed it.
So mostly the reasons why I've heard that none of the disciples, or at first they did not recognize him, is because apparently God prevented them from recognizing him. That's the excuse that I've heard for some reason. No one's ever explained to me what that reason is. God works in mysterious ways, etc., etc. But like, it's ridiculous. Why? Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me.
No. I mean, does any of it, to be honest? You want to do a quick sound check, Ember? I think you it was fixed at the last part there.
Yeah, it might be which window I happen to have open at the moment is like where the CPU is putting energy or some shit.
Okay. All right. You sound good now, so.
CPU issue? How many things? Time to turn off your torrents, sir. Turn off your torrents. Turn it off.
Well, the fun thing is that OBS actually tells me I'm level around 10% CPU usage, but when I have like the transcript I pulled up open, I get the crackly. When I have StreamYard front and center, it's fine. So I think it's a threading issue or something, like where it's putting the most direct effort, or who the fuck knows.
All right. PC's getting very impatient with us. We need to go.
They're not making this up. There's even potentially embarrassing details about Jesus in there. Jesus in Mark chapter 3 is considered out of his mind by his own family who want to seize him and take him home. They think he's nuts. Now, you may have heard the scholars say that Jesus, the New Testament writers embellish Jesus to be God. Oh, really? Then why is Mark chapter 3 in there? That's embarrassing.
Scholars.
Mark is almost universally recognized to be the earliest gospel. Jesus' brothers don't believe in him. They don't think he's God. Now, how many people in here have a brother? All right, how many people have a brother who thinks he's God? Yeah, you don't believe in him either, do you? Jesus' brothers didn't believe in him. Later they did. James dies as a martyr for Jesus, but when Jesus, before he resurrected, he didn't think his brother was God. Jesus is called a madman. He's called the drunkard.
I hate the martyrdom argument so much. Who did he say just died as a martyr? James or whoever? Like, can you historically validate any of these people dying as a martyr specifically.
A lot of them just say that they died. They were killed or they died, and sort of the dangerousness of that world. I don't see why we should just assume it was for martyrdom.
Right. Yeah, I think the only one that, according to what they tell, there's only one that made it that just died of old age, and he's the one that went far away. I can't remember exactly which apostle it was, but he's the only one reportedly to have died of old age. Every other one not only was murdered, but specifically murdered for not renouncing their belief in Jesus. And there's just nothing to back this up.
Thomas, I believe. He's the one who went to India.
Assuming that there's any truth to the existence of these people, and then, there seems to be, for some of them anyway, certainly Paul, and Paul says he knew James and Peter. And so we've got James, Peter, and Paul, and whoever else knows. The plain fact of the matter is the ringleader of the cult got crucified. The Romans probably weren't altogether that thrilled to have the cult hanging around again, so it wouldn't be at all surprising if they got rounded up by the Romans again. It's like, hey, we just got rid of this guy, let's get another one. It's like,
right. But I mean, you can't even demonstrate that happened. Maybe that they were killed, but the specific claim is, and this is an argument for why Christianity is true, because you wouldn't die for a lie. Essentially, they had to have had the firsthand knowledge, and since they had the firsthand knowledge, they knew that it wasn't a lie, which is why they were willing to die. But it's just, I mean, even the churches openly admit this, that there's no historical documentation aside from Paul, who I believe was beheaded, which you still can't get to, that he was beheaded specifically because he would not renounce Jesus. You still can't get there. But all of the other ones, even the church will say, like, legend has it, or it's widely believed, or they'll use language like that. It's the martyrdom argument is one of the worst arguments, but yet one of the most popular ones. You wouldn't die for a lie. Well, maybe you wouldn't. I don't know, but you can't demonstrate that any of them were murdered specifically because you can't say that any of them were murdered in the first place. Like, one of them was like skinned alive, one of them, and after he was skinned alive, he like spoke for a week or something. It's all stupid, but you can't even prove that they were murdered, let alone that they were murdered specifically because they wouldn't renounce their belief that Jesus was God.
Well, some of them they say were martyred, and so Matthew was stabbed to death in Africa or something. There's nothing to say that, they say, hey, he was martyred for his faith, but there's nothing, no records. It's a lot of the, it's like the Gospels themselves. Church tradition says they were written by Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, but that's all they have, is just these traditional stories, but nothing concrete to actually show that is the case.
Yeah, tradition is the word I was looking for. It's church tradition, and even the church. You can, I mean, Google it right now. Even the church, these church websites, they'll say traditionally in tradition. Yeah, exactly right. But no evidence. That's just they literally just make it up, and they don't even hide it, because there's just no. It's like, well, they're not alive anymore. You can't. If there's no record of how they died, then you can't say they didn't die this way. That's essentially their argument. It's a bad argument.
He's called demon possessed. You think they made this up? He has his feet wiped with the hair of a prostitute, which easily could have been seen as a sexual advance. And oh, by the way, there are 2 prostitutes in the bloodline of the Messiah. Who are they?
Is that true, Jester? I don't know. I don't know Mormon. He died because he wouldn't admit that he made it all up.
Yeah.
Anybody?
Oh yeah. Joseph Smith. Well, yeah, Joseph Smith. He got shot in the face. He wasn't given a chance to recant, but it was because of his beliefs.
Right.
I don't know why I didn't link Joseph Smith to Mormonism. It's late, but yes, okay.
Are they Rahab and Tamar? She plays a prostitute. Now, do you think Matthew, when he was writing down the genealogy, said to himself, I really think I got to spice up the Messiah's bloodline a little bit. Let's put a couple of prostitutes in here, Rahab, Tamar. No, that makes no sense at all. In fact, there's a lot of shady people in the Messiah's
bloodline. It's an actual figure in the Old Testament. I mean, it's...
Yeah, but we don't have a problem with his lineage being prostitutes. We have a problem with his lineage being God. Like, yeah, do you think he put in God to spice up the lineage? Yes, I do.
Yeah, I mean, he may have been of the line of David, but, again, they're just making stuff up to make him fit a messianic tradition that was there.
Yeah, and the point is that I've seen prostitutes. I've been to the red light district in Amsterdam. I've seen prostitutes. I've never seen a god. It's not the problem that they're prostitutes. And you sort of saying, hey, he's got this in his lineage. Like, why would they write that down? I don't know. Maybe to make him more appealing to the poorer people.
Yeah, and it's selling the narrative of persecution is another thing. Why would they do all this? Well, it's a polemic. The Gospels are polemics. They're literally tracts to convince people that this guy's the Son of God. So that seemed persuasive enough for fuckface Frank over here. It seems like, oh yeah, well, I buy that stuff. So apparently it works. Continues to work.
Mm-hmm.
His bloodline. Judah, from where we get the term Jew from? Jesus from the tribe of Judah, not a good guy. Who is Judah? Fourth son of Joseph, who sold his younger brother, fourth son of Jacob, who sold his younger brother Joseph into slavery in Egypt. And yet he's in the bloodline of the Messiah. He also slept with Tamar, his daughter-in-law. Gee, what a great guy. David, a man after God's own heart. Yeah, but he's a liar, adulterer, and a murderer. Gee, I guess there's hope for the rest of us then, huh? Bathsheba's in there. In fact, Matthew won't even mention her name. What does he say when he gets to her in the genealogy? Uriah's wife. He's telling the truth, but it's a slam. You notice it's a slam? Who's Uriah? Husband of Bathsheba, whom David had killed so he could have Bathsheba. He's telling the truth, but it's full of embarrassing detail. And then Jesus is hung on a tree, which according to Deuteronomy 21:23, anyone who's hung on a tree is under God's curse. If you're trying to invent a Messiah to the Jews, you don't hang him on a tree. But Jesus.
No, Frank doesn't touch on slavery is nearly as much as some apologists do. And then when he does get to it, he does the indentured servitude thing.
Was under God's curse. What curse? The curse of sin that we Paul put him under. By the way, no extra charge for this. Think about this. What are the two trees in Genesis? What are they? The tree of life and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Go all the way to the end of Revelation. Very symmetrical Revelation, the Bible is. What tree do you find in Revelation? The tree of life. You know there's a tree in the middle? It's the tree they hung Jesus on. Because we sinned at the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, the only way we're going to have access to the tree of life.
Yeah, I like how he says we.
Do you know there's a tree
I personally was not there.
Jesus got mad at a fig tree, smote its ass.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got pissed off.
I don't like. So there's a few trees throughout the book. Like, yeah.
Life is if Jesus is hung on a tree in our place. But if you were making this up, you would never do that, would you? It's not an invented story. They're telling the truth despite the fact that it's embarrassing. In fact, Dennis Prager, you might know, who's a Jewish conservative man, says the reason I think the Old Testament is true is because no Jew would
quick side tangent, Purple. Maybe I'm mistaken here, but you wouldn't sell your brother to someone who doesn't know them. I think selling your fellow Israelite was specifically forbidden. Now your daughter, that's a bit of a different story, but you wouldn't sell your brother.
Yeah, your daughter is property to begin with.
Yeah,
that's the way that works. But you can make the same argument about Odin, right? Oh, who would say that Odin hung himself from a tree to get more wisdom and plucked out an eyeball and said so that it could go down to the roots and have a little conversation with the Norns and find out all of the knowledge of the world and blah 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 blah. It's like they wouldn't say that about him after all. I mean, that wouldn't make sense, would it? Like, no, it's a story.
You're making me believe in Odin now.
Hey, Odin promised no more frost giants, and there are no more frost giants. So...
There you go. So there you go.
Jews. I might ask Dennis if embarrassing testimony helps you believe the Old Testament's true.
Yeah, it's true, Andrew, but it wasn't explicitly allowed by God.
Why doesn't it help you believe the New Testament's true? Because
Well,
it's throughout the New Testament as well.
That was
One more
before
piece
Moses.
of evidence, excruciating.
It was before the law. It was before all of that stuff in Leviticus and stuff.
Yeah.
Deaths. And this is the argument that says that these men who were in a position to know whether Jesus had resurrected from the dead died excruciating deaths when they could have saved themselves by saying, look, it never happened. Now, it's very important to realize that all the writers of the New Testament, with the exception of Luke, all the writers of the New Testament were all Jews. They already thought they were God's chosen people. They had no motive to invent a resurrected Jesus. There's two things they didn't believe. They didn't believe a man could claim to be God. That would be blasphemy. And they didn't believe someone would rise from the dead in the middle of time. They knew everyone would rise from the dead at the end of time, according to Daniel 12. But they didn't think one guy would rise from the dead in the middle of time. For them to say a man claimed to be God and rose from the dead and then go die for it, a man must have really claimed to be God and rose from the dead. These are Jews.
Oh,
the only
God,
Gentile
this is
writer.
terrible. It's like he thinks that every single Jew in the time had exactly the same beliefs. Like that, there was no disagreement between people on what was the true nature of Judaism. Get out of here, man! Seriously.
And you had the Essenes and the Zealots and the Pharisees and subdivisions within all of those. And no, it doesn't look anywhere outside the Bible, whether it's to archaeology or other texts, to inform his opinions.
Yeah, and it's interesting that he he's making the argument that Jesus fulfilled prophecy while simultaneously saying that the Jews did not have Jesus as a prophecy. Unless I'm mistaken.
I think his thing is like
the
Jews were surprised. Yeah, they were shocked and surprised, and nobody was shocked more than the Jews.
Who were prophesying that this was going to happen.
Yeah.
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 In fact, you might want to ask yourself this question. What did the New Testament writers have to gain by making up a new religion? What did they have to gain by saying Jesus had risen from the dead? Well, they got kicked out of the synagogue.
A lot.
A lot, as it turns out.
And then they got beaten, tortured, and killed. Last time I checked, that was not a list of perks. We're going to start a new religion. We are? Yeah. What's it going to get us? First, we'll get kicked out of the synagogue. Then we'll get beaten, tortured, and killed. Well, sign me up. What a great idea. Why haven't we thought of this before? No.
Because
fact,
they were all prophets who knew exactly what would happen. No, they're doing the same thing Frank does. They're like, we have new special knowledge. People are going to fucking love this. Like Paul, right? He goes to Rome. He's like, you know what? You too can be one of God's chosen people. You don't have to be born into the tribe. You don't even have to get cut. All you have to do is suck God's dick, and he'll let you into paradise. Perfect. Excellent sales pitch.
Did not happen.
Yeah, and if that's the case, then Mormonism is true.
Mm-hmm.
Because what's the reason for Joseph Smith to make up what does he gain apart from being shot by somebody? Well, he didn't think he would be shot. Like, this is the thing.
Yeah.
It did. I get this question a lot. Maybe you do if you're a Christian. Are there any non-Christian writers that talk about Jesus and the apostles? Yes, they're all in chapter 9 of I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist. They're not eyewitnesses, but they do give corroborating data regarding what happened. But you know what that question actually
isn't that weird?
People think you can't trust the New Testament.
Like, Jerusalem, capital of a Roman province, crawling with non-Jews, including the Roman soldiers, governors, administrators, etc., traders from all the surrounding lands and far distant reaches, and not one non-Jewish person saw any of this happen. Kind of weird.
Coincidence.
Testament writers. You can only trust the secular writers. If you think about that for more than 10 seconds, you realize how stupid that is. What did these people have to gain by saying it was true? Nothing. They had everything to lose, including their lives. In fact, some of you may know my friend J. Warner Wallace, the cold case homicide detective.
Oh my God.
Who has been on
J. Warner Wallace. He's the worst. I don't. He's not on the same. At least that I've seen. He's not on the same level as Frank. As far as how dangerous his language might be, but and maybe he is. So I retract this if I'm wrong. But Warner Wallace is he's funny. He's so bad. He's so bad at what he does. Not in a different way than Frank. He's so bad. Yep,
and he's one of the best. He's been called one of the 4 horsemen of the modern evangelist movement.
No, dear.
I just don't see it. He's bad in a silly kind of way.
On Dateline more than any other homicide detective because he solves murders decades old. Well, Jim is also a Christian, and he wrote the book called Cold Case Christianity. Just updated it, by the way. Just came out a couple.
Oh, I downloaded the app. I forgot.
Edition, where he takes his homicide skills and he applies them to the greatest homicide of all time, the homicide of Jesus. Anyway, Jim says whenever he finds a body he knows has been murdered, he says,
point of order.
There's only 3 reasons.
If Christianity is true, it's not a homicide, it's a deicide.
Well, yeah, fair.
Yeah, no, that is fair.
It's mostly the Romans getting sick and tired of somebody, threatening the established order.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time the Romans killed one of their gods.
Well, I'd love to see the forensics come back on that one, quite frankly, because
right?
I have trouble believing that without any witnesses to interrogate, any physical evidence whatsoever, you're going to get a conviction off that one, champ. So I'm not sure what he thinks he's going to prove by this.
His best argument is that the fact that there was eyewitnesses is what did he call it?
Direct evidence.
Direct evidence. Yeah, this was the best evidence. It's because there was eyewitness testimony. It's silly on so many levels. I get a kick out of J. Warner Wallace.
DNA, fingerprints, murder weapon, scene of the crime, all that crap.
Secondary.
That's nothing if you have eyewitnesses.
Yes,
but
he quite literally says this.
The main reason it's silly is because if you're talking about how you conduct a forensic case, you're talking about motive, means, and opportunity, right? That's essentially what you're talking about in order to establish a case. Where the motive you don't know because God's motives are unknowable, right? The means can be literally anything because God can do literally anything. And the opportunity can be literally any opportunity. So I don't know how you would get there. How would you get there?
Eyewitness testimony, i.e. the 4 Gospels.
Yeah, well, you don't have it. That's the problem.
no, of course you don't.
Exactly.
Of course you don't. Yeah. He's on a whole nother level. Yeah.
Okay.
No, you don't have any eyewitness testimony, and you can't interrogate the. Oh yeah, you could go on. He's so bad, but he's not. As far as I know, he's not like Frank Turek. Don't let the gay people exist. Bad.
Okay.
So I take him a little bit more lightheartedly, but
that's a low bar to pass. That's a low bar to hurdle right there.
That is true. I forgot I downloaded. He has an app, Cold Case Christianity. I completely forgot that I downloaded it. I really wanted to take a look at this, which we're not doing right now.
Reasons why that guy's dead. I don't need to track down 1,000 motivations. That guy's dead for one or more of these 3 reasons. There was either a sex issue, a money issue, or a power issue. Sex, money, or power. Those are the 3 things that can cause any of us to murder. In fact, those are the same 3 things that cause any of us to sin. Why? Sex, money, and power are good things. In fact, they're so good, we'll often take shortcuts to get them. And so Jim says, if you're going to say that these New Testament writers invented this whole story, you got to find one or more of those 3 motivators. So let's see if any of those motivators apply. Ladies and gentlemen, did the New Testament writers suddenly get real popular with the ladies for saying Jesus had
Possibly.
risen from the dead?
Yeah,
they
very
didn't
much
get sex.
possible.
Did they get money? No, they weren't 21st
Possibly.
century prosperity gospel preachers.
Very much so.
Did they get power? No, they got the opposite of power. They were persecuted. Paul had power when he was a Jew, and as soon as he became a Christian,
but you're
he
not
lost his
looking
power
at
and was
whether they
persecuted.
had power. You're not looking at whether they were successful. You're looking at whether they could have, if the way that they wanted things to occur actually occurred. So if they wanted Christianity to be spread around the world and become the dominant religion in the area, would they have gotten women, money, and power? Quite feasibly, yes. Like, you can't say, oh, well, that person, you know, they killed their father and inherited all this money, but, you know, they were caught, and so they didn't, you know, they weren't in the inheritance. The question you should be asking is, did they have the means to do that? Right? Not whether they were successful. That doesn't enter into it. So he's a bad detective.
It was the attempt to try.
Correct.
I am curious, though, how exactly, like, say the resurrection happened today, and we all saw it, and we're like, okay, Mark, you're gonna convert Australia, and I'm gonna take, you know, this area of North America, and Stephanie will take,
Are you asking me to make
Maine
up a
and New
religion?
England.
I thought you'd never ask. I'm on board.
Yeah.
Let's invent a religion. I'm all for it. Let's
Yeah,
go.
for sure. But like, what then? Right? Like, you know, I go to Syracuse, and I'm like, hey, I saw this dude come back from the dead. He must be the Son of God. Like, what the fuck do you say to total strangers in a city where you're not known that all of a sudden a bunch of them are like, yeah, let's build a church based on what you just told me happened? How the fuck does that work? I've been thinking about it for ages. And you know, Paul, we have some of Paul's letters where he wrote to the churches that he did put in place, like Corinthians and shit, where he tells them how they're fucking up, but how did they get started though?
Well, you know, the motivation was strong. Whatever, if it's for the originals, the OGs, they clearly believed in this stuff. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been doing it. But people can believe in all kinds of ridiculous shit, and be terribly devoted to it. Look at the mega idiots. And
sure,
you know,
sure. There's always
whether I don't know if I don't know if they expect to actually gain power out of it. They just simply believe this nonsense. I mean, people are on a crusade to make sure that trans people don't have any rights whatsoever. Do they gain anything by it? No, they don't gain a goddamn thing by it.
That's true.
They honestly do not gain anything, but they are proselytizing against against people's existence.
Sure, but like what's
because they believe it, because they are convinced, for whatever reasons, whether secular or religious, they're convinced that that somehow or another it's the end of the human race. And you can't
maybe
turn
that's
around. You just, but you know, some of them are on the grift train, but not all of them. You know, some of them are just simply there. They're not going to gain anything by it. They're just what they're going to gain is a sense of self-satisfaction that they're holding to a cause. And sometimes that belonging is enough. You know, that it's not all sex, money, and power. Sometimes it's that sense of belonging, of simply belonging to a cult and spreading the word.
Yeah, I guess it is sort of the same as like modern cults, right? Like Heaven's Gate, we still have the recordings of some of them because they left that one cultist behind to maintain their website. And it's the way they did it was sort of like that. big old story, no miracles, just take my word for it, bro. But they pose that apocalyptic thing, like, hey, is your life a wreck? Good news, the end is coming soon. Hang out with us, and you'll get, the express train to paradise or whatever. So yeah, maybe it was something along those lines.
I think that's the more likely thing. It's not simply sex, money, and power. It's a sense of being devoted to a cause. Some causes are better than others, I suppose. And that.
Yeah,
I can see
I wonder.
I can see the benefit in being devoted to the cause of compassion, and some of them might have felt that way. This guy doesn't seem to care about that very much.
Yeah, I wonder what the apologetic answer to it is, because like Frank's not going to say, oh, they set up cults so that they could all pretend together and feel like they had the special knowledge. He, like, I don't know,
like he does.
They have to talk really fast,
Yeah.
They didn't get sex. They didn't get money. They didn't get power. There's no motivation to make this up. And every
they
motivation
got
to say
belonging.
And then why would they go die for a known lie? You say, wait a minute, Frank, if you're going to say that martyrdom somehow gives evidence for Christianity, don't you have to say that martyrdom gives evidence for Islam?
Believe it was a lie.
Right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you have to demonstrate that they died for a lie. Nobody can do this.
Exactly.
Nobody can do this. It has not been done. The churches can't do it. There's just no documentation on how these apostles died. Why would they die for something that they knew was a lie?
Martyring for Christian makes it true, but martyring for Islam doesn't necessarily. I want to hear this justification, because holy shit.
Well, because it's because the apostles would have had firsthand knowledge on whether or not Jesus rose from the dead, not secondhand knowledge like Islam is. You could believe it's true and you don't think it's a lie, but the apostles would have known whether or not it was actually a lie, because they would have known whether they did see the risen Jesus or whether they did not see the risen Jesus. And the fact that they were willing to die for it means that they must have seen the risen Jesus, because they had the firsthand experience. But the problem is you can't demonstrate that any of them actually were martyred.
Experienced these firsthand. I mean, they thought they had an experience, but how do we know that they were correct, that what they thought was actually true?
Yeah, they had enough reason to believe that Jesus actually rose from the dead, that they were willing to die for it because they saw him. It wasn't secondhand experience like Islam or even Christians today. A Christian today could die because they believe it's true, but it's different than the apostles, because the apostles were there and saw the risen Jesus. So if they didn't see the risen Jesus, why would they still die for it? Because they had the firsthand knowledge on whether or not this was actually true or not. Whereas Islam and other people don't. But it's just none of them actually died. Well, I mean, there's no evidence to support that any of them actually died.
Well, I mean, if Christianity's true and they truly believe because they knew, then they couldn't have died, because that's the whole point, is if you truly believe in Jesus, you will never taste death.
And that was a major part of the whole messianic ideal at the time, that they literally believe. I mean, Paul says, and Jesus said, this generation will not pass before you see the coming of the kingdom of heaven. And these people really believed, they were very committed to the notion that as many are still today, that the end of the world is here. And you get devoted to that sort of thing. You mentioned Heaven's Gate. That's the kind of thing these people were into in so many ways. They make reference after reference after reference at it, but the ball keeps getting pushed down the road when wait, still alive? What time is it now?
Oh yeah. That's another thing we still see today. Jehovah's Witnesses with the stay alive until 75 thing, because that's when the end is coming.
Mhm.
Here we are,
Well, the
nearly 50
Millerites
years later.
And the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. What do you think the Latter-day Saints part means? These are the latter days. I mean, and it just, some of these things just sort of grab on you. The Seventh-day Adventists, what do you think the Adventist means? They came out of the Millerite tradition in the middle of the 1900s. You know, so
Yeah.
And these people are people with apocalyptic change. The world is going to change. The changing of the world is within this generation, and you'll live to see it.
Yeah.
People have been making excuses for it
a
for
lot
ages
of branches.
and ages.
A lot of branches of Christianity were failed apocalypse predictions, just like the original flavor. Not all of them, though. Martin Luther had a bitch with Catholicism, and it was legitimate. Henry VIII really wanted to get laid. So not all of them were apocalypses.
Why? Because there's a huge difference between the Muslim martyrs of today and the New Testament martyrs in New Testament times. Many differences. I'm just going to give you one. The Muslim martyrs of today haven't witnessed anything that tells them that Islam is true. They just have faith. But the New Testament martyrs of New Testament times witnessed Jesus rise from the dead. They saw Jesus. They touched Jesus. They ate with Jesus. They verified the risen Jesus with their own senses. You see, many people will die for a lie they think is the truth. Nobody will die for a lie they know is a lie. And the New
Also not true. But
yep.
Again, yeah.
Testament writers were in a position to know whether it was a lie or not, and they went to their deaths anyway. You can't get better evidence than that unless you were there yourself. Now, the last thing I'm going to
I think I heard somebody make the argument that you would absolutely die for something that you know is a lie. And I think they used Anne Frank in their example. Would you, if you knew that Anne Frank was hiding in your attic, would you tell the German officers that she was not in fact in the attic, even though you knew she was? And it was something to that effect. You would absolutely, there's circumstances where you would absolutely die for a lie.
Yeah. The family that was harboring Anne Frank when her family was finally discovered, the people hiding them were absolutely executed. So they died for that lie.
Yeah.
And it might not even be a lie as such as if they believed that Christianity was a better philosophy than what was around at the time, is it feasible that they could have died to preserve that no matter what the cost? And I would say yes, that is feasible.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the bigger answer is that just like the money, power, and women thing, they didn't know what was in their future. They didn't know they'd be executed.
Sure.
I'm going to say about this is going to sound like heresy for those of you.
In addition, the part of the faith that led them to be as devoted to it was the better world will be coming because of my devotion to this faith. I mean, that's the good news. I'm saved. I'm part of God's kingdom. Whether I die or not, it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's
to you who, like me, believe the Bible is the inerrant word of God, but it's not heresy. Just stick with me. Christianity is not true because a series of documents we put under one binding we call the Bible says it's true. In fact, Christianity would be true if the Bible never existed.
Well,
so how can that be? Ladies and gentlemen, do you realize there were thousands of Christians?
So he's going to make his classic argument about the New Testament doesn't matter because there were Christians before the New Testament was written down. Fine, whatever. But without the Old Testament to give us the prophecies that Jesus fulfilled and the signs and the portents and shit, how would you know he was supposed to be the Messiah?
Mm-hmm.
ever written?
No idea.
Why? Because they didn't read about it in a book. They witnessed the resurrected Jesus.
No, they
In other
didn't.
words,
They heard about it.
these people saw Jesus, touched Jesus, or saw people who had seen Jesus, and that's why they became Christians. Then they wrote it down. In other words, we could say it this way. The New Testament writers did not create the resurrection. The resurrection created the New Testament writers. You wouldn't have these documents written by Jews in the first century claiming a man claimed to be God and rose from the dead, unless a man actually did claim to be God and rose from the dead. They had no motive to invent.
Yeah, J.R.R. Tolkien,
Yeah.
he didn't invent Frodo. He just wrote down what happened because of Frodo. It was the events in Mordor that created J.R.R. Tolkien, not the other way around.
He read the Red Book of Westmarch.
Yes.
That's what he did.
No,
he translated it.
I feel like he's shouting
Egyptian.
at these poor kids as well. I feel like he's just yelling at them at this point. It's just really unsettling. I don't know why.
I know, like, I feel like the audience is ready to go home. They're like, enough Frank already.
Yeah.
This is the overall argument. If someone says there's no truth, you're going to say, is that true? Does God exist? First argument. Cosmological argument. Second argument. Teleological argument. There's two aspects to that. Third argument. Moral argument. From those three arguments, we have a spaceless, timeless, immaterial, powerful, personal, moral, intelligent, personal creator who created and sustains all things. Are miracles possible? What's the greatest miracle in the Bible? Genesis 1:1. Even atheists are admitting the evidence for that. Is the New Testament telling the truth about the resurrection? We just talked about two lines of evidence for that.
No.
Now I just feel like he's just lying to these poor kids. I just throw out
he's absolutely lying. Mischaracterizing everything.
From the get. I mean, it's
yeah, that's been his whole shtick for a while. I mean, when he first proposed it, he was like, "Oh yeah, Genesis 1:1, the Big Bang," which we secular scientists agree. And then one of his advisors is like, "What if you change that to even atheists are starting to admit that?" It makes it look like it's coming from Christianity, and the atheists just can't deny it any longer.
Right.
Yeah, I think he changed it just a little bit, though. Maybe I'm...
Is the New Testament telling the truth about the resurrection? We just create those three arguments. We have a spaceless, timeless, immaterial, powerful, personal, moral, intelligent, personal creator who created and sustains all things. Are miracles possible? What's the greatest miracle in the Bible? Genesis 1:1. Even atheists are admitting the evidence for that. Is the New Testament telling the truth about the resurrection? We just talked about two lines of evidence for that.
No atheist is admitting the evidence that a God was the one who banged it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just embarrassing and excruciating testimony, but there's 8 more lines in the book. So if you want to go further, the books and the DVDs are available. But if you don't do anything else, download the entire 9090 Hollywood movie.
Oh my God!
Yeah, he's wrapping up and going into his Q&A.
Now, when I was in the Navy, I was in naval aviation. So
I was hitting the fast forward button. I just had to keep going. He was
back in
chilling.
Let's see, that'd be about 1985. And when they passed his casket, they took off their triumphs and pressed them into his casket. They took their identity and put their identity in their Savior, the one that died for them. That's what we're supposed to do. But our culture says, oh no, put your identity in your political party, or put your identity in your gender identity, your sexual preference, your boyfriend, or your girlfriend, or your bank account, or your vocation.
Yeah, he's really upset about this, isn't he?
Ladies and gentlemen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Put your money in my pocket and put your identity in Jesus.
Right.
In your sexual preference. What happens when you can no longer sexually perform? You no longer have an identity? Or when you're no longer sexually preferred? If you put your identity in your bank account, you lose it.
What?
You no longer have an identity? How about your job? You retire, you no longer have an identity? You put your identity in another person. What happens when that person, God forbid, dies or leaves you? You no longer have an identity? No, your identity is not in these fleeting things. Your identity should be in your Savior, who died for you and then rose again. In fact, his biographer, John.
And that way, when you discover that it's all bullshit, you don't have an identity? It's another way to get people invested so they never walk away.
Yeah, and what happens when you hear that argument that leads you to
worse. It is asking people to, well, Islam is means submission, right? It's basically surrender. You surrender your identity to this other thing, which means you never learn who you are, do you? It's really too bad.
Yeah, it's exactly the same as when you invest your identity, and just to use one of his examples, but it's equally valid for all of them, in your partner. I've known so many people who are serial monogamous. They go from relationship to relationship, no break in between, because they don't know who they are without a partner.
Right. And it's sad and it's tragic. And this is sort of some of the things we see when we see people deconstruct. They're sort of trying to find out who they are without this idea of God kind of thing. And it's sad and it's tragic. And you know, it's upsetting because who you are isn't based upon some, you know, magical man or Frank's sort of, you know, oh, this is who you are. And, you know, and he's the one telling them they're all flawed kind of thing. It's like, what an asshole.
Yeah, rely not on your own understanding. I'll tell you how to live. I'm going to get out facepalm Jesus for that.
Wrote the Gospel of John, said in the very first chapter.
Yeah, is Frank advocating that Christians can be Democrats? I mean, it logically follows from what he was saying, but I don't think he thinks that. I did a post, community post a while back where Frank cross-examined was hiring, essentially, and one of the requirements to be hired by cross-examined, which is Frank Tureks' organization, is that you are a conservative Christian, not just a Christian, but you must be a conservative Christian.
Oh, that's gross. That's gross.
Yeah.
That he gives
I'm
you the
sorry,
right
that's
to become
just
a child
gross.
of God
Yeah, Frank Tureks gross.
by simply accepting what he's done, repenting of your sins, and taking the new identity that you can't lose. You know, you can lose your job, you can lose your spouse, you can lose your health, you're ultimately going to lose your life. You know, the only thing you can't lose Jesus.
I bet you can.
Anyone in here struggling with your identity?
You bet you can.
Jesus is
Yeah.
Two of the fastest growing channels on YouTube are all about that. Christy Burke, Brandon from Mindshift. Whoops, where'd I put that Jesus?
Well, I mean,
he got away from me.
Losing Jesus assumes you had him in the first place. That's the thing. Like, that's the whole point that we're making.
Yeah.
You don't know that you have any Jesus.
And let alone the one that Frank made up in his head.
Well, yeah.
Frank's own personal Jesus. The Jesus who hates everyone who isn't a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, who speaks English and lives in the middle part of North America.
Oh, that Jesus. Yeah, no, I'm very familiar with that Jesus.
Yes.
Fuck that Jesus.
Oozy Jesus. I'm back, bitches. Guns and God.
Mark.
See, all the pressure's on you, and there's always somebody that can do it better. It's exhausting. And in Christianity, you don't achieve your identity, you receive your identity. It's free. You don't do anything but repent and accept it. You don't achieve it, you receive it. What could be better than that?
Really?
Yeah, you don't need to try. You don't need to do any work. It's a free gift. Terms and conditions apply. Not valid in all 50 states.
Any kind of social stigmatization or any kind of, you know, problems with the way that Christianity treats the people in it? Like, seriously? Is that what he's what a douchebag.
Oh, well, see, you have to see his second session after people convert and buy his DVDs and shit. Then they come see him for round 2. And that's when he'll tell you that the great sacrifice they've made by being Christians, because they're the most persecuted people in the history of Earth.
Wow.
Let me tell you.
But it's free, no cost to you.
Let me tell you about my nephew, who has a Methodist parish in Plattsburgh, New York. He's been in the ministry. We celebrated his 30th year in the ministry last October. or perhaps it was last October, late October, early November. His Jesus, the gospel he preaches, is not Frank Tureks.
Mm-hmm.
He does not tell his congregation that his aunt isn't worthy of life. He doesn't tell his congregation that they are worthy of death without accepting the risen Christ. He doesn't teach his congregation to hate gay people. He doesn't teach his congregation to despise people of a different race or color. He teaches his congregation the compassion that, yes, you can call him a cafeteria Christian, but he doesn't preach the hate that this man preaches every time he opens his mouth, every time he writes a book, every time he does anything at all in the realm of religious studies. Let me tell you about my friend Gwyneth Harrison. She has a parish in South Portland, Maine, where I spoke on Transgender Day of Remembrance. You know why? Because she knew me as a person who allowed she and her husband to charter my boat for a season. She knew me as the person working at Sail Maine who treated her transgender son with care and compassion. She doesn't preach to her congregation the gospel of Frank Turek, who would have her son be not worthy of life. So this fuckface, this man right here, that guy over here on the screen that you're all looking at, is saying to accept a Jesus Christ who hates people, who views the world as sick and irredeemable while being the so-called redeemer. His Christianity is irredeemably bad. It is not a good thing for the world. And you may argue with me that no form of Christianity is good for the world, but I would say that if you're not going to eradicate the faith, I'd rather have people preaching the gospel according to the lines of compassion, reading the compassion in before you criticize your brother's speck in the eye. You take out the log in your own and see that brother as another human being and find love and compassion for that person. Turek doesn't preach that. And I can have some good conversations, and I had lots of these conversations with my dad, who was also a Methodist pastor, and my brother, who was also a Methodist pastor. And it's revolting that these preachers of hate are out there with huge audiences, mega churches, raking in the money, raking in the grift, in the name of Christ, who would spit in his eye. that Christ would spit in his eye. That Christ would look at him and say, my friend, when I was in prison, you didn't come and visit me. When I was hungry, you let me starve. When I was naked, you chuckled. The man is devoid of compassion. And he well deserves the name Fuckface Frank.
Well, I'm not that familiar with him. Yeah, I really haven't paid a lot of attention, but these guys blur together after a while. I got to admit, like, seriously.
It's true.
Yeah.
Anyway, Fuckface Frank is, by the way, if people aren't subscribed to Uncle Bobby's channel, by God, do it. Because he's a big Frank Turek fan in the, like, okay, Frank Turek. He has a lot to say about the guy. But the man is just he's just horrible. And the worst part is people buy his bullshit.
Yeah. They do. Mm-hmm. They do. He's very well off. And yeah, and that's why I personally cover a lot of Frank Turek content. And the video that I posted today, I think sums up why calling people like Frank Turek out, because everything that Stephanie just said, you wouldn't get at face value from Frank Turek. He doesn't. He's one of the ones that know how to say things, which mean everything that Stephanie just said. But he'll never come out. He's good at what he does. Yeah, that's why I focus on Frank Turek so much. But yeah, Mark, Frank Turek's really awful. Really, really awful.
No, I'm getting that.
Yeah. Sadly enough,
but
you
the
wouldn't
only
get
thing
it
I've
from
seen
this
of him-
interaction.
Yeah, the only thing I've seen of his is like his debates that I've done with Ember. So, you know, that's sort of like he wouldn't dare say that on a debate stage kind of thing, because, you know, he would lose the audience instantly. And he probably fucking knows it, you know, like he knows it.
Yeah, that's why he's keeping it incredibly mild here. I mean, and even in his personal channel and his personal videos and stuff, he keeps it pretty mild. But if you go through like the first maybe 5 pages of his book, or if you watch the content that he puts out and just really listen to what he's saying, hear what he says, but know what he means, kind of thing.
Oh yeah, pick any 5 of his shorts. Go through cross-examine any 5 shorts. You're going to get at least one that's like, oh, these transgender people are so confused. They need to put their identity in Jesus and be who they were born to be.
Yeah, well, and it gets worse than that. It gets so much worse than that.
Oh yeah.
And I'm not shilling for my own video here, but on the video that I posted today, I guess yesterday at this point, really shows how he's linking the LGBTQ community to pedophilia. He's linking it to God, what was I'm forgetting my own thing that I covered here, but he just just watch the video. Go watch my video. I think I summed it up pretty well. But yeah, he's really bad. He's really bad.
You know, Carrie Ann, we could, if Uncle Bobby ever came on my stream or I on his, we would have nothing but a swear off the entire time.
Fuck yeah.
With that said, we're going to go to questions. But before we do, Jeff, would you come up here for just a minute? And maybe Eric is.
Here's one thing you need to do before buying
I forgot I'm on my
anything
Jesus
online.
account.
Don't spend another dime on Amazon.
I figured I figured we'd interact with the live stream. So I switched to my Jesus account, but the comments are long. It's long past.
Anyway, it's late here. I got to
What
get
is-
some sleep.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I'm after 4 a.m. over here. So
Yeah,
as
likewise, I'm
enlightening as I'm sure the questions are destined to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's
I'm
see.
sure there'll be
I'm
a-
trying to deconstruct this. IDHEFTBAA. Does that mean I'd lift a sheep? I'd have to buy. I mean, what is this? I'd have to buy.
I don't have enough faith to be an atheist.
Oh,
I mean, officially.
I think I'd lift a sheep is more better than that.
All right, I'm gonna take a quick look through
What
these.
rank?
I was gonna.
But God punished Israel because Israel grabbed him by the balls. That's a quick answer. Literally, I'm not kidding. That's how Israel got his name. I'm Jacob. You know.
Isn't it weird how
Why?
all those released slaves had so much fucking gold with them?
Oh, why do I have to refuse LGBT in
Yeah.
order to be a Christian? That's a good one.
Yes, hi, what's your name?
I'll just say my name is Mav.
Say what?
Mav.
Say his
Mav,
real
Go
name.
ahead.
Okay, so my question for you is, if
I'm sure he's gonna go with the because it's not true. You don't placate to people's feelings. You got to go with what's truth. Blah blah blah.
God said that there is going to be male and female, and then there's some variety within that called intersex people. Why do you guys insist on this binary definition of sex when clearly biology is not so binary? There are intersex people, and you'll say, oh, it's just 1% of people, et cetera, et cetera. And then also, let's extend that to same-sex relationships. So you have someone who's born heterosexual, bisexual, or homosexual. So why is there this thing where God would say, that's fine, but that's not fine. And he creates them knowingly like that. And then in the past, the church has said these people are mentally ill, they deserve to be, put in institutions, penalized, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, I could go on and on about that. But my question is, why do you say that if I'm going to be a Christian again, then I need to repent from being LGBTQI+, and then accept this narrow version of the gospel? That to me is like conversion therapy, and the UN and all these other major medical organizations in the US and around the world have called that torture. So for you to stand here and to defend that, that's pretty messed up. What is your response to that?
Well, Mav, let me ask you a question. What is your standard of morality?
Oh my god!
I
Oh,
put
for
myself on a
fuck's sake.
secular.
You
Okay.
fucking idiot.
I've been meaning to make some type of video about this. I hope that this person does not answer this question. Don't answer the question. It's questioning you. The audience is asking the question, and this is how Frank gets around it. Is, well, what do you mean? But he asked the question, like,
What do you mean by
if you're
that?
not
What do you mean by that?
prepared-
What do you mean by
Yeah.
that? What do you mean by that? What do you
Not
mean by that?
prepared
What do you mean by that? What do you mean?
to-
Shut the fuck up,
Yeah.
Frank.
if you're not prepared for this, don't do it. That's a public service announcement to anybody who listens to this particular part of the stream. If you're not prepared for this, just don't do it. Just don't do it, because Frank Turek, his job is to make you look dumb. And unfortunately, if you're not prepared, he's going to succeed at it. And I can tell that this person's already going to fail because they're answering the question. Just be like, no. Answer the question. But I digress. If you're not prepared, don't go up to street preachers. Don't interact with these people who are protesting outside of this and that. Just ignore them, because all they're doing is gathering content to make you look stupid.
Correct.
But I digress.
Correct.
Yeah, we'll see. I hope this person holds Frank's feet to the fire here.
Humanist,
Yeah,
I think
well,
that
my
everybody is
my
innately
feeling
good.
is this
What
do you
kid
mean by
sat
good?
through the entire thing. It's like, oh my god, you sat through this entire thing, and now you're. I admire his chutzpah and getting up and asking the question. That's admirable. But we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
Well, obviously murder is wrong,
Why?
because if I went and murdered someone's kid, then that mother or father would not have a
He's
child,
fallen
and they would be
into
in
the-
mourning, and that caused them some
You-
great cycle.
Getting into the
This person
tangled
was
web.
unprepared. Unprepared.
You
Don't
were not
engage with.
prepared.
You are not prepared. Is that? Are you referencing World of Warcraft there, Ember?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Okay. Anywho, side note, but yeah, you are not prepared. Just like God, what was his name? Illidan,
Matt.
Yeah.
I believe. Illidan. You are not prepared. Don't do this.
And he's a fine one to lecture people on preparedness when he went and picked a fight with the fucking Lich King and he got his ass kicked.
Yeah.
Had to be saved by his minions.
Yeah, we can go into some WoW lore, but let's keep.
Psychological turmoil for the rest of their lives.
I
And
love
trauma they're
that
gonna have to work
cutscene,
through in
though.
therapy. So objectively, we can see psychologically they're not going to be doing too hot. So of course,
Okay, but
that's objectively wrong.
why is it objectively
Oh
wrong?
my
Mark?
god! Stop!
Because
Stop!
if we are going to come
wrong.
together
Stop.
as a society and cooperate
Stop answering his questions.
as a human race, we need to.
I've seen one person in all of the videos that I've seen, and I've watched a lot of people interacting with Frank Turek or with anybody. Ray Comfort does his street thing. These street preachers who are out on the corners of sidewalks. I've never seen one single person succeed in the conversation, and that's either because the people who post it edit it out, or they were just unprepared, just like this person is.
Oh
Just
yeah, this person is going to
this.
be another one of Frank's shorts next week, showing how brilliant Frank is at dealing with the atheist seculars.
Yes. Oh, to cap that off, except for one time, there was a person who was either she was a biologist or that's what it was at a college, and that's what she was in. That's what she was getting her degree in. And this is when Frank exposes that he had the gender affirming surgery. And if she just would have pushed him a little bit further, she would have knocked him. She would have destroyed him. But Frank scapegoated and quickly changes the he redirect. He does a redirect. She stumps Frank, and this is on cross-examined. You can see his gears turning, and for the first time, Frank Turek stops talking, and you can see him thinking. He goes, "Well, now I can't even get into it," and just completely dismisses it. It's funny. I've seen it happen one time, where somebody stumps one of these people. But
if you want to see a master class on how to handle a precept, and Frank is essentially a precept because it's everything it is. It's like, he's moving this conversation towards, you can't have morality without God. You can't have, there's no, without that, like he said the entire time. And, he presupposes the truthfulness of the gospel and the gospel accounts and all of that other happy horseshit. But you want to see a master class on how to handle a precept, watch Shannon Q have a little chat with Darth Dawkins. It is hysterical. It's just so good. She is so good.
Need to have some sort of moral standard to bind us together, regardless if there's a God or not.
But whose moral standard? I mean, Hitler had a pretty tight moral standard within Germany. Why was he wrong?
Well, obviously he was wrong on many levels. I mean, the fact that he murdered millions of people.
But by what standard? Why is it wrong to murder?
I would immediately concede the argument. I would say I have no moral standard. Now answer the question.
Yes.
People.
Something along those lines.
Yeah, we're not talking about my moral standard. We're talking about yours.
Right.
Exactly.
So just I don't have one.
You're claiming,
care.
You're claiming it is moral to treat people like this. Why is it moral to treat people like this?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Within my own experience, if I witness the murder of someone, which I gratefully have not, I would be
painful.
Obviously, there would be a sinking feeling inside of me, like, wow, I just witnessed the loss of someone's life. That's a terrible thing to see. Like, if someone got ran over by a car and it was so quick and you just didn't see it coming, of course that would screw someone up for life. So to me, it's like, you don't have to attribute it to whether there's a God or not. Psychologically, the way that my brain is going to see that is like, wow, I just saw harm conflicted onto
Wait a
whether or-
second.
real quick,
I've-
whether or not this person answers this question perfectly or terribly, it's all just a redirect. What is it, a red herring? Is that the fallacy?
Yeah, red herring.
It's
Yeah,
total
that's
red
all
herring.
this is.
Well,
Oh, it's worse
it
than
is-
that.
They are going to moral intuition.
It's a
basically.
scarlet herring.
They are really going to moral intuition, and that's fine. But and sort of moral intuition can do a lot of things for you. And hey, if you want to base it on moral intuition, go for it. That's fine. It explains where morality comes from. If you want to presuppose that as a determining factor, sure. It's just Frank's going to say, well, that comes from God, and that's basically it.
No, it's worse than that. I've heard this exact argument before, almost word for word. I think this person's an audience plant. I think Frank's handing out scripts to people and saying, ask me this, when I say this, you say that kind of shit.
Yeah, I've long suspected that a lot of his audience members are plants. And one of the biggest tells is that when there's an atheist or somebody who's asking the tough question, they always look like this person. Just this kind of the look, the overall look. This person,
little androgynous, slightly overweight, like a costume department dressed them.
Look at the surrounding audience. Nobody else looks like this person, but this person does look like this person, and that is a very common theme. They just so happen to have a certain look about them. So yeah, I've long suspected that he has plants in his audience.
Yeah, it just trips me because like the specific things, like if you see somebody die, if just like that, you didn't see it coming, their life is gone, it scars you for like it's almost word for word what another person said in another one of these events. I'm like, nope, there's no way.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Onto another, or inflicted onto another.
Yeah, so you're describing how you know something's wrong. The
Yeah,
question
so that's a
is
psychological feeling.
Yeah,
and
the
it's a
question
physiological
is
reaction.
the question is why is it wrong if there's no God?
So wait, can you repeat that last thing?
Yeah, you're explaining one of the ways you might know that something's wrong. The question is why is it wrong if there's no God?
That's
I
not
just
the
think that as a
question.
society,
Frank.
we wouldn't be able to just say like, oh, we should allow murder, we should allow this and stuff to happen because obviously slavery was wrong. We abolished that. Obviously.
Okay, you're bringing up.
They used the same
moral
argument
wrong.
too.
What I'm saying is, like,
When
that was
Frank
something
redirected them, they went with, oh well, obviously slavery is wrong. Like they're not even modifying the fucking script. It's the same thing.
I will do a deep dive, and I'll try to find that. If you can come across it, that would be wonderful. I haven't heard. I've watched a lot of Frank Turek content. I haven't heard this, but yeah.
It's one of his college talks where he's on the stage and the stairs go up, and it's a person all the way on the side who looks a lot like this person. In fact, until I switched the window back over, I thought it was the same person.
Wow.
I'm like, I mean, maybe he's got minions. He just brings from show to show to show.
It could very well be, yeah.
As a human race,
Yeah,
regardless of whether there's a God or not, because evolution has incentivized cooperation. If I share my fruit with my person, they're going to survive. If I take care of the elderly person in my clan, they're going to survive.
No.
If I take care of the children in my village, they're going to survive. The human race will survive and reproduce, and therefore everyone else is benefited from it.
Evolution is survival of the fittest.
That's not true. There's a lot more to it than you're strawmanning evolution. You're just so wrong about
it. Doesn't
this stuff.
matter.
I'm sorry.
Where am I wrong about evolution being the survival of the fittest?
You probably read that guy
Oh my
who
goodness.
funded the Ark Encounter. Maybe you or whatever in Kentucky. You probably read his strawman version of
Ham.
evolution, and I really don't think that you really talk to biologists and you really know what's going on because there's a whole lot of stuff that a lot of you guys will just strawman and not even take as like what it actually says.
Hold on.
Actually, this is that's productive.
I'm asking you a simple question.
Go ahead and attack Turek for God's sake.
But he's still off the question. Yeah, he's still off the question of what makes it moral to treat LGBTQI people like shit. Basically, that's his question.
He's
like,
totally off.
What?
That is the question, and unfortunately, you let him get off the hook.
It hasn't even been brought up yet, and there's not much left to this segment. This is a massive redirect. I'm sure Frank has his response ready, but he's eating up as much time as possible until he can fire off that quick thing and be like, okay, we got to move on to the next question.
Come up asking a moral question. I'm asking for a moral standard. You haven't given me a moral standard.
I said objective morality. That is a moral standard.
No, you hold him
Where
to
does the
his
objective
moral
morality
standard,
come
kiddo.
if there is no
Jesus
God?
Christ.
I'm not the
Within
source
us,
of objective.
from within our wiring, from collaborating with other people.
Okay.
There are negative consequences to murder, obviously.
Negative is a moral term. You're
It
importing a
is
moral standard
fucking
into your
not.
atheist-
It's a physics term. Positive, negative. Electrical charge, electrons, positron, all magnetic fields, all sorts of things. We in regular life, we think of a positive as a good thing and a negative as a bad thing. You don't. It's not even. It's moral adjacent at best. Why? Just why?
Yeah, stay off the mic. You have to come into Frank Turek's Q&A session and
Look,
stick
I'm
to your
not-
guns.
I'm not going to deride people for getting up and challenging somebody like this, and it's very difficult to do so. So I'm going to say, good attempt. If it isn't a plant, then good attempt. You really need to brush up on holding people's feet to the fire. But I'm not going to get all down on them because, you know, they want to challenge. If they want to challenge him, great. You know, I'm not gonna sort of berate people for that. I think I'd be a lot more lenient and sort of say, hey, not successful this time, but you know, you've got the right idea.
I can agree to that for the most part, for sure. If I was in Frank Turek's audience, I don't think I would have the gall to even stand up and ask the question in the first place. So,
I would.
Yeah, I can.
I definitely. Nothing would stop me. Like seriously,
You couldn't hold me down. I guess my overall point is that if you aren't prepared, and this goes for everybody, always. I wish it was. I wish it was more widely known and accepted that this was just the standard to just ignore these people, unless you are extremely prepared, because this is a casino. And Frank is the owner of the casino. This is geared in his favor in every single way imaginable. You don't have the slightest chance. It's worse than a casino. You don't have the slightest chance at winning this argument. It's geared in Frank's favor. He has control of the mic. He can stop it at any time. You will never win in this Q&A forum like this. You will never win. It's impossible. If you start to make the arguments that Frank can no longer refute, he will simply cut it off. You're never going to win. So just stop giving Frank Turek content to post on his goddamn YouTube channel, I guess, is my overall point.
Theistic system, and you're stealing it from a theistic worldview.
That's not true.
Well, I'm sorry. You
There are
don't
so
get
many moral
morality.
standards besides Christianity.
Mav,
There's Buddhism.
This is where
there's
Turek cuts
stop,
it off
Mav,
right
Taoism,
here.
Mav,
There's
stop.
all these
You're
different moral
stealing
systems
it
all over the
from
world that I've read
theistic
about that I've
people.
imported. So
Mav,
that's not true.
I'm
Yeah.
going to have to ask you.
Buddhism steals from Christianity too.
morality was known to the ancient Greeks, Sonny Jim, before Christianity even came along.
Mm-hmm.
Away from the microphone.
They were debating it in the pantheon
Okay.
way before Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There it was, by the way. Step away from the microphone. In other words, get the fuck out of my face. As soon as he was getting challenged at all, it was get a step away from the microphone. Get out of my face.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens. He's in complete and total control of his Q&A. Never be fooled.
So there is no objective moral standard unless some kind of God exists. Everything is just a matter of human opinion. And so when you hold up a sign that says that certain people have treated LGBTQ people wrongly,
Well, they have, and there's so much evidence for it.
Mav, you might be exactly right about that. But
I know I am. I have experiences and data to back it up.
Okay, well, I'm sorry that people have treated you poorly. But
you don't have to go on and spread these bigoted viewpoints on YouTube and Facebook like you do. It's just a bunch of misinformation. You have no idea.
Mav,
I would strongly argue that this is not a plant. You don't. Frank Turek would never allow somebody to call him a bigot.
Maybe.
Blood on your hands.
Okay, Mav. you want to have a conversation, or you just
Remember
want
his
I
own
really just
criterion of
would like you to
embarrassment,
just
though.
apologize
Hmm.
and turn around and see that
Okay.
what you're doing is harmful.
Mav, there's only harm if God exists. Harm is only evil if God exists.
So what?
And
You
so
No,
just
just
that is
harm
not true. That is not true. There could be no God. I could cut off Ember's head. It would still be causing him harm, irrelevant of whether there's a God or not.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why I went there, Ember. It must be something that I was
I'd
thinking
prefer you
about.
cut off Turek's head, but that's okay.
No, that's a better one. Yes, all right. I'll cut off Turek's fat-faced fucking head. And yeah, that would be causing harm, whether or not there is a God. Like
I don't know. I mean, it would objectively make the world a better place. You
It'd still
could,
be
you know, turn the skull into a really nifty cup.
Still be harm.
It would still be harm to Frank
You'd still
Turek.
be harming someone, right? You'd still be causing harm to someone, regardless of what the other associated consequences are. Like you may argue that cutting off his head would be beneficial to society in some way.
Yeah,
there is
net
no
gain.
doubt you would, right, net gain, right, exactly. There is no doubt you'd be causing harm to that individual. There is no situation where you could say, hey, you'd be helping that individual, unless maybe they were dying of something and they needed to be, you know, put out of their misery or some shit like that. Who knows? But you know, this is ridiculous. You can't say that only if there's a God are you harming that person. Bullshit.
Yeah, and I still just want to like scream, so fucking what? Like, okay, cool, your God exists. Now why are you doing evil? You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you got to hold Turek's feet to the fire. You can't let him change the subject and all of that kind of thing. And it's in a short format like this. You're exactly right. He has control of the microphone, so it's his shindig.
Yeah,
And he's been doing this shit for decades.
Yeah, that goes for anybody. Anybody who's out there doing what Frank Turek does, or the street preachers, or the people who are doing the protests, or anybody. If it's their show, it's always going to end in their favor. It can't happen any other way. Because as soon as it starts to go out of their favor, they'll just cut you off and move on. So yeah.
No, I've had my time on Pine Creek's channel. We've had some fun over there, actually. But it's like, oh my god, you know, the probably one of the more memorable moments was when Doug brought up a study that said the exact opposite of what he thought the study said. And when I brought up, he brought it up earlier in the show. And I brought it up. He said, "Oh, you can't find a single study that shows that suicidality is reduced with gender affirming care." I was like, "Well, I don't know. What about this one?" And it's like, "What? Yeah, and you know, but that's not about suicide." And it's like, "Well, it's in the title." Okay. He was like, "Oh, we referred to this one earlier in the show." He goes, "Yeah, you did?" He says, "Yeah, read the conclusions." Then so I read the conclusions. It's like suicidality is reduced in this cohort, blah blah blah, and all of a sudden it was like, "Well, yeah, I've got a tea time in about half an hour, so I guess we better go." That was hysterically funny.
Alrighty, folks, I gotta punch out.
Yeah.
Right.
It's been a trip. I will catch y'all another time.
Yeah, thank you
All right,
so much
man,
for joining in. I appreciate it. I'm gonna finish up the rest of this segment here, and then I'm gonna call it as well.
All right. Night, folks.
Yeah, I want to see the end of this. Night,
Thank
Ember.
you. Yeah, I'm just gonna go to the end of this question here, and then I'm gonna call it. I want to see where Frank's going with this. I mean, we all already know where Frank's going with this, but it is getting late.
Regardless of God exists or not.
Thank you, Mav. You're not interested. Thank you for coming. Hey, Mav, if I gave you a book, would you read it?
Is it on Audible? I have severe ADHD.
I don't have an Audible with me, but
is it on any type of like written like?
I'll tell you what. If you go back
to text to speech,
if you go back there and you give Evan at the table your email address, I will email you personally.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
What a nice fellow.
Yeah.
And by the way, before we go to the next question, now that I have a chance to speak here, I appreciate people coming here who have a different point of view, but it's got to be a dialogue. It can't be a monologue. And
Go
I think
fuck yourself.
that, yes, people who identify as LGBTQ have been treated poorly. But I also think now that Christians are being treated poorly.
Oh my
And
fucking
come
God.
on.
It's the oh my God. Wow.
Yeah. People are definitely passing laws that Christians can't get health care. Absolutely, that's the case. Christians can't. What are you talking about?
How
Yeah.
hard it must be to be a Christian. It's I have empathy for these Christians. It must be so difficult.
The goddamn secularists they stop these Christians from persecuting people. They're picking on them. I swear, like, why can't we just leave them alone to be bigoted, nasty, and persecute whoever they want to persecute? Like, seriously, dude. Look, you can make an argument that in some countries Christians are being persecuted, like some countries in West Africa and things like that. You can make that argument, but not in the Bible Belt US. Like, come on now.
No.
Like, it's just what Frank is feeling is that Christians used to be the special people, and their morality was held up over everybody else's, and what they said was taken to be the standard in which people behaved in society. And they thought everything was great. They were never the ones being picked on, and they're not the special people anymore. They're just not. Their opinions are perfectly valid, but they're no more valid than anybody else's. So if you've got a disagreement, we look at how it benefits or harms society and people. And they're just so unhappy with that. They're like, well, why can't my special opinions and my God opinions be held up over everybody else's? Because no one gives a shit. That's why, mate, because no one cares that you think that your opinions come from some magic man that handed them on down high. No one cares.
Oof,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's
Well
garbage.
said. Well said.
This
All
is
right.
something I've been
Respect
noticing
people.
lately. Sorry.
What's that? Something you've been noticing lately?
Just the outrage that their opinions aren't being held in higher esteem than everybody else's. You know, that's just something, and I don't get it. I just do not understand it. I will listen to your opinion. I will vehemently disagree with it if I disagree with it. But you don't get to go, well, my opinion should be held in a higher esteem because it's coming from God. Prove it.
Well, even if we disagree with them. But that's a moral category. And respect only makes sense as a moral category if there's a moral standard beyond us. Otherwise, everything's just a matter of opinion. If somebody says gay is good, that's a matter of opinion. If somebody says gay is bad, that's a matter of opinion. You have to have a standard.
But why is your standard gay is bad?
Yeah.
That was the question.
That was the question, and he's not going to answer it.
No.
Of course.
My question to anybody who disagrees is, what is your moral standard? If there is no God, there's no rights to anything. There's no Christian rights. There's no gay rights. There's no transgender rights. There's no human rights. It's just one person's opinion against another.
No, it's society's collective agreement on what is good and what is bad for society. We all get together and we say, hey, what do we want out of this society? Like, I can say, do you want a society in which people are murdered? No? Then let's prevent that. And if you don't want to adhere to that society, that morality, then get the fuck out of society. Go seasteading or something. I don't know.
The answer that he would give is that if that's the case, then society can impose any standard, and my society would impose the objective standard of God that says gay's bad.
Yeah,
trans
but
is bad.
you can't tell that's objective for a start. You can't prove it's objective because even if, as we were saying earlier, you have access to, or there is some kind of objective standard behind the scenes, someone wrote a book which is their interpretation, then you read it, which is your interpretation. So it's still not objective. If it's God's opinion, then it's still not objective. It's still subjective. And we don't need an objective morality. All we need to do is agree on what's best for the well-being of people. That's it. And you can say, hey, Hitler and that would have been moral. No, it wouldn't, because they had specific objectives in mind, like, maintaining the Third Reich. And the actions he took was not only wrong by my morality, it was also wrong by his own goals. Because what he did in, killing all the Jews and doing all that stuff would not have got him to the goal that he was after. Right? It was antithetical to getting him to the goal that he was after. So it was wrong by even his own standard.
And not to mention, it didn't exactly end well for him either.
Correct, because it was not actions that would have got him to the goal that he wanted. So even by his own standard, it was immoral.
Right. So, the first plank is, for me, is to recognize all humans as humans, recognize the humanity in all of us. And, where does that come from? Okay, if you want it to come from God, I'll give you that coming from God, and here's where. But I don't think it needs to. I think it comes from the best. It's in my interest to recognize you as a fellow human being, because that's where the discussion begins. It's not where it ends, but it's where it begins. If you can't acknowledge my humanity and I can't acknowledge yours, then we're at loggerheads. And that's not going to be good for a society at all.
Right. And you don't need them to agree with everything, right? Because you have, like you were talking about, your sister and everything, who are Christians, but you don't need to agree on everything. All you need to do is have compatibility between moralities. There's plenty of Christians that I would get along famously with. Our morals would perfectly align because they believe God is looking out for humans. And so what they want, like the well-being of humans and things like that, are perfectly compatible with what I want. So there's no problem there. Frank's the problem because he's sort of like, well, I want something that the rest of society does not want, but I'm claiming this objective standard to be able to force it on them. And that's not cool, dude. That's bad. Bad Frank.
It is
bad Frank.
And it's not cool from an atheist, which I would call nihilist perspective. AKA Pine Creek. That's where he plants his flag too.
Yeah, I mean, there are moral nihilists. They're out there. Godless Girl is another moral nihilist. They don't believe that morals are even important or relevant or what have you. It's I find it baffling, quite frankly, because how can you want to live in a world where you get what you want if you're not prepared to help others and assist with the society? So I don't find it very compelling, moral nihilism. I think it's you can argue that morality is simply a social construct, sure, but the law's a social construct, and we know that's a social construct. Try breaking the law and see if it doesn't mean anything. Of course it will. It will have significant impacts on what happens to you.
Anyway, this was fun. It was fun talking with you guys. I am also checking out at this point, so I can
okay. Logo as well. I'm sorry. It's still early for me, so yeah, I'm up. But it was so good to catch you on a stream, Nara. I usually miss these, so I this has been fantastic. I'm really happy I managed to make it.
Yeah, thank you so much, Stephanie, for coming on again. I really appreciate it.
Oh, thank you so much for having me. It was really wonderful, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah, Yeah, I don't do a live stream very often, Mark. So you're probably not missing as many as many
Oh,
as it may
right.
seem.
I just
Yeah.
assume I am. Let's face it. I just assume that I am, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna finish up this last little bit here, and then I also have to call it a night. It's pushing 4 a.m. here.
And we start bringing moral categories into the conversation, I'm going to ask, what's the standard you're using? It turns out the standard stolen from God himself. And that's what I cover in the book, Stealing from God, Why Atheists Need God to Make Their Case. We might agree with a lot of stuff Mav said, that people have been treated immorally, but unless you have a moral standard outside of yourself that we're all obligated to obey, it wasn't really immoral. Do you see the point? Yes, sir. What's your
But
name?
it's also not immoral by Frank Turek standard. That's the point. That's the problem.
That is the point. That is the problem.
Yeah. Well. All right. I have to call it. I got to try to get salvage some amount of sleep here. Thank you so much for joining the stream, Stephanie, Mark, and everybody else. Thank you so much for stopping in and watching, everybody in chat. I don't know when I'll go live again, but it'll be sometime.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. My pleasure. No, thank you for having me on. I really appreciate it. It was a lot of fun. A bit frustrating, but a lot of fun. Not your fault. I just Frank.
Yeah, Frank's awful.
Yeah, he's bad. He's really bad. Okay, I believe you now.
Yeah, he's so much worse than what he's so much worse than the awful representation of himself in this stream. He's worse than this. But yeah. All right. Good night, everybody. Whose tagline? Mark, do you end your stream with some type of tagline, or
I do, yeah. So I say, do be kind to yourself and kind to each other. I don't think we're kind to ourselves enough. So once occurred to me once I was doing yoga, and the instructor's like, thank yourself for this time. And I thought, how often do we thank ourselves for doing things? Like, you do the dishes. How often do you thank yourself and say, thank you for doing that? We would thank somebody else. Why don't we thank ourselves? It's weird, isn't it? So be kind to yourself and be kind to each other, because I think that's just generally good advice.
All right. Well, I generally try to end my streams with stealing somebody else's stream ending. So I'm going to thank myself for stealing your ending tagline of be kind to yourself and be kind to others.